Story 1. The day started like any other. I'd arrived for my evening shift at Giovanni's, a bustling Italian eatery in the heart of the city, known as much for its rustic charm as for its signature risotto. The restaurant hummed with the usual cacophony of clinking glasses, sizzling pans, and the low drone of conversations. Little did I know, my routine shift was about to spiral into a nightmare. As the evening wore on, the sky outside brewed a storm, the winds howling louder with each passing hour. Around 10 p.m., just as we were gearing up for the late-night rush, everything went pitch black. A power outage not uncommon during stormy weather, but always a hassle. "Marco, check the fuses," shouted Chef Russo, his voice cutting through the darkness. I grabbed a flashlight from under the counter and made my way to the back. The fuse box looked fine. This was a city-wide issue. With the power out, our immediate concern was preserving the perishables. The walk-in freezer was our best bet to keep things chilled until the power returned. I started moving trays of seafood and fresh pasta from the fridge to the freezer. The air inside was biting, a stark contrast to the warm kitchen I'd just left. With each trip, the freezer's interior grew darker as frost began to cover the small bulb overhead. I should have taken that as a sign to hurry, but I was focused on saving what I could. On my final trip, laden with a tray of tiramisu, a gust of wind slammed the freezer door shut behind me. The heavy thud of the door echoed ominously as I realized, in horror, that I was locked in. The emergency release handle, supposed to prevent such accidents, came off in my hand with a useless snap. My neck set in quickly. The cold was relentless, gnawing at my fingers and toes. I banged on the door, screaming for help, but the storm outside muffled all sounds. The restaurant was likely in chaos, figuring out the power situation. My cries were just whispers in a tempest. Hours seemed to pass. My initial panic turned to a numb acceptance. My breaths created icy clouds in the air, and my thoughts started to slow with the dropping temperature. I remembered reading about hypothermia, how the cold made you feel sleepy. I fought the drowsiness with every shiver, terrified that if I closed my eyes, they might never open again. That's when I remembered my phone in my pocket. Numb fingers fumbled to retrieve it, only to find it was nearly dead 2% and dropping. I managed to send a garbled message to my roommate, hoping he'd understand the urgency. But as minutes ticked by, there was no reply. Either he was asleep or the storm had disrupted the network. I pocketed the dying phone, conserving what little battery remained for a final SOS. As my body began to surrender to the cold, a sliver of hope came in the form of a memory, a maintenance tutorial I'd watched out of boredom one afternoon, detailing how to override a freezer lock from the inside using a screwdriver. The tool was in a utility drawer, outside, in the warmth of the kitchen. Using the last ounces of my strength, I started searching the interior for any makeshift tools. A loose screw from the shelving, a strip of metal from an old food label, anything that might serve as a screwdriver. My hands, barely able to bend, scrapped at the icy walls, pulling at anything that seemed detachable. Finally, my fingers curled around a thin, metal spatula left inside from an earlier inventory check. With trembling hands, I wedged the spatula into the door mechanism, jiggling it with all the force I could muster. Time lost meaning as I worked at the lock, my body on autopilot, driven by the primal urge to survive. With a loud clunk, the mechanism gave way just as my phone buzzed weakly in my pocket, a text from my roommate asking if I was okay. I stumbled out into the kitchen, the warmth of the room hitting me like a wave. The storm had passed, and the power was flickering back to life. I collapsed onto the floor, laughing and crying, the relief washing over me in an overwhelming tide. That night I learned the true meaning of fear and the will to survive. I also learned never to take safety for granted. The freezer had been a silent predator, and I had escaped its grasp by the thinnest of margins. Gathering myself off the cold tile floor, I sat back against a counter, the after effects of adrenaline leaving me dizzy and disoriented. Chef Russo found me there, his face etched with concern. "Marco, what happened?" he asked, helping me to my feet. I explained about the blackout, the storm, and the broken handle in the freezer. His brow furrowed with worry as he listened. "We'll get that fixed first thing tomorrow," he promised, his voice firm. "And no more late-night inventory checks alone, understood?" As the staff bustled around, restarting systems and checking food safety after the outage, I sipped a hot coffee, feeling the warmth seep into my bones. The rest of the night was a blur of concerned faces and gentle pats on the back as word of my ordeal spread through the restaurant. The next few days were a mix of physical recovery and a deep, introspective journey. I couldn't shake the feeling of how close I'd come to a frozen end. Sleep was elusive every time I closed my eyes. The darkness of the freezer crept up on me, a chilling reminder of my mortality. I returned to work with a newfound respect for the fragility of life and the unexpected nature of accidents. The freezer door now sported a shiny new handle, and a robust emergency release system had been installed. Chef Russo made a point of personally testing it in front of the entire staff. "Safety first," he declared, a serious note underpinning his usual jovial tone. Life at Giovanni's resumed its rhythm, but I was changed. Every shift I made a point to double-check the safety equipment, and I took it upon myself to train new staff on emergency procedures. The freezer, once just a storage space, now felt like a battleground where I had fought for my life. One evening, a few weeks later, as I was closing up, a cold breeze whisked through the kitchen. The back door had blown open, a reminder of the stormy night. As I secured it, a shiver ran down my spine, not from the cold, but from the eerie sense of déjà vu. Walking back through the kitchen, I passed the freezer, its hum a constant, low drone. Pausing, I placed my hand on its cold metal door, a silent acknowledgement of the ordeal. The freezer no longer held power over me. I had faced my deepest fears within its confines and emerged stronger. Story 2. The trip had been planned months in advance, a journey sparked by passion and a desire to stand for what we believed in. The destination was Chile, a country vibrant with culture but currently pulsing with political unrest. My friends and I, united by a fervor for advocacy, were drawn to a massive demonstration calling for governmental reform. Arriving in Santiago, the air was electric, charged with the whispers of change and the shouts of defiance. The streets teemed with thousands, a sea of banners and flags, faces set in determination. The day was bright, the sun casting stark shadows on the old cobblestones that lined our path to the heart of the demonstration. As we merged with the crowd, chants rose around us like a storm swell, Justicia y paz, justice and peace. The energy was contagious, empowering. I felt a part of something larger than myself, my heart beating in rhythm with the collective pulse of the crowd. However, as the hours wore on, the atmosphere shifted. The police, clad in riot gear, formed barriers that were met with boos and jeers. Tension strung the air tight, a guitar string ready to snap. And snap it did. A bottle, flung from somewhere in the crowd, arched through the air and shattered against a shield with a sound that cracked the tentative peace like a gunshot. Chaos erupted. The crowd surged like a wave, crashing against the lines of police. In seconds, the demonstration spiraled into a riot. Shouts turned to screams, the slogans of protest drowned out by the sounds of panic. Tear gas canisters hissed as they spun through the air, spewing choking clouds. My eyes burned, tears streaming uncontrollably, blurring my vision. In the melee, I lost my grip on my friend's hand. We were separated by a tide of bodies, each person desperately pushing away from the epicenter of violence. My lungs burned with the acrid sting of the gas, each breath a painful gasp. I pulled my shirt over my face, trying to filter the air, my chest heaving with both fear and the need for oxygen. The world around me was a blur of motion and noise. Objects flew overhead, rocks, bottles, anything that could be thrown. I ducked instinctively, weaving through the crowd. My mind raced as panic clawed at my chest, a primal urge to flee overtaking all else. I needed to find an escape, a way out of the tightening noose of the riot. Stumbling forward, I bumped into a storefront, its windows boarded up in anticipation of the riot. Using the wall as a guide, I shuffled along, trying to stay upright amid the jostling. The sound of sirens wailed over the roar of the crowd, a dissonant symphony to the chaos. Suddenly ahead, I spotted a narrow alley. It was partially obscured by a dumpster, but there was just enough space to squeeze through. Without hesitation, I darted towards it, the alleyway a promising slit of relative calm. As I entered, the sounds of the riot dulled slightly, muffled by the walls. The alley twisted and turned, a maze of back doors and garbage bins. I kept moving, driven by an instinctual need to put distance between myself and the violence. My heart pounded in my ears, each turn a decision made in split-second desperation. After what felt like an eternity, the alley opened up onto a quieter street. The chaos seemed a world away, the air fresher, clearer. I leaned against a wall, my breath ragged, my body trembling with adrenaline and relief. I was safe, at least for the moment, but alone. Pulling out my phone, I tried to contact my friends, but the network was jammed. Messages failed to send, calls dropped. The isolation weighed heavily, a stark contrast to the unity I had felt just hours before. With a deep, steadying breath, I began to walk, my steps unsteady but determined. I needed to find a way back to my hotel, back to safety. As I navigated through the quieter streets, the sounds of the riot became a distant rumble, a storm passing. The experience had shaken me, a stark reminder of the fine line between passionate demonstration and violent chaos. I pondered the cause we had come to support, the hope for change, and the reality of the struggle. It was a journey that had brought me face to face with the power and peril of standing for a cause. Once back at my hotel, I finally reconnected with my friends. Relief washed over me as I heard their voices, each sharing their own harrowing tales of escape. We were shaken, but unbroken, our resolve tempered by the day's events. That night, as I lay in bed, the adrenaline slowly ebbed from my veins, replaced by a deep, reflective quiet. The riot was a harsh lesson in the unpredictability of such movements, the volatile blend of hope and despair. Tomorrow we would leave Chile, but the memory of that day would linger, a poignant chapter in my life story of pursuit for a better world. Story 3. The moment I clicked accept on the friend request from a profile that didn't ring any bells, I chalked it up to an old school friend perhaps, someone whose face had blurred in the river of time. The decision was made in a split second, insignificant and small. I didn't realize it then, but it was a split second that would shatter the mundane tranquility of my life. Initially, the messages were benign. Hope you had a great day, or loved the picture you posted from your hike last week. I appreciated the attention, believing it to be just friendly banter. But the tone soon shifted, curdling into something sinister. I noticed you were at the park today. Nice red sweater. Chills ran down my spine. How did they know? I hadn't posted about my day at the park, and certainly not about what I was wearing. I tried to brush it off as coincidence, but the messages grew more frequent and detailed. That coffee from the corner cafe must have been good this morning. You should try the muffins next time. My heart thudded painfully against my ribs. No one knew I had been there except for the barista. The virtual watching escalated to physical stalking. One evening, as I drew the curtains, a flash outside caught my eye. A figure stood across the street, shrouded in darkness, the glow of a cigarette briefly illuminating a watchful face before it disappeared. The police report yielded nothing. Probably just a passerby, they suggested. But I knew better. The emails began to include photographs, images of me entering my office, shopping at the supermarket, jogging in the early mornings. There was no place left that felt safe. My own home became a prison. Every shadow seemed to move, every noise a potential threat. With law enforcement unable to help without more evidence, I realized I had to take matters into my own hands. I started with the profile that had initiated the contact. The account was a shell, no real details, just recently created. Nothing there. I reached out to friends, asking if they knew the person, but no one did. My inquiries, however, sparked an idea. Perhaps I could trap the stalker the way they had ensnared me. I began to post deliberately false information about my whereabouts. Meanwhile, I turned my focus on enhancing my home security and setting up surveillance to catch any prowler unawares. One night, the trap was set. I posted about a fake event I was attending, making sure to describe the outfit and time. I stayed home, watching through the lens of a newly installed security camera that covered the front of my apartment. It didn't take long. The figure emerged from the shadows, their movements cautious, deliberate. But this time, I was ready. The camera captured a clear shot of the face, unmasked this time, as they looked up towards my apartment, no doubt confused by the darkness and silence where there should have been lights and noise. I sent the image to the police. The arrest came swiftly after. The stalker was indeed someone I knew, a coworker I barely interacted with, harboring an obsession he believed to be reciprocal love, fueled by my casual friendliness at the office. The realization was a gut punch. How fine the line between normalcy and danger, between benign and malign. With the stalker caught, the healing process began. The road was long. Every unknown caller or friend request triggered a flutter of fear. But over time, the shadows receded. My life reclaimed its rhythm, each day a little brighter, a little more my own. The ordeal left me changed. More cautious, yes, but also more resilient. I had stared into the abyss, felt its cold breath, and emerged not unscathed, but undeterred. My life, once overshadowed by fear, now glowed with the soft light of regained security and peace. Story 4. The small plane vibrated violently beneath me, the low hum of the engine escalating to a deafening roar before sputtering into silence. The world outside the window became a blur of green as the pilot's voice crackled over the intercom, urging calm while feverishly maneuvering the controls. Panic tightened its grip as the forest canopy rushed towards us, branches clawing at the windows as we descended uncontrollably into the unknown. The crash was a cacophony of shattering glass, rending metal, and the scream of twisting trees. Then, as sudden as it began, silence engulfed us. Disoriented and dazed, I found myself hanging upside down, strapped to my seat, the cabin a mangled carcass around me. Blood dripped into my eyes from a gash on my forehead, each drop a stark reminder of the gravity of my situation. After freeing myself from the wreckage, I assessed my surroundings and injuries. My left arm throbbed painfully, clearly broken, and various cuts adorned my body like brutal tattoos. The forest loomed large and unwelcoming around me, the wreckage a smoldering intrusion in its midst. The pilot, the only other soul aboard, was beyond help. The responsibility to survive and signal for help rested solely on my shoulders. Remembering the survival shows I had watched, I set about making a shelter. Using a large piece of plane debris for cover and an assortment of broken branches, I managed a crude lean-to against a sturdy tree. Water was my next priority. Recalling that moss often indicated the direction of north and thus possibly a water source. I staggered through the underbrush, my good arm braced against trees for support. I found a small stream, its water cold and clear, a lifeline in the oppressive wilderness. I drank greedily, the liquid easing my parched throat and providing a momentary respite from the creeping despair. Days melted into each other, each marked by the relentless task of survival. I scavenged for berries and edible plants, guided by vague memories of which were safe to eat. Nights were a torturous affair, filled with the rustles of wildlife and the chill of isolation. I shivered under my makeshift shelter, the wreckage of the plane a grim silhouette against the starlit sky. Injuries and constant vigilance against wild animals wore me down, each day a bit more than the last. The despair of solitude gnawed at my spirit. Thoughts of my family, of the world beyond the forest's oppressive borders, brought both comfort and aching sorrow. Why hadn't anyone come? Was I already presumed dead? I forced myself to keep a routine. Mornings were for foraging and reinforcing my shelter, afternoons for exploring the vicinity and setting up signs for potential rescuers. I arranged rocks and debris into large distress signals, hoping they'd catch the eye of a passing plane or satellite. Each night, I lit a small fire, the smoke a silent cry for help. One evening, as I tended to my fire, despair heavier than usual, the crackle of the flames whispered back like a companion. The solitude had not brought clarity or peace, just a relentless test of endurance. My thoughts spiraled into darkness. What if I was never found? The question echoed through the trees, each leaf and shadow seeming to linger on my fear. It was on the morning of what I estimated to be the third week when salvation finally came. The distant thump of helicopter blades shattered the morning's stillness, a sound more beautiful than any melody I had ever heard. I stumbled out from my shelter, waving frantically as the helicopter hovered above, a beacon of civilization. Relief washed over me in an overwhelming wave as the rescue team descended. The journey back to civilization was a blur of medical checks, warm blankets, and the murmur of voices. Family and friends enveloped me in hugs and tears upon my return, their presence a stark contrast to the solitude I had endured. The physical wounds would heal, but the psychological scars would linger, a shadow of the ordeal that had tested every ounce of my resilience. Story 5. The morning sun cast its golden glow over the rugged canyon as I set out, my backpack filled with essentials and a heart full of anticipation for the day's adventure. The trail through the canyon was less traveled, its beauty raw and untamed. Red rock formations rose stark against the clear blue sky, and the distant call of a hawk underscored the solitude of the wilderness. It was this solitude that drew me here, away from the noise and rush of city life. The hike started well. The trail was challenging, dotted with loose stones and steep inclines, but I moved confidently, my boots finding sure footing on the dusty path. By midday, I reached a particularly narrow part of the canyon. The path here twisted perilously close to a sheer drop. Pausing to snap a photo, I misjudged my footing. Gravel skittered beneath my boots, and suddenly I was falling. The world turned violently. A sharp crack resounded as my legs smashed against a jutting rock. Pain seared through me, white hot and blinding. When I came to a stop, I was lying against a boulder, my left leg twisted unnaturally beneath me. The agony of the break was overwhelming, waves of nausea washing over me as I tried to move. No cell signal, miles from the nearest trailhead. Alone. The reality of my situation settled in with crushing weight. My initial shock morphed into panic. I called out for help, but my voice echoed off the canyon walls, unanswered. After several long, harrowing moments, I forced myself to calm down. I remembered the basic survival training I had a course taken years ago, never imagining I would need to use it. I needed to stabilize my leg and get to safety before nightfall or risk worse complications. Using a branch and tearing strips from my shirt, I fashioned a rudimentary splint. The pain was excruciating as I set my leg, but I gritted my teeth and wrapped it tightly. I couldn't afford the luxury of passing out. Next, I pulled myself up using the boulder for support, testing my ability to bear weight. It was impossible. I would have to crawl. With my good leg and arms, I began the slow, agonizing journey back to the trailhead. Each movement was a study in pain, the jagged rocks and uneven ground cruel against my injured leg. The sun, once a welcome warmth, now beat down harshly, draining my energy and depleting my water supply. Hours passed, each minute stretching into an eternity of effort and pain. Dehydration set in, my mouth dry, my thoughts starting to fog. Doubt crept into my mind. Would I make it? The isolation of the canyon felt monstrous, indifferent to my suffering. Desperation grew as the shadows lengthened. In the waning light, I dragged myself over a rise and saw a figure on the trail ahead. Was it a hallucination? Panic and hope surged within me. I used the last of my strength to shout. The figure turned real, not a mirage. A hiker, camera slung around their neck, rushed over. Relief flooded through me as I explained my situation. The hiker, a young woman named Clara, immediately sprang into action. She had a satellite phone. With trembling hands, I watched her dial for help. The rescue arrived with the setting sun. The sound of a helicopter thudded through the canyon, sweeter than any music. As the rescue team loaded me onto a stretcher, I looked up at the sky, the colors of sunset bleeding into one another. The beauty of the canyon was not lost on me, even now. Recovery was slow. The break was severe, requiring surgery and months of physical therapy. But as I healed, the memory of the canyon stayed with me, not just as a reminder of the danger, but as a testament to human kindness and resilience. Story 6. When I first joined the community, nestled in a secluded valley surrounded by dense woodlands, it seemed like the sanctuary I had long sought. The chaos of the modern world felt a world away, and the leader, Elijah, with his charismatic smile and soothing words, promised a life of peace and simple contentment. The early days were filled with communal meals, long walks in nature, and deep conversations about life and purpose. It felt right, like I had finally found a place where I belonged. However, as weeks turned into months, the idyllic facade of the community began to crumble. Elijah's teachings, once uplifting, took on a darker, more controlling tone. He started imposing strict rules about how we should live, what we could eat, and when we could speak. Personal belongings were deemed unnecessary and were confiscated. Contact with the outside world was cut off, and family members were labeled as outsiders and distractions. I began to notice other troubling signs. Members who questioned Elijah's decisions disappeared from the community, their absences explained away with vague statements about them finding a different path. Fear replaced the sense of peace I had initially felt. It became clear that this was not a sanctuary but a prison, and Elijah was not a leader, but a captor. Realizing the danger I was in, I knew I had to leave. But escape was fraught with risk. The community was isolated, surrounded by miles of dense woods known for their treacherous terrain. Elijah had loyal followers who watched his every command, and any attempt to leave was met with severe punishment. I had heard whispers of those caught trying to escape who were never seen again.
The plan took shape slowly. I feigned complete loyalty to Elijah, which gained me slightly more freedom within the compound. I used this to gather supplies, food, water, a basic map of the area, and a stolen compass. Every item was hidden carefully, buried under a loose floorboard in my cabin.
Escape required timing and luck. I chose a night with a new moon, when the darkness would cover my movements. After our evening gathering, I pretended to retire early, citing fatigue. Once I was sure the others were asleep, I retrieved my hidden supplies, dressed in layers, and slipped out of my cabin. The woods were as unforgiving as I had feared. Branches clawed at my face and arms, and unseen roots threatened to trip me at every step. I kept moving, guided only by the compass and the faint map markings. The sounds of the forest were unnerving. Every rustle of leaves sounded like a pursuer. Hours passed and exhaustion set in. My mind played tricks on me, casting shadows as followers. Paranoia gripped me, but the fear of what lay behind was greater than the fear of the unknown ahead. As dawn broke, I reached a ridge that gave me a view back towards the community. There was no sign of pursuit, but I couldn't be sure. I continued for another day, navigating through the woods, avoiding any paths that might lead back to the community. Dehydration and hunger weakened me, but the thought of freedom pushed me forward. By the second night, I stumbled upon a road it was not on my map, and for a moment despair overwhelmed me. Had I gone in circles? My desperation grew as I followed the road, praying it would lead to civilization. Finally, headlights pierced the darkness. A truck slowed, and a cautious driver rolled down his window. I must have looked a fright, but I managed to explain I needed help. The driver, seeing my state, offered a ride to the nearest town. Safety felt surreal. The local authorities were contacted, and I shared everything about the community and Elijah. It was only in the safety of a small hotel room that the magnitude of what I had escaped hit me. The police later told me that they raided the community, finding others like me too scared to leave on their own. The road to recovery was long and fraught with nightmares of being chased through the woods or being dragged back to Elijah. But with professional help and the support of family, I began to rebuild my life, cherishing the freedoms I had once taken for granted. Story 7. Alone in a sinking ship. The night was calm, the sea a vast, dark expanse stretching infinitely under a starless sky. As a crew member on the cargo ship Venture, the rhythmic hum of the engine and the gentle rocking of the waves were comforting constants in my daily life. But that night, the routine was shattered by a jolt that sent me tumbling from my bunk. Confused and half asleep, I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding. The ship was listing. The unmistakable groan of stressed metal filled the air, and a sense of impending doom settled over me. Alarms blared, piercing through the chaos, a call to action that was hard to ignore. Water was already seeping into my cabin by the time I grabbed my life jacket. The corridor outside was in pandemonium. Pipes burst, spewing icy seawater, and the lights flickered ominously before plunging us into darkness. I fumbled for the flashlight I always carried and clicked it on, its beam cutting through the blackness, revealing the catastrophic flooding. My first instinct was to head for the deck, but navigating the tilting, flooding corridors was like moving through a maze designed by a madman. Every step was a battle against the rising water and the ship's violent lurches. I sloshed through the knee-deep, freezing water, dodging debris and fallen cables that sparked dangerously close to the water's surface. I knew the layout of the ship like the back of my hand, but the darkness and damage disoriented me. Several times I took wrong turns, only to face blocked passages or collapsed sections of the ship. Panic clawed at me, threatening to overpower my resolve. The cold seeped into my bones, and my wet clothes clung heavily to my skin, dragging me down. I pressed on, driven by the primal urge to survive. The ship groaned under the strain of the sea's relentless assault, an eerie soundtrack to my desperate escape. I encountered no one. It seemed I was the last to wake, the last to flee. Where were the others? Had they made it to the lifeboats? The thought spurred me further, and finally, after what felt like hours, I emerged onto the deck. The scene was chaotic. Lifeboats were missing, presumably already launched. I scanned the area frantically. There, on the starboard side, one remaining lifeboat dangled precariously, half lowered with no one in sight. The ship gave a violent shudder, a stark reminder that time was running out. I stumbled towards it, my legs weak, my breathing ragged. As I reached the lifeboat, the ship tilted alarmingly, a visceral indication that it was close to capsizing. I threw myself into the boat and began the dangerous process of lowering myself into the pitch-black ocean. The mechanism was jammed, likely damaged in the chaos. I worked furiously, ignoring the sting of the cold wind and spray of the sea, until finally the lifeboat hit the water with a jarring thud. The moment the lifeboat was free, I paddled away from the ship, each stroke fueled by adrenaline. Behind me, the Venture was an imposing silhouette against the dark horizon, its end imminent. With a deafening roar, the ship began its final descent into the depths, the ocean claiming it with terrifying finality. Alone in the lifeboat, I watched in horror and relief as the ship disappeared. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the lapping of waves against the lifeboat. The reality of my situation settled in. I was alone, adrift in the vast ocean, miles from land. The night was cold and the water colder. Survival was not guaranteed, but the immediate danger had passed. The hours until dawn were the longest of my life. I huddled in the lifeboat, wet and shivering, waiting for the sunrise, waiting for a sign of rescue. Thoughts of my family, of the life I had left behind on land, kept my spirits from plunging into despair. With the first light of dawn, the sea transformed from a fearsome beast into a shimmering expanse of possibilities. Rescue came with the morning sun. A passing freighter, alerted by the distress signals sent before the Venture sank, changed course to pick me up. As I climbed aboard the rescuing ship, gratitude overwhelmed me. My legs buckled under me, not just from the cold and fatigue, but from the emotional weight of what I had endured. Story 8. The last thing I remembered was the blinding flash of headlights and the screech of tires on asphalt. Then, darkness. I woke to a suffocating silence, a darkness so complete it seemed to press against my eyelids. As consciousness slowly returned, a horrifying realization dawned on me. I couldn't move freely. The space around me was confined, wooden, claustrophobic. My heart raced as I reached out, my hands hitting the cold, hard lid of what could only be a coffin. Panic surged through me, icy and sharp. No, this couldn't be happening. There had to be a mistake. But the stark reality was undeniable. I had been buried alive, presumably mistaken for dead in the chaos of a severe car accident. With each shallow breath, the air felt thinner, laced with the earthy scent of soil and wood. I strained to remember survival stories I'd heard, anything that could guide me now. They all started with staying calm, conserving oxygen. But calm was a luxury I couldn't afford as panic clawed at me, each thought a spiraling terror of what might happen if I didn't escape. My mind raced. How long could I survive? Hours? Less. The need to act took over. I had to signal for help, but how? My movements were restricted, the space around me barely enough to allow me to raise my arms. Remembering an old movie, I balled my hands into fists and started pounding on the coffin lid. The dull thud of my fists against wood sounded muffled by the earth above me. Help, I screamed, my voice hoarse, the sound smothered by the layers of soil. Desperation seeped into my bones as I continued to hit the lid, over and over, though each strike was weaker than the last. My arms ached, and my breaths came in ragged gasps. I paused, listening intently. Nothing but the oppressive silence of the grave. Tears of frustration and fear welled up, spilling down my cheeks. I was alone, truly alone. Was this how it would end? in a forgotten grave, buried alive. Then, an idea sparked. If I could find something, anything, to break through or make noise, it might increase my chances. My fingers fumbled in the darkness, feeling for my belt, which had a small metal buckle. Awkwardly, I positioned it against the coffin lid, using it as a chisel, pounding with the heel of my hand. It was a feeble attempt, but I had to try. Time lost meaning as I worked. Exhaustion crept over me, each movement a monumental effort. The air grew stale, heavier with each breath I took. I knew I couldn't last much longer. As despair threatened to overwhelm me, a faint sound pricked my ears, a distant, muffled rumble. Voices? Or was my mind playing tricks on me? I paused, straining to listen. The noise grew clearer, definitely voices. They were calling out, searching. Could it be for me? Summoning the last reserves of my strength, I banged on the wood with the buckle, shouting for help. The voices grew louder, closer. I yelled until my throat was raw, the sound barely escaping my lips. Suddenly there was a response, a shout, directly above me. The sound of shovels digging through soil filled my ears, a chorus of hope. The scraping and thudding grew frantic as they neared. Then, light a sliver of it, cutting through a small crack in the coffin. Air, fresh and cool, rushed in. Hands reached down, pulling me out into the blinding sunlight. The relief was overwhelming. I was alive, saved by the slimmest margin. Rescuers wrapped me in blankets, their faces blurred through my tears of relief. I was told later that a passerby had noticed disturbed soil and a piece of my clothing that was visible at the scene of the accident. It was sheer chance, or perhaps fate, that led them to dig. Recovery was not just about healing the physical wounds, but the mental scars as well. The trauma of the experience lingered long after the event. Nightmares haunted my sleep, and darkness became an enemy. Therapy helped, as did the support of family and friends who kept reminding me of life's worth. Story 9. The smell of gas was faint at first, a mere hint that I dismissed as a quirk of the old apartment building I had just moved into. The walls, plastered with layers of faded wallpaper, and the creaky wooden floors spoke of decades of neglect and temporary fixes. In the excitement of independence in a place of my own, I overlooked the subtle warning signs. It was my second night in the apartment when the true nature of the danger became apparent. The gas smell had intensified, seeping through the cracks around the old kitchen appliances and the ancient heating system. I walked towards the kitchen to investigate, planning to call the landlord as soon as I pinpointed the source. But I never made that call. The explosion was instantaneous and ferocious, a deafening roar that shattered the night. The floor beneath me bucked, and the walls blew out as if made of paper. I was thrown backward, slamming into the ground, debris raining down around me. Darkness enveloped me as the building groaned, an eerie precursor to the chaos that followed. When I regained consciousness, I was pinned under a heavy beam, surrounded by rubble. Dust choked the air, making each breath a painful effort. Flames licked the edges of my vision, casting a flickering, ominous light. The heat was intense, growing stronger by the second, and the sharp, acrid scent of burning wood and melted plastic filled the space. Panic settled in my chest, heavy and cold. I struggled against the beam, pain shooting through my legs. It was immovable, trapping me in a fiery tomb. I screamed for help, but my voice was lost in the crackling of the fire and the intermittent crashes of the building succumbing to the devastation. The realization that I might not make it out alive was paralyzing. Thoughts of my family, of the things I had yet to do, surged through my mind. Desperation lent me strength, and I began to frantically pull at the debris around me, trying to create enough space to maneuver out from under the beam. My hands found a piece of broken pipe, which I used as a lever to shift the weight off my legs. With a groan of metal and a shift of rubble, I managed to free myself. The relief was short-lived, however, as I saw the extent of the damage around me. The apartment was a flaming maze, the structure visibly weakening. Crawling over broken glass and twisted metal, I moved towards where I remembered the front door being. The heat was unbearable, my skin prickling painfully close to burns. Above me, the ceiling sagged ominously, and with a loud crack, another section collapsed, blocking my path. I ducked back, narrowly avoiding being crushed. Puffing and gasping in the smoky air, I searched for another way out. The windows were too high, the flames too near. My only chance was the fire escape at the back of the building, assuming it hadn't already been destroyed. Using the walls for support, I stumbled through the remains of the hallway, my vision blurred by tears and smoke. The building creaked and moaned around me, a beast in its death throes. Finally, I reached the back door, throwing it open with a strength born of pure survival instinct. The fire escape was there, older than time, but intact. I clambered onto it, the metal hot under my hands, and began to descend. Below me, the alley was littered with debris, and the flickering lights of emergency vehicles could be seen in the distance. Reaching the ground, I collapsed, my body and mind unable to take more. Firefighters rushed to me, their faces a blur of concern and action. As they carried me away, I looked back at the building, now fully engulfed in flames. It was a towering inferno, a vivid, burning testament to the danger I had narrowly escaped. In the days that followed, as I recovered from smoke inhalation and minor burns, the reality of the incident settled in. The explosion had been caused by a gas leak, long ignored, in a building that had been a ticking time bomb. Others were not as lucky as I was. The devastation had claimed lives and destroyed homes. The experience left deep scars, both physical and emotional. The sound of a fire alarm, the smell of gas, even the warmth from a stove, could send me spiraling into anxiety. But it also taught me the value of life, the importance of safety, and the strength we possess even in our darkest moments. Story 10. It was an ordinary Wednesday morning at the office when terror erupted. Laughter and the clatter of keyboards filled the air as my coworkers and I settled into the day's work. But peace shattered as the sound of gunshots exploded through the office. Instinctively, I ducked under my desk, heart pounding, as armed intruders stormed in. The next moments were a blur of shouting and chaos. Masked figures swept through the office, rounding everyone up with ruthless efficiency. We were herded into the conference room, a space meant for presentations and meetings, now the stage for a nightmare. The doors were barricaded, and one of the intruders, a tall man with cold eyes, declared they were taking us hostage. The reason was unclear, their demands unspoken, leaving us in agonizing uncertainty. As we sat huddled on the floor, the reality of the situation sank in. We were at the mercy of these armed strangers, our lives hanging by a thread. Fear mingled with confusion among my colleagues. Some wept silently, others whispered prayers. Our hours dragged on, each minute stretching into an eternity. I tried to stay calm, observing our captors and looking for any opportunity that might arise. They were vigilant but not invincible. I noticed one of them occasionally checked a device that looked like a timer or remote, his expression tense. It was clear they were waiting for something, or someone. Communication with the outside was cut off, but from the small window in the conference room, I could see police lights and hear the distant, muffled sounds of activity. Negotiations were underway, a fact that provided little comfort amidst the rising tension inside. My mind raced with possible escape plans, each more desperate than the last. Then, an idea struck, a risky one, but it was a chance. During a moment when the captors were distracted by a call on a walkie-talkie, I whispered to a few of my colleagues, proposing we create a diversion. If we could distract the gunmen for even a few seconds, it might give some of us a chance to overpower them or find an escape route. The plan was set into motion when one of the hostages, pretending to have a medical emergency, collapsed dramatically. As expected, it drew the immediate attention of two captors. That was our moment. With a mix of fear and adrenaline fueling us, several of us rushed the nearest gunman. It was chaotic and violent, a flurry of motion as we struggled for control of the weapon. The fight was brief but intense. We managed to disarm one intruder, but the others were quick to react. Gunshots rang out, causing everyone to scatter. Amidst the panic, I grabbed the dropped gun and aimed it shakily at the remaining captors. My hands trembled, but the survival instinct was fierce within me. I shouted for them to drop their weapons, my voice barely recognizable to my own ears. In the end, it was the arrival of the SWAT team that ended the standoff. They stormed the room just as the situation was about to escalate further. The relief of rescue washed over me, leaving my limbs weak. We were rushed out of the building, past the flashing lights and into the safety of ambulances and police cars. After the ordeal, the investigation revealed that the hostage situation was a planned act of retribution against the company's dealings, which had affected the intruders personally. It was a small piece of a larger, more complicated story, but at that moment, none of it mattered to those of us who had survived. The weeks following were filled with debriefings, counseling sessions, and media attention. The trauma of the experience lingered, manifesting in nightmares and a pervasive sense of vulnerability. But there was also a profound sense of gratitude for life, for the swift actions of law enforcement, and for the unexpected courage found within myself and my colleagues. Returning to normal was impossible. The definition of normal had changed. But as I moved forward, I found strength in the support of family and friends, and in the knowledge that even in the darkest moments there are choices to be made. I had faced one of the worst situations imaginable and had come out alive, not unscathed, but undeniably stronger. Story 11. The morning was bright with promise as I set out for a solo hike in the vast wilderness of the Rocky Mountains. The trail was supposed to be straightforward, a loop through the towering pines and over gentle rises with views that stretched for miles. But as the sun began its descent, the path beneath my feet became less familiar, the markers fewer and farther between. The realization hit with a cold jolt. I was lost. The beauty of the day had been deceptive, and in my enjoyment I had strayed from the path. As dusk painted the sky in shades of orange and purple, panic set in. The wilderness, once a scenic escape, now loomed as an unforgiving expanse. With minimal supplies in my backpack, a water bottle, some trail mix, and a lightweight jacket, the dropping temperature added a pressing urgency to find shelter. I made the decision to stop moving as darkness fell. Traveling at night through unfamiliar terrain could lead to injury or worsen my situation. I found a relatively clear area beneath a large pine and, using branches and leaves, managed a rudimentary shelter. The temperature plummeted as night took hold, and the insufficiency of my jacket became painfully clear. I curled up, pulling the jacket tight around me, and tried to stave off the cold. The night was long and filled with the sounds of the wilderness. Every rustle and crack of a branch was magnified in the silence, feeding my fears of what lurked in the darkness. Sleep was fleeting and fitful, interrupted by shivers and the nagging worry about the day to come. At first light, I took stock of my situation. I had a few swallows of water left and a small handful of trail mix. My priority was to find water and signal for help. I remembered reading that moving downhill could lead to water sources, so I chose a direction and began to walk, keeping the rising sun to my back. The terrain was rough, cluttered with rocks and thick underbrush. Without a trail to guide me, progress was slow, and every step required care to avoid injury. Hours passed, the sun climbing higher in the sky, my mouth dry from dehydration and nerves. Finally, I heard the sound of running water. It was the most beautiful sound, and it renewed my spirit. I followed the sound until I came upon a small stream, its water clear and cold. I drank deeply, the chill of the water a sharp contrast to my parched throat. Knowing I couldn't drink too much at once, I filled my water bottle and continued to sip as I walked along the bank, hoping it would lead me to a trail or a more open area where I could be spotted by rescuers. I used my bright red jacket as a flag, tying it to a long stick and waving it periodically, especially when I heard the distant sound of a plane. I also began collecting rocks to create a large souse on a clearing near the stream. The physical work kept me warm and focused, pushing back the creeping despair. As the second night approached, I returned to my SOS signal and prepared for another night outdoors. This time I collected more wood, building a small fire for warmth and visibility. The light flickered against the dark, a small beacon of hope in the vast wilderness. The night was again cold, but the fire helped. I huddled close, feeding it branches and praying for rescue. The darkness was complete, a blanket that covered everything with its weight. My thoughts wandered to my family, to friends, and all the things I had left unfinished. The wilderness no longer felt like just a physical space, but a test of my will to survive. On the morning of the third day, I was woken by the sound of a helicopter. It was distant at first, but as it drew closer, I stoked my fire, sending a plume of smoke into the air. I waved my jacket frantically, standing beside the SOS made of rocks. The helicopter circled, a sign they had seen me, and my relief was overwhelming. The rescue was methodical. A ranger was lowered down, and I was secured and lifted into the helicopter. The ride to safety was a blur, my mind and body numb from the ordeal. At the hospital, I was treated for dehydration and exposure, but I was mostly unharmed. Recovery involved more than physical healing. The psychological impact lingered. I had nightmares where I was lost in endless woods, each time waking with a start, grateful for the safety of my room. Yet this experience, harrowing as it was, also taught me about resilience, the strength of human spirit, and the profound will to survive against all odds. The wilderness of the Rocky Mountains had tested me, and I had emerged not defeated, but stronger, a survivor reshaped by the raw forces of nature. Story 12. The evening was quiet, the kind of stillness that settles comfortably around you like a well-worn blanket. I was nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a book, the only sounds the soft hum of the refrigerator and the occasional distant bark of a neighborhood dog. It was a simple, peaceful end to an uneventful day. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the unmistakable sound of the back door creaking open. My heart jumped to my throat. I had locked that door, or had I? The quiet of the evening turned oppressive, heavy with threat. Frozen in place, I strained my ears, listening as the sound of footsteps echoed through the kitchen, deliberate and slow. Panic set in. My phone was on the coffee table, a mere 10 feet away, but impossibly out of reach. I couldn't make a dash for it without revealing my presence. My mind raced as I assessed my options. The footsteps grew louder, closer. Without a clear plan, I acted on instinct, slipping off the couch and crawling toward the hallway. Reaching my bedroom, I made a snap decision to hide under the bed. It was a tight fit, dust clinging to the sweater I wore, the space claustrophobically narrow. Lying there, my breath shallow, I heard the footsteps move through the living room. The intruder was near, too near. The fear that coursed through me was palpable, a living thing that threatened to choke me. Then I remembered my smartwatch. It was still on my wrist, forgotten in my panic. With trembling hands, I navigated to the messaging app, my fingers fumbling over the tiny screen. I sent a message to my friend Jake, who lived just a few blocks away. Help. Someone in my house. Call 911. I muted the device to silence any notifications that could give me away. Under the bed, the world seemed to hold its breath. The footsteps continued to prowl through my home, pausing occasionally, sending new waves of terror crashing over me each time they stopped. I could hear the soft sounds of drawers being opened, the subtle shift of items being moved. The intruder was searching for something valuable, money I didn't know. Minutes stretched into eternities. I thought about shouting, about running, about confronting the intruder, but fear rooted me in place. Every scenario played out in my mind ended with more horror. The wait became a torment, every small sound a potential prelude to discovery. Suddenly, the footsteps veered toward the bedroom. My heart pounded so loudly I was certain it could be heard. The steps halted right by the bed, and then, to my utter horror, began to circle around. I closed my eyes, praying, bargaining, willing my body to become invisible. The room fell silent, the kind of silence that screams. I dared not breathe, my entire being focused on remaining undetected. The bed shifted slightly as the intruder leaned on it, and I fought back a scream. A phone rang elsewhere in the house, the living room, where my phone lay on the coffee table. The footsteps retreated hurriedly, answering the call of the forgotten device. It was the chance I needed. I slid from under the bed, my movements as silent as I could make them, and crept to the window. Lifting it slowly, mindful of any noise, I slipped out into the cool night air, my bare feet hitting the grass with soft thuds. I didn't look back as I ran to Jake's house, the fear of being chased a constant companion. Bursting through his front door, breathless and wild-eyed, I collapsed into safety as he called 911, confirming that help was on the way. The police arrived within minutes, but the intruder was gone, vanished into the night with a few stolen items and my shattered sense of security. They swept the house, securing it before taking my statement. The reality of what had occurred began to truly sink in as I spoke to the officers. I had been in danger, real danger, and the outcome could have been much worse. In the aftermath, the emotional toll was immense. Sleep became elusive, every noise a trigger. Security systems were installed and friends rallied around, but the shadow of the invasion lingered, a constant reminder of vulnerability. Yet, as the days turned to weeks, and weeks to months, the fear gradually receded. Support from loved ones, counseling, and time dulled the sharp edges of trauma. I learned to live again, to enjoy quiet evenings without dread, but the experience remained, a profound reminder of both the fragility and resilience of life. Story 13. Living in a bustling city, solitude was a rare commodity. The streets were always thronged with people, and the constant hum of city life was the backdrop to my daily routine. I never felt alone, surrounded by the anonymous crowd, until I started noticing something, or rather, someone out of place. It began subtly. I'd see a shadowy figure at the corner of my vision, a nondescript presence that seemed to vanish when I looked directly at it. Initially, I dismissed it as a figment of my imagination, a trick of the light in the ever-changing cityscape. But as days turned into weeks, the figure became a constant in my life, an unwelcome shadow trailing behind me. The first real pang of fear struck me when I saw the figure outside my workplace, lurking across the street as I left for lunch. The same tall, lean silhouette, always just far enough to blend into the crowd, yet distinct once you knew what to look for. My heart started to race, not from the bustle of city life, but from a growing sense of dread. I began taking different routes home, varying my schedule, hoping to lose this persistent follower. It was futile. No matter the precautions I took, there he was on a park bench as I jogged by, in a cafe window along my detour, always watching, never approaching until that fateful night. It was later than usual when I left work. The sun had already set, and the streets were less crowded, the night shift slowly taking over the city's rhythm. I hurried to the subway, eager to get home, when a sudden downpour forced me into the nearest station ahead of schedule. The platform was unusually deserted, save for a few harried commuters who quickly boarded the next train. As the sound of the departing subway faded, I found myself alone, the silence of the station unnerving. That's when I felt the prickling sensation of being watched. I turned slowly, my heart sinking as I saw him standing at the far end of the platform. He was no longer a shadow. The man was real, his features obscured by a hood, his posture eerily calm. Panic set in as he began walking towards me, each step deliberate, closing the distance between us. There was no one around to hear me, no bustling crowd to lose him in. It was just him and me, in a deserted subway station, the sounds of the city above muffled by layers of concrete and fear. I backed away, my mind racing for options. The next train wouldn't arrive for another 15 minutes, a lifetime in a situation like this. The emergency call box was on the other platform, across the tracks. Too risky. My only viable option was to run. As he drew closer, I turned and sprinted towards the stairs, taking two at a time, desperate to reach the surface. I could hear his footsteps echoing behind me, the steady tap of his shoes a terrifying metronome in the otherwise silent station. Reaching the top, I burst out onto the street, the rain drenching me instantly. I didn't stop, my legs moving as if on autopilot, propelling me through the slick streets. I glanced back only once to see him emerging from the station entrance, his figure a dark stain against the brightly lit city. I ran without direction, my only thought to put as much distance between us as possible. Eventually, I spotted a taxi idling at a nearby corner. I waved frantically, slipping into the back seat and urging the driver to just go anywhere away from here. As we drove, I called the police, my voice shaky as I explained what had happened. The taxi took me to the nearest station, where I gave a more detailed statement. The police took it seriously, especially after reviewing the station's security footage, which confirmed my story. The following weeks were a blur of paranoia and disrupted routines. I was escorted to and from work, my usual haunts swapped for new, less familiar places. Despite these precautions, the fear lingered, a constant shadow in my otherwise vibrant city life. It took months before the police caught him. He was part of a larger investigation, linked to other stalking cases across the city. Knowing he was behind bars brought a measure of relief, but the trauma of that night lingered. I learned to navigate my city with new wariness, always aware, always cautious. The bustling streets felt different now, each shadow a reminder of the night I was stalked. But I also learned resilience, the strength to face my fears, to adapt and reclaim my sense of security. The city was mine too, and I would not let the shadow of one man keep me from enjoying its life and energy. Story 14. The sensation of waking up was gradual. The darkness around me so absolute it felt tangible. A thick curtain draped over my senses. My body ached, cramped in a confined space that felt no bigger than a small closet. As consciousness slowly took hold, a wave of panic followed. I couldn't move freely, my wrists bound tightly behind me, and a gag stifled any cry for help. My mind scrambled for a sliver of memory, anything to explain how I ended up in this nightmarish situation. The last clear image I had was of a crowded bar, the clink of glasses, and the murmur of conversation, a typical Friday night. A stranger, charming and seemingly harmless, had offered to buy me a drink. I remembered accepting it, and then nothing. Everything after that moment was a blur, a terrifying void where my memories should have been. The air was stale, heavy with the smell of metal and old wood. The faint sound of voices filtered through the walls of my prison, the words muffled but urgent. I strained to listen, my heart pounding as I caught snippets of conversation. Once we have the money, one voice said, a deep growl that sent shivers down my spine. The sooner the better, another replied, sharper, impatient. We can't keep them here long, it's too risky. Their words were like ice water, shocking me into full awareness. I was a hostage. These people had kidnapped me, and now they were planning their next move. The realization that my life hinged on a ransom was paralyzing. I needed to escape, to get out before they decided I was more trouble than I was worth. Moving as much as the tight bindings allowed, I felt around the cramped space. My fingers brushed against the rough wood of my confines, no give in any direction. Despair crept in, suffocating in its intensity. But then, my hand touched something cold and metallic, a loose screw, perhaps, or a small nail. It was sharp, whatever it was, and it sparked a desperate idea. Working carefully, I maneuvered so I could catch the edge of my bindings on the metal. It was painstaking work, each rub a tiny hope against the durable material of the rope. Time lost meaning as I sawed, the motion repetitive and exhausting, but fear was a powerful motivator. After what felt like hours, the rope gave way slightly, loosened enough to wiggle my wrists free. The relief was immense, but I couldn't afford to rest. Next, I removed the gag, my breaths coming in heavy gasps from the effort and the rush of adrenaline. The container I was in wasn't foolproof, there had to be a way out. I searched the dark, my hands, my eyes now, feeling for cracks or a door. My fingers found a seam, and with renewed vigor, I pushed against it. It was a door, and it moved slightly under my pressure. I could hear my captors still talking outside, their attention diverted. Using my shoulder, I shoved against the door with all my might. It creaked loudly, protesting but moving inch by inch. Light spilled into the container, a sliver of hope widening with each push. Suddenly, the voices stopped, alerted by the noise. Panic surged anew, lending me strength I didn't know I had. With a final, desperate shove, the door swung open, and I tumbled out onto a cold, hard floor. The room was a dilapidated warehouse, dimly lit and vast. Stacks of crates formed a labyrinth, and without pausing to think, I darted into it, my bare feet silent on the concrete. I could hear shouts now, my captors alerted and angry, but the maze of crates provided cover. My heart raced as I navigated through the shadows, looking for any sign of an exit. The warehouse was a fortress, but every fortress had a weakness. Finally, a glow in the distance caught my eye, an exit sign, hanging over a door far across the other side of the room. I ran, my lungs burning, the door getting closer with each step. Behind me, the sound of my pursuers grew louder, their footsteps echoing in the vast space. I reached the door, throwing it open, and burst into the chill of the early morning. The outside world never looked so welcoming. I didn't stop to savor the freedom, though. I ran, putting distance between myself and the warehouse, until I found a road and flagged down a passing car. The driver, seeing my disheveled state, called the police immediately. The aftermath was a blur of police statements, hospital checks, and tearful reunions with my family. The warehouse was raided, but my captors had fled, leaving behind little to go on. The investigation continued, but I was safe, and that was what mattered. Story 15. The sky had been clear when we set out, the sun casting a sparkling sheen over the ocean. Our boat, a sturdy sailing vessel, cut through the waters with grace, promising a day of adventure and relaxation. But the ocean is a fickle friend, and the afternoon brought with it dark clouds that turned the sky from bright blue to a menacing gray. The storm hit with little warning, fierce winds whipping the sea into a frenzy of towering waves. Despite our efforts to steer the boat to safety, A rogue wave caught us broadside, capsizing the vessel with terrifying ease. The world became a chaotic whirl of water and noise, and then darkness. When I regained consciousness, I was lying on the sand, the storm a receding echo against the shores of an uninhabited island. The wreckage of our boat was strewn along the beach, a stark reminder of the disaster. My friends, my companions, were nowhere to be seen. Alone, with no sign of rescue, I faced the dire reality of survival. The first hours were a blur of panic and makeshift decisions. I scavenged what I could from the wreckage: bits of food, a few bottles of water, and some basic tools that had miraculously survived the ordeal. The sun was setting, and with it, the temperature began to drop. Shelter was a necessity. Using a piece of the sail and some broken branches, I constructed a rudimentary lean-to against a large rock. It wasn't much, but it would keep me dry and out of the wind. That night, as I huddled under my makeshift shelter, the isolation of my situation settled in. The sounds of the island were foreign and unsettling: the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an unknown animal. It was a night of restless vigilance. The next morning, with the immediate need for shelter met, I set out to secure a more stable source of water and food. Fresh water was my priority. I remembered reading that morning dew and rainwater could be collected from leaves, so I used remnants of plastic from the boat to create a water collection system. It was a temporary solution, and my heart sank knowing it wouldn't sustain me for long. Exploring the island revealed a small stream a few hundred yards into the dense forest. The discovery was a relief, but it came with its own dangers. The forest was thick with vegetation, and the possibility of venomous snakes or other predators made every step a cautious one. I marked my path carefully, not wanting to lose my way and add getting lost to my growing list of dangers. Food was a more difficult challenge. The island's flora and fauna were unfamiliar, and the risk of poisoning myself was high. I relied initially on the canned goods from the wreckage, but knew I needed to find a renewable source soon. Fishing seemed a viable option. Using scraps from the boat, I fashioned a rudimentary fishing line. The first attempts were frustratingly futile, but necessity is the mother of invention, and I slowly improved my technique. Days turned into weeks. I established a routine, dividing my time between improving my shelter, securing food and water, and scanning the horizon for any sign of ships. Each day ended with me lighting a fire in the hopes that its smoke would catch the eye of a passing vessel. Loneliness and the psychological strain of isolation became as debilitating as my physical struggles. I talked to myself, to the birds, to the ocean, anything to fill the silence that enveloped the island. I kept a journal using materials salvaged from the boat, documenting my thoughts, fears, and daily experiences. Writing became a catharsis, a way to maintain my sanity in the face of overwhelming odds. One morning, nearly 2 months after my ordeal began, my routine was broken by the sight of a ship on the horizon. I rushed to my fire, feeding it with everything I could find to send a plume of smoke skyward. My heart pounded as the ship seemed to pause, its course uncertain. The hours passed agonizingly until finally, a smaller rescue boat was dispatched from the ship towards the island. The relief was overwhelming, tears mixing with the salt spray as the boat approached. I was rescued, the ordeal over, but the island had changed me. Reintegration into society was a slow and difficult process. The world seemed louder, faster, and more overwhelming than I remembered. But I also returned with a new appreciation for life's fragility and a deep gratitude for the simplest comforts. Story 16. The cabin in the remote mountain had always been my retreat, a place to disconnect and find peace away from the bustle of city life. As winter approached, I planned a short stay, imagining days spent in front of the fire with a good book and evenings watching the snow fall. However, nature had other plans, and what started as a peaceful snowfall quickly escalated into a severe blizzard. The world outside turned white, the wind howling like a banshee, obliterating any signs of the path that led back to civilization. As the snow piled up against the windows, my cozy haven felt increasingly like a prison. I had supplies a week's worth I thought would be more than enough. But as the blizzard raged for days, showing no signs of stopping, my situation grew dire. I rationed the food carefully, each meal smaller than the last, stretching what I had as far as it could go. There was no way to communicate with the outside world. The cabin's old radio was static, and my cell phone had long since lost its signal. I was completely isolated, the chilling silence of the storm broken only by the occasional creak and groan of the cabin under the weight of the snow. Then, on the fifth night, a new sound pierced the monotony of the wind, the unmistakable crunch of footsteps outside. At first I told myself it was just the snow settling, or perhaps some wildlife, braver than most, wandering close to the cabin. But as the sound persisted, circling the cabin, pausing now and then, only to start up again, a cold dread settled in my heart. Something or someone was out there. Fear sharpened every sense as I peered through the window, the glass cold against my face. Visibility was near zero in the blizzard, and yet the footsteps continued, a steady, measured pace that seemed too deliberate to be any animal. With the fire as my only source of light, casting long shadows against the walls, the cabin felt smaller, the walls too thin. I moved away from the window, checking the locks on the doors, the reality of my isolation sinking in. If someone was out there, I had little means of defending myself. The most dangerous thing in the cabin was the kitchen knife. I slept little that night, the fire stoked high, every small noise a reason to tense. Morning brought no relief, the blizzard as fierce as ever. The footsteps had stopped, but the damage to my nerves was done. I was no longer just battling the elements and dwindling supplies, but the possibility of a threat right outside my door. Paranoia crept in, every hour stretching out, filled with glances over my shoulder and jumps at every sound. As the days passed, the food grew scarce, and the sounds outside did not return. I was faced with a choice: continue to wait out the storm, which showed no signs of clearing, or venture outside in search of help. The decision was made the morning I found the food gone, taken from the porch where I'd stored it to keep cool. Whatever had been visiting had finally braved coming closer. Wrapping myself in every piece of clothing I had, I prepared to leave the cabin. The cold bit at any exposed skin the moment I stepped outside, the wind a physical force against my body. I had a rough map in my mind, the nearest ranger station about a day's hike in good conditions, but these were far from good. The snow was blinding, a white fog that made every step uncertain. I trudged through the drifts, my body aching with the cold and effort, second-guessing my decision with every step. Behind me, the cabin disappeared, swallowed by the storm, and with it, any sense of safety. The hike was grueling, the silence complete except for the wind and my own labored breathing. Hours passed, and doubt crept in. Had I made the right choice? The isolation of the cabin had been suffocating, but out here, in the vast open white, it was terrifying. Then, through the snow and wind, a figure emerged. I stopped, hard in my throat, squinting against the snow to see who it was. A snowmobiler, bundled against the elements, had seen me and stopped. Relief washed over me, so intense I nearly collapsed. A rescue was at hand. After reaching the ranger station, I learned the blizzard was one of the worst they'd seen in years, and I had been lucky to make it out. The footsteps, they said, could have been anything likely wildlife, drawn to the cabin by the smell of food. But in the storm, in the isolation, every sound had been magnified, every fear heightened. Back in the warmth and safety of civilization, the memories of those days remained. The cabin in the mountains had always been a sanctuary, but now it was also a reminder of how quickly nature could turn hostile, how isolation could test the limits of fear, and how profoundly grateful I was for the presence of another human being in a vast and indifferent wilderness. Story 17. The day had started like any other in the bustling downtown office where I worked. Cups of coffee in hand, my colleagues and I navigated through the usual morning emails and meetings, unaware that our lives were about to change drastically. At 10:47 a.m., without warning, the earth beneath us roared to life. The building swayed violently, a pendulum of concrete and glass, as the earthquake tore through the city. Ceilings caved, windows shattered, and walls crumbled. I ducked under my desk instinctively, clutching the edge as the world around me disintegrated. When the shaking stopped, an eerie silence filled the air, punctuated by distant alarms and the occasional aftershock rumbling through the rubble. The office was unrecognizable, a landscape of destruction. My heart pounded with fear and shock, but the realization that I was trapped hit me like a second disaster. I was pinned, my left leg caught under a heavy beam, surrounded by chunks of concrete and twisted metal. Pain flared with each movement, a stark reminder of my precarious situation. Light was scarce, filtered through cracks in the debris. My phone, which had fallen within reach, became my only source of light and a potential lifeline to the outside world. I tried calling for help, but the calls wouldn't go through, the network likely overwhelmed or damaged by the earthquake. I managed to send a few text messages and posted on social media, hoping that someone would see them and alert rescuers. Then, all I could do was wait. As minutes turned into hours, the initial adrenaline faded, leaving behind a gnawing fear and pain. My phone's battery was draining, my only source of light slowly dimming as the screen flickered in the dusty air. I rationed the battery, turning it on only to check for messages and updates, each time praying for a sign of rescue. The small space became my entire world. Sounds from outside were muffled, the occasional shout or siren lifting my spirits only to dash them again as silence returned. The air was thick and stale, each breath a struggle. I shifted slightly to alleviate the pressure on my leg, but the pain was sharp, a constant reminder of my situation. I thought of my family, friends, and all the things I had planned for the future, each thought a mixture of comfort and torment. I recorded a video on my phone, a message of love and goodbye, just in case. The act of speaking aloud, even to a camera, felt like a connection to the outside world, to life. As the battery dipped below 10%, darkness became a tangible thing, pressing in around me. My thoughts turned to despair. Was I going to die here alone and forgotten in the cold embrace of concrete? The thought was suffocating, more oppressive than the physical weight that pinned me. But then, faintly at first, I heard them voices. Rescuers calling out, searching for survivors. I yelled, my voice hoarse, banging on a piece of metal with a rock to make noise. The sounds grew louder, more distinct. Hope, dimmed and distant, flared up within me. Over here. I'm here, I shouted, each word a burst of pain and effort. The debris around me shifted, dust falling like a curtain as someone moved above. A light pierced through a small hole, a beam brighter than my dim phone screen. We hear you. Keep talking, a voice called down, clear and authoritative. I cried then, tears of relief and pain mixing with the dirt on my face. The rescue wasn't immediate, it took time to carefully remove the debris, each movement painstakingly slow to avoid causing further injury or collapse. Finally, hands reached for me, pulling me gently but firmly out of my confinement. The transition from the darkness of the rubble to the brightness of the outside was blinding. I was placed on a stretcher, my leg carefully immobilized, and as we moved away from the collapsed building, I saw the extent of the devastation for the first time. It was worse than I had imagined, a scene of apocalyptic ruin. But in that moment, I was alive. The relief was overwhelming. A weight lifted off my chest, allowing me to breathe freely again. In the hospital, surrounded by other survivors and the comforting presence of my family, I reflected on the experience. The fear and isolation under the rubble were transformative, a trial by fire that reshaped my understanding of life's fragility and the strength of the human spirit. Recovery was both physical and psychological. Each step in my healing process was a small victory, a reclaiming of a life I had almost lost. The earthquake had trapped me under the rubble, but in surviving I found new depths of gratitude and resilience within myself, a testament to the enduring power of hope in the face of overwhelming darkness. Story 18. The azure expanse of the ocean had always fascinated me, a vast frontier teeming with mysteries yet to be unraveled. That fascination prompted me to volunteer for a scientific research trip at sea, eager to contribute to our understanding of marine biodiversity. The excitement of the crew was palpable as we set sail, the vessel stocked with the latest equipment and enough supplies for a month. The first few days were as exhilarating as I had imagined. We documented rare marine species, collected invaluable data, and enjoyed breathtaking sunsets that painted the sea in hues of orange and purple. However, the sense of adventure soon gave way to a creeping unease. It began with a subtle but critical navigational error. A malfunction in our GPS system went unnoticed during routine checks, leading us off course. By the time we detected the error, correcting our trajectory proved difficult. The vast ocean offered no landmarks, no signs of direction, just water stretching to the horizon in every direction. As days turned into a week with no land in sight, our situation grew dire. Resources began to dwindle, rations were cut, freshwater supplies were carefully monitored, and fuel for our generators was conserved, plunging us into longer periods of darkness each night. The shift in the crew's mood was gradual but unmistakable. What began as a collaborative mission slowly morphed into an atmosphere charged with suspicion and paranoia. Conversations were punctuated with whispered accusations and cynical remarks about who might be responsible for our plight. I noticed small cliques forming, groups that once had worked seamlessly together now hoarding supplies or information. The scarcity of resources ignited a primal survival instinct among us. Former allies eyed each other warily, their thoughts no doubt mirroring my own. How long could we last? Amid the rising tension, a storm hit, its fury unmatched by any I had experienced. The vessel rocked violently, waves crashing over the deck, winds howling like wraiths around the cabins. The storm raged for hours, and when it finally passed, the damage was severe. Our satellite phone, our last line of communication with the mainland, was destroyed. Desperation took hold in the aftermath of the storm. With our situation now seemingly hopeless, paranoia evolved into outright hostility. Accusations flew, confrontations became frequent, and a fight broke out over the remaining food supplies. It was clear that fear and hunger had fractured the crew's unity, turning us into adversaries. I found myself caught between factions, trusted by none, as I had tried to remain neutral. But neutrality was a luxury that could not be afforded in such dire circumstances. I needed to act, to find a way to restore at least a semblance of order before we descended into complete chaos. Drawing on my background in mediation, I proposed a meeting, a chance for everyone to air their grievances and propose solutions. Reluctantly, the crew agreed. We gathered in the mess hall, a somber group shadowed by the grim reality of our situation. The meeting was tense, voices raised, fingers pointed. But as each person spoke, a thread of commonality emerged: the desire to survive. Slowly, the realization that cooperation was our only path forward began to take root. We devised a plan to ration what supplies we had left more effectively and set up shifts to keep watch for ships or signs of land. Days passed. The mood on board was still strained, but a fragile sense of partnership had been restored. We worked together, maintaining the equipment, scanning the horizon for hours, clinging to hope. Our salvation came unexpectedly. On a clear morning, a crew member spotted a plane in the distance. We scrambled to light a flare, one of the few we had left. The smoke billowed high into the sky, a desperate signal from lost souls. The plane circled back, and hours later, a rescue ship appeared on the horizon. The relief was overwhelming. Tears, hugs, and even laughter broke out among the crew, the tension of the past weeks dissolving into the sea breeze as help finally arrived. Back on land, the reality of our ordeal sank in. We had been tested in ways none of us could have anticipated. The experience left its scars, both physical and emotional. Some of us vowed never to return to the sea, while others, myself included, processed the experience as a painful but profound lesson in human nature and resilience. In the end, the journey taught us about the fragility of civilization and the thin veneer that separates order from chaos. It underscored the power of cooperation and the inherent will to survive, even in the face of overwhelming odds. As I later wrote about our ordeal, detailing not just the scientific findings but our story of survival, I hoped it would serve as a reminder of both our vulnerability and our strength when faced with the vast, indifferent expanse of the sea. Story 19. It was supposed to be a shortcut. The old highway that snaked through the mountains was barely on the map, a forgotten ribbon of asphalt overshadowed by newer, faster routes. But it promised a quicker path to my destination, and under the light of a full moon, I felt confident as I drove into the remote area. My car, an old but reliable sedan, hummed smoothly beneath me until, without warning, it coughed and the engine died, coasting to a silent stop on the side of the road. I tried the ignition again, but the engine only sputtered uselessly. A quick check of my phone for help turned my frustration into dread. It was dead, the battery drained. I remembered passing a house a few miles back, the only sign of civilization I had seen for hours. With no other options, I grabbed my flashlight and jacket, locked the car, and started walking back down the road. The night was unnaturally quiet, the only sounds my footsteps on the gravel and the occasional distant call of a night bird. My flashlight's beam cut through the darkness, a solitary spot of light in an ocean of shadow. After what felt like an eternity, the house came into view, its windows glowing dimly through the trees. As I approached, unease settled over me. The house was old, its once white paint peeling and the garden overgrown. A sense of abandonment hung in the air, the property untended, yet the faint light suggested someone might still live there. I reached the front door, hesitating for a moment before knocking. No answer. I knocked again, louder, and the door creaked open under my fist, seemingly of its own accord. "Hello," I called into the darkness. My voice sounded small, swallowed by the house's musty interior. There was no response, just the soft hum of an old house settling into the earth. With no other choice, I stepped inside, my flashlight sweeping across the room. The furniture was draped in dusty sheets, and cobwebs festooned the corners. As I moved through the hallway, the air grew colder, the back of my neck prickling with the sensation of being watched. I told myself it was just nerves, the eerie quiet of the house playing tricks on me. In the kitchen, I found a candle and matches, the flame casting flickering shadows as I continued my search for a phone. The house seemed to groan under my weight, the floors creaking ominously. Every shadow seemed to move, every mirror glimpsed from the corner of my eye seemed to hide something just out of sight. It was in the living room that I found the first real sign of horror. A photo album lay on the coffee table, covered in dust. I flipped it open, the pages sticking together. The photographs were old, black and white images of a family. But as I turned the pages, the pictures became more recent, and suddenly I stopped, my breath catching in my throat. There, in the last few photos, was a picture of my car. My car parked outside this very house, taken from the shadows. I flipped the page in disbelief, and there I was photographed walking up the drive, shot from behind a curtain. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Someone had been watching, waiting. Panic surged as I stood, the photo album falling from my trembling hands. I needed to leave, now. But as I turned toward the door, it slammed shut with a force that shook the walls. I ran to it, pulling and pounding, but it wouldn't budge. The house was trapping me inside. As I backed away from the door, the temperature dropped sharply. My breath clouded in the air, and I could see my own misty breath as I frantically looked for another way out. That's when I heard its soft, whispering voices, as if the house itself was speaking. The candles flickered wildly, and shadows danced across the walls, forming shapes that were almost human. I was being herded, pushed by my rising panic and the claustrophobic atmosphere towards the basement door. It was the only way that might lead out, perhaps to a cellar exit. Descending the stairs, the voices grew louder, a cacophony of whispers that seemed to echo my darkest fears. The basement was a labyrinth of old furniture and boxes. My flashlight flickered, then died, leaving me in suffocating darkness. I stumbled forward, hands outstretched, when suddenly I fell through a hidden trapdoor, tumbling down into a deeper darkness. When I awoke, it was to the sound of the door above me closing. Pain radiated through my body, and as my eyes adjusted to the dim light filtering in from a small, barred window, I realized the horror wasn't over. The room was a cell, old chains bolted to the wall, and bones, far too many human bones, scattered across the floor. Above, I could still hear the house, its whispers now a mocking laughter. Trapped, injured, and alone, my only hope lay in the slim chance of another passerby, another volunteer, to venture down this forgotten road. But as the hours passed, as the whispers grew into voices, I understood the truth. The house didn't just trap its victims, it fed on them. And I was the latest prey in its ancient game. Story 20. The quaint town of Elmwood had always been the picture of serenity and health, with its verdant parks and cheerful, bustling market squares. When I accepted the position as Elmwood's new doctor, I was drawn by the community's warmth and the chance to practice medicine in such an idyllic setting. However, within just a few weeks of my arrival, a mysterious illness began to spread through the town, challenging every notion I had about this seemingly peaceful place. It started with a handful of patients exhibiting unusual symptoms: severe fatigue, unexplainable rashes, and persistent coughs that didn't respond to standard treatments. Initially, I attributed these cases to flu season, but the number of affected individuals quickly escalated, and their symptoms grew more severe. Children, elderly, and even healthy young adults were struck down by this relentless sickness. Concerned, I started cataloging the symptoms and collecting data on the afflicted. A pattern began to emerge, but it wasn't linked to any typical viral outbreaks. Instead, it seemed tied to specific areas around the town, particularly those close to the old industrial district, an area I soon learned had been the center of the town's economy decades earlier, thanks to a now defunct pesticide plant. Digging deeper, I accessed old town records and spoke with some of Elmwood's lifelong residents, piecing together the town's industrial past. The plant had been shut down after a scandal involving improper waste disposal practices, but it seemed the story was largely forgotten or ignored by the younger generation. My research led me to suspect that residual contaminants might still be present in the environment, perhaps leaching into the town's water supply or lingering in the soil of those affected neighborhoods. With this theory in mind, I contacted a few of my old colleagues from medical school who specialized in environmental toxins, and they agreed to help conduct a thorough analysis of the soil and water near the old industrial district. The results were alarming. High levels of several potent carcinogens and other toxins were detected, far exceeding safe levels. Armed with this information, I organized a town meeting to present these findings to the community and local authorities. The reaction was mixed. While many were supportive and grateful for the discovery, others were skeptical or defensive, wary of stirring trouble or damaging the town's reputation. Despite the pushback, I knew immediate action was needed to prevent further illness or even fatalities. I advocated for the temporary use of bottled water and urged the town council to commission a professional environmental cleanup. Realizing the urgency of the situation, the mayor finally authorized emergency funds to secure safe water for all residents and initiated a comprehensive environmental remediation plan. While the town began to tackle the physical contamination, I focused on treating those who were sick. I established a clinic to specifically deal with the mysterious illness, providing support and treatments to alleviate the symptoms. As weeks turned into months, we began to see a slow but positive change. Fewer new cases were reported, and many of my patients started to recover. However, the battle was not without its losses. Some of the town's most vulnerable residents didn't survive, leaving families in the community to mourn and come to terms with the negligence of the past. These were dark times for Elmwood, but the crisis also brought the community together in ways I had never seen before. Neighbors supported each other, whether by delivering groceries to those who were sick or volunteering at the clinic. In the end, the outbreak was contained, and the environmental cleanup was successful, transforming the old industrial area into a safe and vibrant public park. These efforts helped to restore trust and health to the community, and though it was a hard-won victory, it was a testament to what could be achieved when a community came together to confront its past and fight for its future. As for me, the experience solidified my commitment to the town and its people. I continued to serve as Elmwood's doctor, armed with a deeper understanding of the town's history and a renewed vigilance to protect its health. The mysterious illness that had once threatened to devastate the community now served as a powerful reminder of vigilance, respect for the environment, and the importance of addressing even the most uncomfortable truths. Story 21. It was just past midnight. The office building almost deserted as I decided to call it a night after a long session of crunching numbers. I gathered my belongings, switched off the fluorescent lights of my cubicle, and headed toward the elevator lobby of the high-rise. The silence was palpable, the kind that amplifies every little sound, making the soft hum of the elevator as it arrived seem louder than usual. As I stepped into the elevator, I tapped the ground floor button, eager to get home. The doors closed with a soft whoosh, and the elevator began its descent. But within seconds, what was a routine ride turned into a nightmare. The elevator car jerked violently, lights flickered, and with a screech that set my teeth on edge, it came to a sudden halt between floors. Startled, I steadied myself against the wall, my heart racing. I reached for my cell phone, only to remember the battery had died hours ago, leaving me without any means to call for help. I pressed the emergency call button frantically, but there was no response, just a crackling noise followed by silence. Alone and trapped, I tried to calm my nerves, taking deep breaths to stave off the rising panic. That's when I heard a strange, scratching noise coming from above the elevator car. It sounded like something or someone was outside in the elevator shaft. The noise grew more persistent, a scraping, grinding sound that was horribly out of place. Fear twisted in my gut. Was the elevator's cable deteriorating, or was something else moving out there? The thought of the elevator plunging down the shaft was terrifying, but so was the idea of being stuck until the air ran out. Determined to find a way out, I examined the elevator panel and noticed a maintenance hatch above me. Standing on my tiptoes, I pushed against the hatch. It was firmly shut, likely bolted from the outside, but I had to try something. Using the heel of my shoe, I pounded against the hatch, the metallic bangs echoing ominously in the enclosed space. After several exhausting minutes, the hatch budged slightly, not open but enough to convince me that escape was possible. I searched for something to use as a lever and settled on my heavy-duty metal clipboard. Sliding it into the small opening, I applied all my weight, sweat dripping down my face as I fought against the stubborn hatch. Finally, with a loud creak, the hatch swung open, revealing a dark void above. I shone my dim flashlight, its beam flickering, into the shaft and saw the cables and pulley system. There was a narrow maintenance ladder leading upwards to the next floor. Climbing out of the elevator through the hatch was risky. One slip, and I could fall into the shaft. But the alternative, waiting helplessly in the elevator, was not an option. I braced myself against the sides and hoisted myself up, my muscles screaming in protest. Clinging to the ladder, I began my ascent, the strange noises continuing to unsettle me. Every creak of the cable, every groan of the metal seemed to signal impending doom. I focused on moving steadily, avoiding looking down into the darkness below. The climb was arduous, my progress slow due to the fear of making a misstep. But finally, I reached the doors of the floor above. They were closed, the space between them just wide enough to see the dimly lit hallway of the office floor. I pushed against the doors, but they didn't budge, locked as part of the building's overnight security measures. Exhausted but not defeated, I shouted for help, my voice echoing down the empty hallways. There was no response. The building was a ghost town at this hour. However, I refused to give up. Using the edge of my clipboard again, I managed to force the tip into the crevice of the doors and pried them apart. It took every ounce of strength I had, but finally the doors gave way with a grinding screech. I crawled through the opening, collapsing onto the carpet of the hallway, my body trembling from exertion and adrenaline. Safe at last, I lay there for a moment, catching my breath, the silence of the office now a comforting blanket compared to the terror of the elevator shaft. Once I had gathered enough strength, I made my way down the stairs to the lobby and out into the cool night air. The city was quiet, the streets empty. I walked a few blocks to my apartment, each step a reminder of the fragility of life and the thin line between routine and catastrophe. The next day, I reported the incident to building management, who were horrified and promised an immediate investigation. As for me, I was just grateful to be alive. My harrowing escape a stark reminder of how quickly things could change and the importance of remaining calm under pressure. The experience left me with a newfound appreciation for every safe step I took, both literally and metaphorically. Story 22. The desolate stretch of highway slicing through the Mojave Desert had always intrigued me with its stark beauty and the promise of solitude. That fascination prompted me to embark on a road trip, a journey to clear my mind and seek inspiration away from the clamor of city life. My car, laden with supplies and anticipation, hummed beneath the relentless sun, the landscape around me a blend of breathtaking vistas and formidable emptiness. It was on the second day, miles away from the nearest town, when the unexpected happened. My car sputtered and jerked before coming to a complete stop, its engine dead. A quick check under the hood confirmed my worst fears: a blown radiator hose, irreparable with the basic tools I carried. My cell phone, useless without a signal in this remote expanse, lay beside me, as isolated as I was. Realizing the gravity of my situation, I assessed my supplies: a few bottles of water, some non-perishable food, and basic survival gear. with the nearest hint of civilization a vague memory miles back down the road. I decided to walk, hoping to find help, or at least a spot where my phone could catch a signal. The sun beat down mercilessly, the temperature soaring as it climbed higher in the sky. Each step raised puffs of dust, and the vast, open desert offered no respite from the heat. I donned a wide-brimmed hat and sunglasses, wrapping a light scarf around my mouth and nose to protect against the swirling dust. My backpack, heavy with water, became a cumbersome burden as I trudged along the seemingly endless road. As hours passed, the relentless sun began taking its toll. My water supply dwindled alarmingly fast, each sip a measured effort to conserve what little I had. The road shimmered in the heat, and the horizon wavered, blurring the line between reality and illusion. Hallucinations crept into my vision, taunting me with mirages of water and shelter just out of reach. I pressed on, driven by a desperate hope that salvation lay just beyond the next rise. Occasionally a vehicle would appear, a distant speck that grew into a fleeting hope of rescue. I waved my arms, my movements growing frantic as each car approached. But one by one, they passed by, their drivers indifferent, or perhaps too wary to stop for a lone figure in the desert. Each rejection was a blow, sinking me deeper into despair. The isolation was complete, the silence only broken by the howling of the wind. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, my situation grew dire. I was exhausted, dehydrated, and slowly losing the battle against despair. My steps faltered, my vision blurred, and in my delirium I stumbled off the road, collapsing onto the hot, coarse sand. The coolness of the evening brought a measure of clarity, and I realized I could not survive another day like this. Using the last of my energy, I managed to crawl back to the road, setting up a small, reflective emergency blanket in a final, desperate attempt to signal for help. As night fell, the temperature dropped rapidly, the desert's extreme climate proving just as harsh in its coldness as it had been under the scorching sun. I huddled under the blanket, shivering, my thoughts drifting to loved ones and all the possible outcomes of my folly. The vulnerability of my position struck me fully then, alone and invisible in the vast desert night. It was in the depth of that darkness that headlights finally swept across my makeshift camp. A truck slowed, its engine a growl in the quiet. Heart pounding, I gathered my strength and stood, waving weakly as it approached. The truck stopped, and a couple, cautious but concerned, offered me water and a ride to the nearest town. Relief washed over me in an overwhelming wave as I climbed into the truck's warm cabin. They were tourists from another state, exploring the desert's famed Route 66, and had almost missed the glint of my emergency blanket in their headlights. The ride to safety was quiet, my saviors respecting my need to process the ordeal. At the town's small clinic, I was treated for dehydration and exposure, my recovery slow but steady. The experience left me profoundly changed, more aware of the fragility of life and the indiscriminate power of nature. I was lucky to have survived, and I knew it. Later, as I recounted my story to a local journalist, I emphasized the perils of underestimating the desert. My tale served as a cautionary account, reminding others of the respect and preparation such an environment demanded. The desert, I learned, was not just a place of beauty and solitude, but also a realm where the line between life and death could be as thin as the edge of a knife. Story 23. The shrill sound of sirens pierced the quiet of the early morning, rousing me from a restless sleep. It was still dark outside, the neighborhood bathed in the eerie glow of flashing emergency lights. Disoriented, I stumbled to the window, pulling aside the curtain just as a loudspeaker announcement echoed through the streets, instructing everyone to evacuate immediately due to a chemical spill at the nearby industrial park. The factory, a constant and largely ignored presence at the edge of our community, had always been a point of contention, with ongoing debates about safety and environmental concerns. Now it seemed the worst had happened. As I tried to process the situation, a sharp, acrid smell seeped into my home, a tangible reminder of the danger lurking invisibly in the air. Grabbing a scarf to cover my nose and mouth, I hurried to gather a few essentials: my ID, some cash, a flashlight, and a bottle of water. Outside, the street was already teeming with neighbors, their faces marked by confusion and fear as they scrambled towards safety. The designated evacuation point, a community center on the outskirts of town, was several miles away, and with roads likely congested, I decided to make my way on foot. The journey was surreal. The early morning darkness was intermittently lit by the red and blue lights of passing emergency vehicles, their sirens adding to the cacophony of honking cars and the distant, persistent wail of alarm systems. People pushed past each other, some still in their nightclothes, carrying children or leading pets. The sharp stench of chemicals hung heavy in the air, making it difficult to breathe even through the fabric of my makeshift mask. I pressed on, my eyes stinging and my throat burning with each breath. The local high school's football field, usually a shortcut to the community center, was cordoned off, emergency workers in hazmat suits milling about. A makeshift barrier redirected the flow of evacuees, and I overheard snippets of conversation about a secondary spill runoff from the initial accident, now contaminating the soil and groundwater. The detour took us through residential backstreets, areas less familiar to me. Here, the chaos was magnified, with residents pouring out of side roads, joining the main throng of evacuees. Police officers and firefighters tried to maintain order, directing traffic and helping the more vulnerable. I saw an elderly man struggling to keep pace, his steps faltering. Pausing, I offered him my arm, and together we continued, moving slowly but steadily through the crowded streets. As we neared the community center, the sun began to rise, casting a pale, unsettling light on the scene. The evacuation point was a hive of activity, volunteers distributing masks and water bottles, medical staff attending to those in distress. The air was thick with the sound of people seeking information, reuniting with family members, or simply trying to come to terms with a sudden upheaval in their lives. After ensuring the elderly man was safe and receiving care, I checked in at the registration desk. The workers there, a mix of local authorities and Red Cross volunteers, were efficiently managing the logistics of the evacuation, but the strain was evident on their faces. They confirmed what many of us feared: the spill was significant, a toxic cocktail of chemicals that had escaped containment and posed serious health risks. Cleanup would take weeks, if not longer, and it was unclear when or if we would be able to return to our homes. Settling into a corner of the crowded gymnasium, I tried to take stock of my situation. Around me, people were making phone calls, comforting children, or staring off into space, overwhelmed. I thought about the factory, its stacks usually a distant part of the skyline, now the source of so much disruption. It was a stark reminder of the dangers that industrial accidents pose to communities, especially those like ours, nestled in the shadow of such facilities. The hours passed with agonizing slowness. Officials provided updates, their voices occasionally drowned out by the murmur of the crowd. I learned more about the chemicals involved, primarily industrial solvents, highly toxic and capable of causing severe health issues upon prolonged exposure. The reality of what could have been, had the evacuation been delayed, settled heavily on my shoulders. Eventually, arrangements were made for longer-term accommodations for those displaced. Buses arrived to transport us to nearby towns where emergency shelters had been set up. As I boarded one of the buses, I took one last look back at the community center, now a temporary refuge for those caught in the disaster. The road ahead was uncertain. We faced days, perhaps even weeks, of displacement, cleanup efforts, and possibly long-term health repercussions. But amidst the fear and uncertainty, there was also a sense of community, a collective resilience that promised we would face these challenges together, supporting one another through whatever lay ahead. Story 24. The allure of the unexplored had always drawn us, a group of amateur spelunkers, to seek adventure in the Earth's hidden depths. Our destination was Whistler's Cave, named for the eerie sounds the wind made as it passed through its narrow openings. It was said to be a place of breathtaking formations and challenging passages, perfect for a day of exploration with friends. Armed with helmets, headlamps, and our modest caving experience, we descended into the cool, damp darkness early that morning. The cave welcomed us with its ancient stony embrace, its walls glistening with moisture and the air heavy with the earthy scent of mud and stone. Our lights danced across jagged stalactites and stalagmites, casting long shadows that flickered around us as we moved deeper into the cave. For hours we crawled, climbed, and marveled at the subterranean beauty around us. Laughter and shouts of amazement echoed off the walls, the stark contrast to the solemn silence that had reigned for millennia. It was exhilarating, pushing further into the Earth's depths, each turn and dip a new discovery. But as we ventured deeper, the unexpected happened. A rumbling sound, low and menacing, rolled through the cave like distant thunder. Before we could react, it crescendoed into a deafening roar as part of the ceiling collapsed, sending rocks and debris crashing down. We scrambled for cover, hearts racing as dust filled the air. When the chaos settled, we found ourselves cut off from our original path. Boulders piled high where the passage once lay, their immensity and the unstable rubble around them making it clear the way back was irrevocably blocked. Panic set in quickly. Our headlamps pierced the dust-laden darkness, revealing the frightened faces of my friends. The air, thick with particulates, made each breath a gritty effort. We checked our supplies, water, some food, but not nearly enough for the uncertain hours that lay ahead. Oxygen wasn't a concern yet, but it would become one if we couldn't find a way out soon. I tried to rally the group. We need to stay calm. Let's check for another exit. There has to be another way out, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. Together we started to explore the adjacent passages, our movements slow and deliberate to avoid further destabilizing the area. Hours passed as we searched, the weight of the mountain above us a constant pressure on our minds. Every shadow seemed a specter of doom, every small noise a potential warning of another collapse. The cave, once a place of wonder, had turned into a labyrinthine trap. As we navigated through a particularly narrow passage, we discovered a small opening partially blocked by loose rocks and sediment. It was tight, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through, but it was our best hope. One by one, we worked to clear the debris, the task arduous and fraught with the risk of causing more material to cave in. With the passage cleared, we faced the daunting task of squeezing through it. I went first, pulling myself along, the rocks scraping against my back and chest. It was suffocating, the oppressive darkness and narrow walls closing in, feeding the claws of claustrophobia that threatened to immobilize me. But the thought of staying trapped was worse, and I pushed forward with everything I had. Emerging on the other side, I found myself in a smaller chamber, my headlamp illuminating what looked like another passage leading upward. One by one, my friends followed, each arrival a small victory against the mountain that held us captive. The passage sloped upwards, and we climbed, our bodies weary but driven by the primal urge to escape. Time lost meaning as we ascended, the passage narrowing and then widening, the air growing cooler, a sign that we were nearing the surface. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, we saw a sliver of light, faint but unmistakably daylight, filtering through a small opening above us. Energized by the sight, we climbed the final few feet, emerging one by one into the twilight of the early evening. We were on a small hillside, a moderate hike from where we had entered the cave. The relief was overwhelming, and we embraced, laughing and crying in the fading light, the ordeal behind us. Back at our camp, as we recounted our story by the fire, the cave seemed like a distant nightmare. But the experience had changed us, knitting us closer together through shared peril and triumph. We had faced our fears, relied on each other, and emerged not just survivors, but stronger and more connected than before. Our brush with real danger in the depths of Whistler's Cave taught us respect for the earth, for its hidden powers, and for the fragile grip we have on life. It was a lesson we would carry with us forever, a stark reminder of the risks adventurers face in their quest for the unknown. Story 25. The excitement of a lifetime was upon us as we embarked on a safari adventure in the vast savannas of Africa, eager to witness the majestic wildlife in its natural habitat. Our guide, a seasoned expert with years of experience in the wild, steered our rugged safari vehicle through the sprawling landscapes of Kenya, pointing out each animal and bird species with a story of its own. As the golden hour approached, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, our guide took us deeper into a known lion territory, a place where visitors could witness the kings of the jungle in their regal demeanor. We were not disappointed. A pride of lions lounged in the distance, their casual power evident even from afar. Cameras clicked and faces beamed with excitement as we watched cubs play under the watchful eyes of lionesses. However, the awe-inspiring experience took a sudden turn when our vehicle jerked and made a grinding noise. The engine sputtered and died, leaving us stationary in the heart of lion territory. Our guide's attempts to restart the engine were futile. The vehicle was unresponsive, and the realization dawned on us all that we were stranded. The guide's face tightened with concern as he instructed us in a calm, firm tone to remain silent and avoid any sudden movements. The sun was setting, and the encroaching darkness brought a chilling uncertainty. With no cell service in this remote part of the reserve and the radio crackling with static, our isolation felt complete. As night fell, the sounds of the savannah grew louder, the distant calls of hyenas, the rustle of grass, and the soft footsteps of nocturnal creatures moving around our vehicle. The lions we had admired from a distance were now a source of palpable tension. Every so often, the flash of eyes in the headlights' residual glow reminded us that we were not alone. Inside the vehicle, whispers of fear and prayers mingled. The guide tried to assure us by explaining that the vehicle, with its closed windows and doors, acted as a metal cage that would likely deter the lions from coming closer. Yet, the close proximity to these apex predators, especially at night when they are most active, tested the nerves of even the most adventurous among us. The hours stretched endlessly. We took turns keeping watch, our eyes straining in the darkness to detect any movement. The guide periodically attempted to radio for help, but without success. As the temperature dropped, we huddled together for warmth, sharing water and the few snacks we had among us. Throughout the night, the reality of our vulnerability was palpable. At one point, a lioness approached our vehicle, her gaze intense and calculating. We froze, barely breathing, as she circled around, her figure a ghostly shadow against the faint moonlight. The vehicle creaked under her weight as she sniffed curiously, but eventually, she retreated back into the darkness, leaving us in relieved silence. By the first light of dawn, our strained eyes welcomed the sight of another safari vehicle approaching from a distance. Our guide's radio crackles finally bore fruit, as a rescue team had been dispatched at the break of dawn from the camp. The relief among us was overwhelming as we were transferred to the new vehicle, every movement cautious and every sound magnified in our heightened state of alertness. As we drove back to the safety of the camp, the sun rose fully, casting a warm glow over the savannah. The night's events seemed surreal in the light of day, a stark reminder of the unpredictable nature of the wild and the fine line between adventure and peril. Back at the camp, over a much-needed breakfast, we recounted our ordeal to other guests, our story interwoven with relief and a newfound respect for the wilderness. The experience, while harrowing, underscored the raw beauty and inherent risks of the natural world. This safari encounter, initially sought for the thrill and beauty of the African wildlife, taught us all a profound lesson in humility and respect for nature's untamed forces. It was a reminder that here, in the heart of the wild, humans were not the rulers but privileged spectators, at the mercy of the natural order and the creatures that inhabit it. The memory of that night, under the stars and the watchful eyes of lions, would linger in our minds, a poignant mix of fear, awe, and gratitude for the dawn that brought us to safety. Story 26. The evening had started like any other, with me leaving the office late after a long day of work. The city was bustling as usual, the streets alive with the glow of streetlights and the constant hum of traffic. Little did I know my ordinary night was about to spiral into an unimaginable ordeal. As I approached my car in the dimly lit parking lot, a black van abruptly blocked my path. Before I could react, several figures in dark clothing and ski masks jumped out. I tried to run, but it was too late. They grabbed me, covering my mouth to stifle my screams, and shoved me into the van. The world became a blur of panic and confusion as the van sped away. Inside, my captors didn't speak much. The few words they exchanged were terse and laced with anger. I was too shocked to speak, my mind racing to understand why this was happening. It wasn't until we reached our destination, a dark, abandoned warehouse, that the reality of the situation began to sink in. They dragged me inside, where the dim light did little to dispel the darkness. I was bound to a chair, the rough ropes biting into my wrists and ankles. As I struggled against my restraints, one of the kidnappers finally spoke. "You know why you're here," he growled, a statement rather than a question. I shook my head frantically, confusion written all over my face. "I have no idea what's going on," I managed to stammer, my voice trembling with fear. The leader, a tall, imposing figure, stepped into the light. "Don't play dumb, Marco. You thought you could hide from us. We found you, and it's time to pay for what you did." My mind reeled. Marco, they had the wrong person. I was just an average Joe, not some criminal named Marco. I tried to convince them of their mistake, but my pleas seemed to fall on deaf ears. They discussed their plans for retribution, speaking of things that made my blood run cold. I had to convince them of their error before it was too late. As I listened to their plans, I realized I needed a strategy. I needed details, something concrete to prove I was not who they thought I was. "Listen, please," I implored, my voice steadier now that I had a clear goal. "My name is not Marco. I'm Daniel. I work at Jennings Corp, downtown. You can check my ID in my wallet. Please, you have to believe me." The skepticism on their faces was palpable as one of them, hesitantly, checked my wallet. He pulled out my driver's license and company ID, examining them under a flashlight. The room grew tense as they all looked at the evidence. The leader took a long look at the IDs, then back at me. "This could be a fake," he muttered, but the uncertainty in his voice was a small victory, a glimmer of doubt. "I have a family," I continued, my voice cracking. "You can call my wife. Please check my story. I'm just a normal guy. I'm not this Marco person." There was a long pause as they conferred in hushed tones. The possibility of a grievous error seemed to weigh on them now. Finally, the leader nodded at one of his men, who reluctantly dialed a number on his phone. The conversation that followed was the longest few minutes of my life. I heard snippets of my captor confirming details with my wife, her voice frantic and terrified. When he finally ended the call, the tension was nearly palpable. We might have made a mistake, he admitted grudgingly, avoiding my eyes. The relief that washed over me was indescribable, but I knew it wasn't over yet. They debated what to do with me, now a witness to their criminal activities. In the end, perhaps seeing no other viable option, they decided to let me go. They drove me blindfolded to a remote location and released me with a chilling warning to keep quiet about the entire incident. As they disappeared into the night, I stumbled towards the nearest street, overwhelmed by a mix of relief and the sobering realization of how quickly life can change. The aftermath was a blur of police reports and sleepless nights. The fear and trauma of the kidnapping lingered, casting long shadows over my daily life. However, the ordeal also left me with a profound appreciation for my mundane existence and the precariousness of fate. Mistaken identity, a simple error in the eyes of my captors, had plunged me into a nightmare. It was a stark reminder of the fragility of security and the strength required to face unfounded accusations with the hope of proving one's innocence in the face of imminent danger. Story 27. Early morning jogs had always been my solace, a way to clear my mind before the start of a busy day. That morning the park was particularly serene, a soft mist hanging over the grass, the air cool and fresh. The usual crowd of early risers seemed absent, giving me a rare sense of solitude as I picked up my pace along the familiar trail. As I rounded a bend, my sense of peace was shattered by a sudden growl. There, blocking the narrow path ahead, was a large dog, its fur bristled and lips curled back in a snarl. Its eyes were fixed on me, intense and unblinking. The dog was clearly agitated, and there was no owner in sight. It seemed to be alone. My heart pounded in my chest as I came to an abrupt halt. I knew enough about dogs to recognize the signs of aggression and the potential danger I was in. The dog was positioned between me and the only exit from this part of the park, the trail that led back to the main road and the safety of the neighborhood. I took a slow, calming breath, trying to quell my rising panic. I knew that running could trigger a chase response, and with the dog's size and power, I doubted my ability to outrun it. I needed to think clearly and act wisely to navigate this situation safely. I remembered reading that it was important to avoid direct eye contact, which could be perceived as a challenge by a dog. I kept my eyes downcast, glancing sideways to monitor the dog's movements without staring directly. I spoke in a soft, soothing tone, an attempt to show that I was not a threat. "It's okay, boy," I murmured, though my voice shook despite my efforts to sound calm. The dog's growling did not cease, and it took a few tentative steps toward me, teeth still bared. I remained still, knowing that any sudden movement on my part could escalate its aggression. I needed to keep the situation from spiraling while I figured out a way to either calm the dog enough to slip by or retreat slowly without provoking an attack. Slowly, I began to back away, taking small, careful steps. The dog's eyes followed every movement, its body tense. I continued to speak quietly, hoping to convey reassurance. "Good boy, you're okay," I repeated, my back inching towards a tree. Reaching the tree, I allowed myself a moment to think. My phone was in my armband, but with no one else around, calling for help seemed futile. My best chance was to try to navigate past the dog without causing it to charge. As I pondered my next move, the dog took another step forward, its growl deepening. It was then I noticed a stick on the ground near the tree. An idea flashed through my mind. Perhaps I could use it to distract the dog, to throw it far enough away that the dog might chase it, giving me a chance to escape. It was a risk, but one that might be worth taking. I bent slowly, keeping my movements smooth and non-threatening, and picked up the stick. I held it out slightly, shaking it gently. "Want to play?" Fetch, I ventured, the words feeling absurd under the circumstances but delivered in a hopeful tone. The dog paused, its head tilting slightly as it regarded the stick. Then, to my relief, its posture relaxed slightly, the growling subsiding. Seizing the moment, I tossed the stick far to the side, into the bushes. The dog's instinct took over. It bolted after the stick, its aggression momentarily forgotten. Wasting no time, I turned and sprinted down the path, not stopping to look back until I had reached the safety of the park's main road. My heart raced and my breath came in gasps, both from the run and the adrenaline surging through my body. Once safe, I took a moment to steady myself, leaning against a park bench. The encounter had shaken me deeply, serving as a stark reminder of the unpredictability of animals and the importance of remaining calm and thinking strategically under pressure. I reported the incident to park authorities, describing the dog in case it was lost or had shown aggression before. They promised to send a ranger to check the area and to contact local animal control. The experience left me wary, a shadow cast over my morning jogs. For the next few days, I chose to run in more populated areas, the memory of the aggressive dog lingering in my mind. It was a reminder that while the park was a place of beauty and tranquility, it was also a shared space, where the wildness of nature could sometimes intrude in unexpected and frightening ways. Story 28. It began as a typical spring day, the sky slightly overcast with the promise of rain, a common enough occurrence in our small river town. By mid-afternoon, however, the rain had intensified, falling in relentless, heavy sheets that seemed unusual even for our storm-accustomed community. The river, usually a gentle stream, swelled ominously, consuming its banks at an alarming rate. I watched anxiously from my window as the water encroached upon the town, the streets quickly transforming into turbulent streams. The authorities had issued flood warnings earlier, advising residents to prepare for potential evacuation, but nothing had hinted at the rapidity or severity of the flood that was unfolding. By evening, the situation had deteriorated drastically. The power went out, plunging the neighborhood into darkness, punctuated only by the intermittent flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. As water started seeping under the doors and through the cracks in the foundation, I realized with a sinking heart that my home, like many others, was not built to withstand such a deluge. With little time to think and act, I scrambled to gather essential supplies: bottled water, non-perishable food, a flashlight, and some blankets. My cell phone, charged but with no service in the chaos, felt like a lifeline in waiting. The water level inside the house rose quickly, urging me to abandon my futile efforts to salvage anything else. I retreated to the second floor, watching in horror as my belongings were swallowed by the murky water below. The true gravity of my predicament hit when the water continued to rise, reaching the second floor. The house groaned under the strain of the flood, its frame creaking ominously. Realizing the perilous potential of being trapped inside, I made the decision to climb onto the roof, a precarious but necessary refuge. Breaking through the attic to access the roof was physically exhausting and emotionally draining. Once outside, the expanse of the disaster around me was fully visible. The town was a dark, churning sea, illuminated sporadically by lightning streaks that revealed the destructive dance of debris, uprooted trees, parts of structures, and unidentifiable flotsam that made the water even more perilous. Perched on the roof, soaked to the bone and shivering, I wrapped myself in a blanket, trying to shield my body from the relentless rain. The night stretched on, each hour a battle against despair and hypothermia. I used my flashlight to signal SOS, hoping against hope that someone would see it through the storm. As the long night turned into dawn, the rain finally began to ease, giving way to a gray, misty morning. The water was still rising, albeit more slowly now, and I could see other residents on their roofs, some waving for help, others too exhausted or resigned to signal. The sound of a distant helicopter brought a surge of hope. Rescue operations were underway, the local authorities and National Guard mobilized to assist stranded residents. The helicopter hovered over the area, a National Guard member assessing the situation through binoculars. My heart raced as I frantically waved my flashlight, now coupled with a piece of bright clothing I had found in my attic. It seemed like hours, but the rescue team finally made their way to me. A rescue basket was lowered, and a guard shouted instructions over the roar of the helicopter blades. Climbing into the basket was terrifying, the wind from the blades, the swaying motion, but the relief of being pulled up and away from the imminent danger was overwhelming. Once aboard the helicopter, wrapped in a blanket and sipping on warm soup provided by the rescue team, I looked down at the submerged town. The extent of the flood was catastrophic, a sobering reminder of nature's unforgiving power. The helicopter made several more trips, rescuing other residents stranded on rooftops. We were eventually taken to a nearby relief center set up in a high school on higher ground. There, reunited with neighbors and friends, we shared our stories, each person's tale a testament to the suddenness and severity of the flood. In the days that followed, the community banded together, supported by state and national relief efforts. The flood had changed the landscape of our town, both physically and in the spirit of our community. The rebuilding process would be long and challenging, but the resilience shown by the townspeople and the outpouring of aid and support provided a foundation of hope and strength to move forward. Surviving the flood left me with a profound respect for the environment and the unpredictable power of water. It was a harrowing reminder of the importance of emergency preparedness and community support in the face of natural disasters. As I helped with recovery efforts in the weeks to come, I knew this experience would forever shape my appreciation for life's fragility and the strength of human solidarity. Story 29. Vacationing in a bustling city, staying at a high-rise hotel promised panoramic views and luxurious comfort. But one night that promise turned perilous. I awoke abruptly to the shrill sound of alarms slicing through the air, the room intermittently lit by the red flashing of emergency lights. Confusion and disorientation clouded my mind until the pungent smell of smoke filled my nostrils, catapulting me into action. I leaped out of bed, scrambling for my room's door to check the hallway. Heat pressed against the back of the door as I placed my hand on it, an unmistakable warning sign not to open it. Peering through the peephole, I saw the hallway choked with thick, billowing smoke, making the main escape routes visibly impassable. My heart raced as the gravity of the situation set in. I was trapped, and the building was undoubtedly on fire. Quickly, I remembered the fire safety tips I had heard over the years. I wet a towel in the bathroom and stuffed it at the base of the door to block some of the smoke seeping in. Grabbing another damp towel, I wrapped it around my mouth and nose, creating a makeshift filter to help me breathe through the smoke if I needed to venture out. Armed with my phone's flashlight, I decided to head for the fire escape, which my emergency exit map showed was located at the end of the hallway, opposite the direction of the thick smoke I could see from my peephole. I knew staying put could become increasingly dangerous if the fire spread rapidly. I opened the door just enough to peek out to my left. The way was clearer, the smoke less dense, a sign that the fire was concentrated on the other side of the floor. Stepping into the hallway, the alarm's deafening blare was disorienting, and the smoke stung my eyes, making them water profusely. I blinked through the tears, my flashlight beam cutting a path through the darkness. As I moved, I heard cries and coughing from other rooms, other guests trapped and afraid, unsure of what to do. Knocking on doors as I passed, I called out, "Head to the fire escape. Cover your mouth and stay low." Some doors swung open, revealing frightened faces, families, couples, and solo travelers, all awoken from sleep into a nightmare. I urged them to follow me, creating a small group bound by mutual need for survival. Together we crawled to stay below the smoke, moving slowly but steadily towards the fire escape. The heat intensified as we approached, a sign that the fire was not far from overtaking the entire floor. Reaching the fire escape door, I felt a wave of relief. It was accessible, and the stairs beyond were clear of smoke and flames. Opening the door, I ushered the group inside, counting heads as they entered. We descended rapidly but cautiously, the metallic clang of the stairs echoing in the narrow stairwell. The lower we got, the fresher the air became, a hopeful sign that we would make it out safely. However, our descent was halted abruptly a few floors down by others coming up from below, their faces etched with fear and frustration. "It's blocked further down," one man exclaimed, out of breath. "We need to try another stairwell or find a safe floor to wait on." My heart sank, but panic was not an option. Thinking quickly, I led our group back up to the nearest floor that was free of smoke. We entered a hallway, finding it untouched by fire. Here, I advised everyone to stay put while I checked other escape routes. Using my phone, now low on battery, I managed to call emergency services. I relayed our location and the situation, the operator assuring me that firefighters were already on site and doing everything possible to reach us. Returning to the group, I relayed the information, trying to keep everyone calm. We gathered in a room someone had thankfully left open, sharing water from the minibar and comforting one another as we waited for rescue. The community spirit was strong. Despite the fear, everyone shared what they had, and we kept each other hopeful. After what felt like an eternity, we heard the distant sound of firefighters making their way through the building. The door eventually burst open, revealing firefighters in full gear who quickly assessed our group for injuries before guiding us safely down an alternative route they had cleared. Once outside, the cool night air had never felt so fresh. We watched as flames licked the upper stories of the hotel, firefighters battling the blaze. Relief washed over me, mixed with disbelief at the night's terrifying events. We had escaped, thanks to a collective effort and the bravery of first responders. In the aftermath, as we were cared for by emergency services and the Red Cross, the reality of our brush with death sank in. My vacation had turned into a fight for survival, a stark reminder of how quickly situations can change and the critical importance of emergency preparedness. Grateful for my life, and for the lives of those I helped save. I knew this experience would forever change how I view each new day, never to be taken for granted again. Story 30. The allure of capturing the stark, untouched beauty of the Arctic had drawn our small team of photographers deep into its frozen heart. Enthusiasm ran high as we trekked across the seemingly endless expanse of ice and snow, each of us bundled in layers upon layers to stave off the biting cold. We were well prepared, or so we thought, for the unpredictable nature of the Arctic. On what began as a clear, crisp morning, our group ventured further north than we had before, eager to photograph a particularly remote area rumored to have breathtaking ice formations. Spirits were high, cameras ready, as we navigated the terrain, our guide leading us with confident strides. However, as afternoon approached, the sky, which had been a brilliant blue, began to darken ominously. Our guide, Anders, a seasoned Arctic explorer, eyed the clouds with concern. He warned that weather conditions could deteriorate rapidly, advising us to stay close and remain vigilant. Despite the warning, the change came with startling speed. A fierce snowstorm swept in, reducing visibility to mere feet in front of us. The wind howled like a living thing, a piercing cry that seemed to swallow sound and orientation alike. In the chaos, I found myself separated from the group. One moment I was adjusting my camera gear, and the next I was alone, visibility shrouded by a curtain of white. Panic set in as the real severity of my situation became apparent. I called out, but my voice was carried away by the wind, unheard. The temperature plummeted as the storm intensified, and I knew I needed to find shelter or risk hypothermia or worse. Using what little visibility I had, I stumbled through the blizzard, searching for any form of shelter. The landscape was alien, transformed by the storm into an endless swirl of white. Time seemed to stretch and bend in the cold. Finally, I spotted a slight depression in the snow near a large ice formation, a potential spot to shield myself from the relentless wind. With effort numbed by the cold, I used my hands to dig into the snow, carving out a small cave. My fingers, though protected by gloves, quickly grew stiff and numb. I lined the bottom of the shelter with the extra clothing I carried in my backpack, creating a barrier between myself and the ice. Settling into this makeshift refuge, I wrapped myself tightly in my emergency thermal blanket, its reflective material crucial to retaining body heat. The storm raged on as hours passed in the shelter. The sense of isolation was complete, an oppressive silence filling the air, broken only by the whistle and roar of the wind outside. My thoughts drifted to my team, hoping they had noticed my absence and were safe themselves. Concern for my own safety weighed heavily, the uncertainty of rescue a dark cloud in my mind. I realized the importance of staying mentally active to combat the cold and fear. I meticulously checked my camera equipment, cleaned my lenses, and even attempted to document my unexpected predicament, though my hands shook from the cold. Each small task helped keep panic at bay, focusing my mind away from the direness of my situation. As the daylight began to fade, the reality of spending the night in this frozen tomb loomed large. I rationed the small amount of food and water I had, knowing that conserving energy and hydration was essential. Throughout the night, I forced myself to move my limbs periodically, staving off the stiffness and lethargy that the cold induced. By the time the storm abated, it was deep into the night. The once furious winds dwindled to a mere whisper, and the snow ceased its relentless assault. I ventured out of my shelter, the landscape eerily quiet and transformed by fresh layers of snow. The stars, bright and clear in the Arctic sky, provided a scant amount of light. Using the stars as a guide, I began the arduous task of finding my way back. Each step was tentative, the snow deep and treacherous. After what felt like hours, a faint light appeared in the distance, hope ignited within me, pushing my weary body forward. It was a search party, led by Anders, their headlamps cutting through the darkness. Relief washed over me as they reached me, their faces a mix of relief and concern. Anders explained that once the storm had started, they quickly realized I was missing and waited out the worst of it before starting their search. The journey back to camp was a blur, exhaustion and relief mingling as I leaned on the support of my rescuers. Back at camp, warmth and safety never felt so precious. My ordeal had been a stark reminder of the Arctic's brutal beauty and ferocity, a lesson in respect for nature's power and the fragility of human endurance. This harrowing experience left a deep imprint on me, a mixture of awe for the natural world's might and gratitude for the human spirit's resilience. The Arctic, with its severe and majestic landscapes, had tested me to the limits, and I had emerged, humbled yet stronger, with a profound new respect for the wild. Story 31. Paris, the City of Light, had always been on my bucket list, but not for the usual reasons. While others dreamt of the Eiffel Tower or romantic walks along the Seine, my fascination lay underground in the mysterious catacombs where history lay interred in the dark. On a chilly autumn day, I found myself standing before the narrow entrance to this underworld, a stark contrast to the bustling city above. The catacombs of Paris, a labyrinth of old quarry tunnels repurposed to hold the remains of over 6 million people, have long intrigued historians and adventurers alike. Today, only a small portion is open to the public, but that didn't deter me. My heart thumped with excitement and a touch of fear as I joined a group of tourists, led by a guide named Marcel, a stout man with a deep knowledge of the catacombs' grim history. As we descended the narrow, spiraling stone steps, Marcel recounted tales of the catacombs. Created in the late 18th century to solve the city's overflowing cemetery problem, these tunnels had been filled with bones transferred from the cemeteries during the night in a procession of black draped carts. The walls, now neatly lined with femurs and skulls, bore silent witness to these bygone eras. The deeper we ventured, the cooler and damper the air became. Electric lights, installed along the path, cast eerie shadows on the bones, making the faces of the skulls seem to flicker with ghostly expressions. Marcel explained that many of the skulls had been arranged decoratively, a macabre form of art from a time when death was ever present and perhaps needed to be made more palatable. Halfway through the tour, as the group started their return to the surface, a restless curiosity tugged at me. I needed to see more. Noticing a dimly lit passage barred by a rusted chain, I hesitated only a moment before stepping over it and heading deeper into the uncharted catacombs. Marcel's distant warning was drowned out by the blood rushing in my ears. The path I chose quickly devolved from well-trodden to barely visible. The electric lights faded behind me, replaced by the feeble glow of old gas lamps that did little to fend off the dark. My footsteps echoed off the walls, a lonely sound swallowed by the enveloping blackness. I walked slower, my phone's flashlight piercing the darkness ahead. The passage narrowed, and the air grew musty, filled with the scent of earth and decay. It was here, in this constricted space, that the first flutter of true fear rose in my chest. I paused, listening. The silence in the catacombs was profound, punctuated only by the distant, indistinct sounds of what could be water dripping, or was it something else? Determined to push forward, I continued until the unthinkable happened. My phone flickered and died, plunging me into an oppressive darkness. Panic set in as I fumbled in my pockets for the small flashlight I had thankfully brought. Its beam seemed pitifully weak in the engulfing black, revealing little more than the next few steps. Realizing the severity of my situation, I decided to turn back, but which way? In my fascination and fear, I had lost all sense of direction. Each turn looked the same, each corridor a mirror of the next. The skulls seemed to leer at me from their shadowy niches, their empty eye sockets watching my futile efforts to escape their realm. Hours might have passed, or merely minutes. Time warped in the darkness as I wandered, increasingly desperate. My thoughts spiraled into despair. Would I be found, or would I become another ghostly inhabitant of these tunnels? I shouted for help, but only echoes answered, mocking my fear. Just when all hope seemed lost, a distant hum pierced the silence. Electricity. The lights flickered weakly to life, a sight so welcome that I nearly wept. Guided by this dim beacon, I retraced my steps, each one bringing me closer to the world of the living. Emerging into the cool night air of Paris, I took deep, shaking breaths, each one a reminder of the life I had almost lost beneath the city. The streets were quiet, the city unsuspecting of the drama that had unfolded in the depths below. My adventure in the catacombs had started as a journey into history, but it became a confrontation with my own mortality, a reminder that some mysteries are better left undisturbed. As I walked away, the weight of the city above felt like a protective cloak, shielding me from the dark whispers of the past that echoed in the chambers of the dead. Story 32. The day had dawned clear and bright, a perfect bluebird sky above the pristine slopes of my favorite ski resort. As an avid skier, I reveled in these conditions, where every swish of the skis sent a spray of powdery snow sparkling in the sunlight. Eager to make the most of the day, I arrived early, planning to spend as much time as possible on the slopes. By noon, I had already done several runs, the cold, crisp air invigorating me more with each descent. Despite the perfect morning, the weather at the mountain can be unpredictable, and as I queued for another lift ride, I noticed the clouds gathering ominously. The weather forecast hadn't mentioned a storm, but the mountain had its own microclimate, and it seemed a bout of bad weather was brewing. As I ascended on the ski lift, the wind began to pick up, howling around me. It tugged at my jacket and whipped the snow into a frenzied dance, rapidly decreasing visibility. The chairlift swayed under the force, and a sense of unease settled in my stomach. I pulled my jacket tighter around myself, regretting my decision to head up once more. Halfway up the mountain, disaster struck. With a lurch, the lift came to a jarring halt, swaying violently in the wind. Stranded, I looked around in alarm. The resort seemed to have vanished behind a curtain of white as the snowstorm intensified. I was alone, high above the ground, the nearest support tower barely visible through the blizzard. The initial shock quickly turned to concern. I checked my phone, but the battery was low, and there was no signal this high up. My heart sank as I realized the severity of my situation. The temperature was dropping rapidly as evening approached, and I wasn't dressed for prolonged exposure to extreme cold. I knew I had to stay warm. Hypothermia could set in quickly in such conditions. I rummaged through my backpack, grateful for my habit of packing emergency supplies. I found a thermal blanket and wrapped it around myself, tucking my hands into my armpits for warmth. The blanket crinkled loudly against the howling wind, a small shield against the relentless cold. The hours began to drag on, each minute stretching out endlessly. The storm showed no signs of abating, and darkness began to fall, the light fading until I was enveloped in shadows. The cold bit through my layers, numbing my face and fingers. I forced myself to move my limbs periodically, trying to keep the blood flowing. To distract myself from the cold and fear, I replayed happier memories of skiing, focusing on the sensation of freedom and exhilaration I felt swooping down the slopes. I thought of my family, hoping they would raise the alarm when I didn't return on time. The thought of being missed, of someone searching for me, provided a small comfort. However, as night fully settled, despair crept in. The wind seemed to carry voices, the snow like whispers around me. I shouted for help periodically, but my voice was swallowed by the storm. I wondered if anyone could even access the lift in these conditions, if they even knew I was missing yet. In the pitch black, with the storm raging around me, survival felt like a distant dream. But I knew I couldn't give up. I decided to try and make my way back to safety myself. The thought of attempting to navigate down the lift cable in such conditions was terrifying, but the alternative, remaining passive and freezing, was not an option. I secured my ski poles and backpack, preparing to attempt to climb down to the nearest tower when suddenly a beam of light cut through the darkness. I blinked against the brightness, hardly daring to hope. The light moved closer, and soon I could hear the faint sound of snowmobiles. Rescuers. They had been alerted by the lift operators when the system malfunctioned and had tracked my lift ticket to find my specific chair. Relief washed over me as they reached me, a skilled rescue team equipped with harnesses and ropes. The operation to bring me down was careful and methodical, each movement deliberate against the howling wind. Once safely on the ground, wrapped in blankets and sipping a hot drink provided by the rescue team, the reality of my ordeal sank in. I had been close, perhaps too close, to a tragic outcome. As we made our way back to the resort, the rescuers told me that the lift's emergency systems had failed to alert them immediately, and it was fortunate that they conducted a manual check due to the worsening storm. Back at the lodge, as I warmed up and recovered, the experience solidified in my mind, not just as a tale of survival, but as a stark reminder of nature's unpredictability and power. I knew I would ski again, but never without a renewed respect for the mountain and a thorough check of the weather forecast. Story 33. The faded sign above the entrance, barely visible through the creeping ivy, read Hawthorne Asylum. Rumors of hauntings had surrounded the old building since it was abandoned in the 1970s, stories I'd always dismissed. Yet here I was, heart pounding with a mix of excitement and apprehension, about to spend a night inside its crumbling walls on a dare. My friends dropped me off just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the facade of the once imposing institution. The building loomed like a specter from another era, its windows dark and empty. They called out encouragements with a few nervous chuckles, their voices echoing slightly in the cool evening air. I tried to sound confident as I called back, "See you in the morning," but as their car lights faded into the distance, a profound silence settled around me. Stepping through the main entrance, I pushed against the heavy metal door, which groaned in protest before clanging shut behind me. I tugged at it, intending to leave it slightly ajar, but it was stuck. A pang of real fear shot through me as I realized I was trapped inside until morning. I switched on my flashlight, the beam slicing through the darkness. The lobby was a cavern of peeling paint and debris. A reception desk, its surface littered with dusty papers and broken glass, sat forlornly against one wall. Old wheelchairs were haphazardly scattered around, their rusted frames casting grotesque shadows. It felt as though the very air was thick with whispers of the past. Despite my rising fear, curiosity propelled me forward. I decided to explore, hoping to find another exit. My footsteps echoed oddly as I moved through the corridors, each door I passed marked with faded numbers, and some with patient names. The flashlight flickered, casting pulsing shadows, making it seem as though something or someone was moving just at the edge of my vision. In what appeared to be an old common room, I found a stack of patient records spilled across the floor. The pages, yellowed with age, contained scribbled notes detailing treatments that seemed more like tortures. Names and dates swam before my eyes, and I wondered about the people who had lived their lives between these oppressive walls. Had they too felt as trapped and frightened as I did now? As I continued deeper into the asylum, a chill settled in the air that no amount of rational thinking could dispel. The sense of being watched grew stronger. At times I thought I heard faint voices, a low murmur, as if from a crowd gathered just out of sight. The sound of something soft dragging across the floor above sent me scrambling from the room, heart hammering. The isolation ward was next, a long hallway of solitary confinement rooms. The doors were slightly ajar, and inside the remnants of restraint still clung to the beds. It was in this oppressive atmosphere that my flashlight finally died, plunging me into darkness. Panic clawed at my throat, and I fumbled desperately for my phone, its light feeble but better than nothing. A sudden noise, a soft sobbing, echoed down the hallway. Frozen, I listened as it grew louder, more anguished. My mind raced, logical explanations eluded me. Fear, raw and potent, urged me to flee, but there was nowhere to go. Instead, I approached the sound, each step hesitant. The crying seemed to emanate from behind a particularly sturdy door at the end of the hall. Gathering my courage, I pushed it open. The room was empty, save for a single window that framed the moonlight. As I stepped inside, the sobbing stopped abruptly, replaced by a cold silence. The temperature dropped, breath visible in the air, and I felt an undeniable presence beside me, grieving yet menacing. I backed out of the room, heart pounding in my ears, and raced back to the main hall. The rest of the night was a blur of shadows and sounds, a relentless assault on my nerves. I found no peace, constantly moving from room to room, haunted by the echoes of those who had suffered there. Dawn finally broke, its light a slow crawl through the broken windows. When my friends returned, they found me by the main door, pale and shaken. The door, which had jammed shut the night before, swung open easily at their first attempt. I didn't look back as we left. The experience at Hawthorne Asylum changed me. I had gone in a skeptic and emerged a believer, not necessarily in ghosts, but in the palpable residue of suffering and anguish that such places hold. I left something of myself behind in those dark halls, a portion of my skepticism, replaced by a deeper understanding of the past and its lingering grip on the present. Story 34. It was just another Monday morning, and like every workday, I was half asleep in the bustling subway car, surrounded by the familiar blur of sleepy faces and morning commuters. My headphones were in, a podcast about history softly playing, offering a brief escape from the impending responsibilities of the office. Little did I know, this routine journey was about to take a catastrophic turn. As we entered a particularly long and dimly lit tunnel, the train began to shudder violently. It was an unusual vibration, one that went beyond the typical rattles of the aging transit system. Concerned glances were exchanged among passengers, and a tense silence fell over the car. Before anyone could react, there was a deafening screech of metal on metal, and the world seemed to tilt. The car jerked sideways, throwing people and belongings against the walls. The lights flickered and then went out, plunging us into darkness. Panic ensued in the blackness, the air punctured by the sounds of groans, cries, and the eerie warping of metal. I found myself on the floor, disoriented, struggling to understand what had happened. The emergency lights flickered on, casting a dim, red glow that barely illuminated the crumpled interior of the subway car. People were scattered in various states of injury, some unconscious, others crying or calling out for help. My initial shock slowly morphed into a grim determination. I checked myself for injuries bruised and shaken, but nothing seemed broken. I stood cautiously, steadying myself against the seats. Around me, others were doing the same, assessing their condition and looking to each other for support. It became clear that we needed to act if we were to find a way out and get help. A man with a deep gash on his forehead took charge, his voice calm yet firm. "We need to check for injuries and find the safest way out of here," he announced. Together, we began the process of helping the wounded. A young nurse who had been on her way to a shift became invaluable, instructing some of us to apply pressure to wounds or keep certain individuals still to avoid exacerbating spinal injuries. Once we had done all we could for the injured, our attention turned to escape. The train was derailed and unstable, making movement dangerous. The front and back exits of our car were blocked by debris, and the usual safety exits seemed inaccessible. We needed an alternative. Using the lights from our phones to guide us, we explored the wreckage. The car behind ours was in worse condition, and it was too risky to attempt going through it. Our best chance was the maintenance door on the side of our car, which led to a narrow service walkway. It was not designed for passenger use and was rarely mentioned, but I remembered seeing it during previous rides and pointed it out to the group. The door was jammed, but after several attempts and the combined strength of several passengers, we managed to pry it open. A cold, musty air greeted us, carrying the faint, unsettling smell of the tunnel. We formed a line, those who were least injured leading and helping others along the way. The tunnel was dark and the footing uneven, with cables and rail pieces scattered about. We moved slowly, supporting each other, our phone lights weaving a shaky path through the darkness. Progress was slow, and the tunnel seemed to stretch on endlessly. Fear and fatigue were palpable, but the shared goal of safety kept us moving forward. After what felt like hours, but was likely less than one, We began to hear distant sounds of sirens and shouting. It was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. Rescue teams were approaching, and their powerful lights soon cut through the darkness, casting long shadows around us. The relief was overwhelming as firefighters and paramedics reached us, guiding us through the last stretch of the tunnel. We emerged into the early morning light, the chaos of emergency vehicles and personnel buzzing around us. Blankets were wrapped around our shoulders, and medical aid was given to those in need. As we were led away from the scene, I couldn't help but look back at the tunnel, a shiver running through me at the thought of the dark, confined space we had just escaped. In the aftermath, the bond that formed among us survivors was unmistakable. We had come together under the worst circumstances, each of us playing a part in our collective survival. The experience left a lasting imprint on all of us, a stark reminder of the fragility of life and the strength of human connection in the face of disaster. Story 35. The office had been particularly quiet that day, the slow ticking of the clock only interrupted by the occasional clatter of keyboards and the distant murmurs of phone conversations. It was a long day, filled with back-to-back meetings and unending paperwork. By the time I wrapped up, night had fallen, a deep, enveloping darkness that seemed to press against the windows of the high-rise office building where I worked. I gathered my things slowly, my mind still replaying the day's events, not eager to step out into the cold night. The office was deserted, most of my colleagues having left hours earlier. The quiet was unsettling, a stark contrast to the usual hustle and bustle. With a heavy sigh, I switched off my desk lamp, the small circle of light disappearing into the darkness. The walk to the elevator was quiet, my footsteps the only sound echoing through the empty hallways. I pressed the down button, and after a moment, the elevator dinged softly, its doors sliding open to welcome me into its dimly lit interior. As I descended, the small screen above the doors flickered between floors, the numbers descending slowly, methodically. When the doors finally opened to the parking garage, a blast of cold air greeted me. The garage was poorly lit, shadows pooling around the concrete pillars and in the corners. My car was parked on the far end of the level, a lone island in a sea of vacant spots. I started walking towards it, the sound of my heels clicking on the concrete unusually loud in the empty space. That's when I heard another set of footsteps, faint but distinct, echoing somewhere behind me. I paused, straining my ears. The footsteps stopped abruptly. A chill ran down my spine. It was probably nothing, I reasoned, just another late worker heading home. Yet the silence that followed was unnerving. Resuming my walk, I kept my pace even, my senses heightened. The footsteps started again, quicker this time, and definitely getting closer. Panic fluttered in my chest. I glanced over my shoulder but saw nothing. The pillars cast long, dark shadows, and anyone could be hiding behind them. Not wanting to reveal my fear, I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my ears. The footsteps matched my speed. I was being followed. Realizing I needed a plan, I veered off my direct path to my car, ducking behind a nearby SUV. I crouched down, holding my breath, listening. The footsteps slowed, then stopped. Silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by the distant hum of the city outside the garage. Minutes passed, or maybe it was seconds. Time seemed distorted by fear. I couldn't stay hidden forever. I needed to get out. Crawling on my hands and knees, I moved from car to car, using them as cover. The exit was not far, but it felt miles away. I could see the stairwell in the distance, a possible escape route. The footsteps started again, moving slowly, deliberately. They were searching for me. Reaching the last car before the open space leading to the stairs, I paused. The footsteps were closer now, too close. My mind raced. If I ran for it, would I make it? Or would I be caught in the open, vulnerable? The weight of my purse and laptop bag suddenly felt like a burden, pulling me down. Then, an idea struck, a risky one. I rummaged quietly through my purse, my hands shaking. My fingers found what I was looking for, the car alarm button on my keys. I took a deep breath, counted to 3, and pressed it. The shrill sound of the alarm sliced through the silence, reverberating off the concrete walls. Startled, the footsteps faltered, then turned into a run away from me. Seizing the moment, I sprinted towards the stairwell, adrenaline surging through my veins. I burst through the stairwell door, slamming it shut behind me. I didn't stop to look back, taking the stairs 2 at a time, my breath ragged. When I reached the ground floor, I pushed through the door into the lobby of the building, the bright lights a stark contrast to the dim garage. I didn't feel safe until I saw the night security guard, who looked up in surprise at my disheveled appearance. I explained what happened, my words tumbling out in a rush. The guard called the police, and I waited, my body starting to tremble as the adrenaline wore off. The police arrived quickly, taking my statement and promising to review the security footage. Driving home later, the events of the night replayed over and over in my mind. I was safe, but the fear wasn't easy to shake off. The parking garage, a place I had walked through countless times without a second thought, would never feel the same again. I had escaped unharmed, but the feeling of being watched, of being hunted, lingered long after that night. Story 36. The day began with promise. The early morning sun filtering through the dense canopy of the forest as I embarked on what was supposed to be a rejuvenating 3-day backpacking trip in the remote wilderness. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and earth, a welcome escape from the city's constant noise and bustle. Equipped with a well-stocked pack and a sense of adventure, I felt prepared for anything, or so I thought. Several miles into the hike, the trail became less defined, winding through thicker underbrush and overgrown foliage. I was vigilant, aware of the challenges that came with such isolation, but excited to immerse myself fully in nature's beauty. It was during one of these moments of admiration, deep in the heart of the wilderness, that I brushed against a seemingly innocuous plant. Its leaves were broad and glossy, and it was only after feeling a sharp sting that I realized something was wrong. Within minutes, the area of contact on my arm began to swell, turning a fiery red. An intense itching sensation spread rapidly, and a sense of dread settled in my stomach. I was having an allergic reaction, far from help in familiar paths. Rummaging through my pack, I found my emergency medical kit and quickly took an antihistamine, hoping it would stave off the reaction. However, this time the medication seemed futile against the swelling and hives that began to manifest all over my body. The realization that I was in serious trouble hit me hard. My breathing started to become labored, a clear sign that the reaction was more severe than anything I had previously experienced. Panic clawed at my chest as I understood that I needed to seek medical help immediately, but the nearest ranger station was miles away, possibly too far for me to safely reach in my condition. Despite the growing fear, I knew I had to try. I packed up hastily, my movements slow and clumsy as the swelling worsened. Each step was a struggle. The dense forest seemed to close in around me, the path back becoming increasingly difficult to navigate as my vision started to blur slightly, a side effect of the reaction. Hours passed, each one a test of endurance. I staggered forward, relying heavily on my hiking poles to keep upright. The symptoms did not abate, instead. They intensified, and I was forced to stop frequently to catch my breath and attempt to calm the mounting panic. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows through the trees, despair began to seep into my thoughts. It was then, in a moment of sheer desperation, that I remembered the satellite phone secured in the bottom of my pack, a precaution I had debated bringing, now potentially a lifeline. With shaking hands, I dialed the emergency services, praying for a signal. The call connected, and I was soon speaking with a dispatcher who assured me that help was on the way. They instructed me to stay where I was, keeping the line open as they attempted to pinpoint my location via the satellite connection. The wait was agonizing, each minute stretching on as I fought to remain conscious and alert. Night had fallen by the time the rescue team found me. I was barely coherent, my body weak and my speech slurred. The rescue team, a group of trained professionals, acted quickly, administering epinephrine and preparing me for evacuation. As they transported me back through the wilderness, I was only dimly aware of the journey, fading in and out of consciousness. The hospital stay that followed was filled with a mix of relief and reflection. The doctors confirmed that I had suffered a severe anaphylactic reaction, and it was only due to the quick response of the rescue team that I had survived. Recovery was slow, the physical and emotional scars of the ordeal lingering long after the physical symptoms had abated. This experience in the wilderness taught me a profound lesson about the unpredictability of nature and the fragility of human life within it. It also instilled a newfound respect for the preparations necessary when venturing into remote areas. I returned to the trails eventually, but never without ensuring that all precautions were taken, especially having reliable communication methods and an updated medical kit tailored to potential allergies. My brush with death in the wilderness changed my perspective on adventure. It was no longer about conquering nature or testing my limits alone in the wild. It was about respecting the environment, understanding its risks, and preparing adequately for its challenges. Story 37. The vast ocean stretched endlessly around the cruise ship, a luxurious vessel that promised relaxation and entertainment to its passengers. I had boarded the ship in high spirits, eager for a week of sun, sea, and decompression. The first few days had passed in a blur of activities, gourmet dinners, and spectacular shows. But as we navigated further from shore, a sense of unease began to overshadow my experience. It started with an overheard conversation. Hiding in the shadows of a secluded deck one evening, I caught snippets of a hushed dialogue between two passengers. Their words, laced with urgency and secrecy, hinted at a plan so audacious and dangerous that at first, I questioned if I had misunderstood. They were planning a takeover of the ship. As the reality of their intentions sank in, a cold fear gripped me. I was alone, without friends or family on board, and now privy to a conspiracy that threatened every soul aboard. The ship was a floating city, isolated in the middle of the ocean, the perfect target for such a nefarious plot. The next morning, I awoke determined to act. Discretion was key. I couldn't risk alerting the conspirators that I knew of their plan. I decided to seek allies among the crew, starting with Mia, a friendly bartender who had been kind to me since day one. Under the guise of casual conversation, I gauged her reaction to hypothetical dangers on the ship. Her concerns seemed genuine, and when I felt certain of her trustworthiness, I disclosed what I had overheard. Mia's initial shock quickly turned to resolve. "We need to tell the captain," she said, "but we must be careful. If what you heard is true, we don't know who else could be involved." The challenge was reaching the captain without arousing suspicion. The conspirators were scattered throughout the ship, blending in with the hundreds of other passengers. Mia suggested we enlist the help of her friend, Carlos, a security officer. With Carlos' assistance, we planned a discreet meeting with the ship's captain in a little used maintenance room below deck. Navigating the ship's labyrinthine corridors, we reached our rendezvous point only to find Captain Davies already there, alerted by Carlos to the urgency of the situation. After a tense explanation, the gravity of the threat became clear to him. "We must contain this without causing panic among the passengers," Captain Davies decided. "Security will need to discreetly monitor the suspects you overheard and anyone they associate with closely." Over the next few hours, the ship's security team, under Carlos' guidance, worked diligently, observing the suspects through surveillance cameras and plainclothes presence on deck. The atmosphere aboard the ship grew tense for those of us in the know, each passenger interaction tinged with suspicion. As we approached a critical point in our journey, the time when the hijackers planned to execute their takeover, our covert vigilance intensified. The conspirators, unaware of our knowledge, moved forward with their preparations. Security discovered hidden caches of makeshift weapons during a routine inspection of the lower decks, a find that confirmed the seriousness of the threat. With solid evidence in hand, Captain Davies took decisive action. Under the pretense of a routine safety drill, he summoned all passengers to the main deck. Meanwhile, security personnel moved to detain the conspirators, catching them off guard and preventing any violence. The swift, coordinated efforts of the crew ensured that control of the ship remained secure. In the aftermath of the foiled takeover, Captain Davies addressed the passengers. Without revealing the full extent of the conspiracy, he reassured everyone of their safety and the measures taken to secure the ship. The rest of the cruise passed without incident, the ship's atmosphere gradually returning to its usual, cheerful buzz. Reflecting on the ordeal, I was struck by the courage and integrity of the crew members like Mia and Carlos, who had acted so bravely under pressure. My role in exposing the plot felt like a twist of fate. Being in the right place at the wrong time had thrust me into the role of an unwitting hero. The cruise ship docked back at its home port under the bright glare of the morning sun, its passengers none the wiser about how close they had come to disaster. As I disembarked, the solid ground beneath my feet never felt so reassuring. The adventure I had sought from this vacation was more than I had bargained for, and while I was thankful for the peaceful outcome, I knew this experience would linger in my memory, a stark reminder of the fragility of safety in our seemingly secure surroundings. Story 38. Rain hammered relentlessly against the windshield, reducing visibility to mere shadows flickering in the headlights. It was late, and the winding road beside the river was slick with water, making every turn a cautious negotiation. Despite the conditions, I felt a semblance of control, my hands steady on the wheel, the tires humming a steady beat against the asphalt. The drive was familiar, a route I had taken countless times before, but tonight it felt different, ominous and treacherous. As I rounded a particularly sharp bend, a sudden, violent gust of wind pushed against the car. It skidded, the tires losing their grip on the wet road. I fought the wheel, heart pounding, as the car slid toward the embankment. With a sickening lurch, it tipped over the edge and plunged into the cold, dark waters of the river. The impact was jarring. Airbags deployed with a deafening pop, momentarily disorienting me. Water began seeping into the car immediately, cold and relentless. Panic surged as the reality of my situation set in. I was trapped in a sinking car. I knew I had precious seconds to act before the car filled completely with water. My mind raced, pulling forth snippets of survival tips I'd heard over the years. The water pressure would soon make it impossible to open the doors. I needed to escape through the windows. Fumbling in the dim light, my fingers found the control panel. I pressed the button to lower the window, but nothing happened. The electrical system must have been damaged by the water. Desperation clawed at my chest as I remembered the manual override. With trembling hands, I located the small crank hidden beneath the dashboard, a feature I had never thought I'd use. Working quickly, I began turning it, and to my relief, the window started to inch downward. The car was sinking faster now, the front end tilting downward into the murky depths. Water poured in through the open window, the river's icy grip seizing my breath. I knew I had to move quickly. Struggling against the rising panic, I unbuckled my seatbelt and moved toward the window. The cold water was paralyzing, making every movement feel sluggish and uncoordinated. I pushed my head and shoulders through the window, the river's current immediately tugging at me, eager to pull me under. Using every ounce of strength, I dragged the rest of my body through the narrow opening, the water's resistance immense. Once free from the car, the battle wasn't over. The current was strong, the river swollen from the rain. I kicked toward the surface, gasping for air as my head broke through. Rain pelted my face, the wind howling around me, but at least I was out of the car alive. The shore was not far, but reaching it was a Herculean task. Each stroke was a fight against the pull of the river, which seemed determined to drag me back into its depths. Exhaustion clawed at my muscles, breaths coming in short, ragged gasps. But fear of dying in the cold water spurred me onward, every stroke fueled by a desperate desire to live. After what seemed like an eternity, my hands finally touched mud and stones the riverbank. I crawled out of the water, collapsing on the shore, the rain washing over me. Relief mingled with disbelief I had survived, though by the narrowest of margins. Lying there, looking up at the stormy sky, I realized how quickly life could change, how a routine drive could turn into a fight for survival. As the adrenaline faded, shivers took over, each wave stronger than the last. I knew I needed to get help, to get warm, but allowing myself a moment to just breathe seemed vital. Eventually, I gathered my strength and stood, my body protesting with aches and cold. Using my phone, which had miraculously survived in a waterproof pocket, I dialed for help. Lights from an approaching vehicle soon pierced the darkness, a beacon of hope on that stormy night. The days that followed were a blur of hospitals, police statements, and calls from loved ones. The car was eventually retrieved from the river, a crumpled testament to the night's terror. I recovered physically, but the psychological scars remained, each trip near water a reminder of that night. The experience taught me about the fragility of life and the importance of preparedness. I had been lucky many were not. I became an advocate for car safety, sharing my story to educate others on how to escape a sinking vehicle. The nightmare of that rain-soaked night transformed into a purposeful pursuit, each presentation and demonstration a step towards preventing another such tragedy. Story 39. The job of a lighthouse keeper on a remote island had sounded ideal to me, a respite from the clamor and demands of city life. The island, a speck of rugged land circled by the relentless sea, was as isolated as one could imagine, perfect for someone looking to disappear into solitude and contemplation. The lighthouse itself was a towering structure of weathered stone, standing stoically against the skyline. It had been automated years ago, but the island's difficult terrain and the frequent storms made human oversight a necessity. My duties were simple: maintain the equipment, keep the lighthouse clean, and perform regular checks to ensure everything functioned as it should. For the first few weeks, life on the island was as peaceful as I had hoped. I adjusted to the rhythm of the sea and the wind, the solitude a comforting blanket. But one night, everything changed. A storm approached with little warning, the kind that turned the sky black and the ocean wild. Winds howled like wounded beasts, and rain lashed the tiny island with a ferocity that shook the very walls of the lighthouse. As the storm intensified, the power flickered and then died, plunging the lighthouse and the small keeper's cottage into darkness. The radio, my only link to the mainland, emitted only static. Fumbling for my flashlight, I shone it around the small room. That's when I noticed the first sign of intrusion. The back door was ajar, banging rhythmically against the wall with each gust of wind. I was certain I had locked it earlier. A spike of fear shot through me. Was I alone? With the storm raging outside, I decided to search the lighthouse first, hoping it was just my nerves getting the better of me. As I moved through the darkened corridors, the beam of my flashlight flickered across something that made my heart stop: a set of wet footprints on the floor, leading upstairs to the lantern room. Gripping the flashlight like a lifeline, I followed the trail. The wind screamed around the structure, a sound so loud I barely heard the groan of the door to the lantern room as it swung in the wind. Pushing it open, I entered cautiously. The room was in disarray, tools scattered as if someone had been searching for something or sabotaging the equipment. The realization hit me hard. Someone was not only here with me, but might have malicious intentions. Panic welled up, but I forced it down, knowing I needed to stay calm and think clearly. The island was small, with no real place to hide, but the storm made it impossible to search outside. I decided to secure myself in the cottage until the storm passed. Retreating from the lantern room, I made my way back down, locking doors behind me. Back in the cottage, I barricaded the door with a heavy desk. Then I waited, every noise amplified to a terrifying degree by the storm and my frayed nerves. Hours passed, the storm outside mirroring the turmoil within me. As dawn broke, the storm's fury began to ebb, and the first weak light of morning filtered through the clouds. Armed with a heavy wrench, I ventured outside, determined to confront my fears head-on. The island felt transformed, debris scattered and the vegetation battered. Mud and broken branches obscured paths, but there were no fresh footprints, a small relief. My search revealed nothing. The intruder, if there still was one, had hidden well or had somehow left the island. Despite the clear weather, a sense of unease persisted as I repaired the sabotaged equipment and restored order. The solitude I had once cherished now felt oppressive, every shadow a hiding place for unseen threats. Days turned into weeks, and no further signs of the intruder emerged. Still, the incident lingered in my mind like a dark stain. I reported the sabotage to my mainland contacts, but with no way to reach the island until the next scheduled supply drop, I was effectively on my own. I fortified the cottage, set traps around the lighthouse, and kept the radio close, always scanning the static for a human voice. The isolation became a test of endurance, each day a cycle of vigilance and maintenance. Eventually, help arrived. The authorities conducted a thorough search but found no one. They suggested the intruder might have been a marooned sailor or a fugitive hiding out until the storm provided cover to leave. They promised more regular check-ins, but the peace of mind I'd once felt was shattered. I continued my duties as the lighthouse keeper, but the nights were longer, the sounds of the sea less comforting. I was a sentinel not just for ships but for my own safety, always watching, always waiting. The experience had changed the essence of my solitude, turning my sanctuary into a fortress and every shadow into a potential threat. Story 40. The tranquility of rural life was one of the main reasons I had chosen to live alone on a sprawling farm. Surrounded by acres of fields and woodlands, my nearest neighbor was miles away. It was a peaceful existence, punctuated only by the natural rhythms of farm life, until the night everything changed. It was well past midnight when I was jolted awake by the distressed cries of my livestock. The urgency in their bleats and moos was unmistakable. Something was terribly wrong. I grabbed my flashlight and a sturdy walking stick, the closest thing I had to a weapon, and hurried outside into the pitch-black night. The cold air hit me like a wall, and the inky darkness of the countryside made visibility near zero. I clicked on my flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness towards the barn. The animals' panic was palpable, their cries now mixed with other sounds, the crunch of gravel, low voices, and the occasional metallic clink. My heart raced as I approached the barn, the realization dawning on me that these were not just stray animals causing a ruckus. Someone, or some people, were out there. As I neared the barn, I ducked behind the tool shed to observe. The beam of my flashlight revealed more than I bargained for: several figures moving systematically through my livestock pens. They were not merely trespassers, they were armed, and from the looks of it, they were poachers here to steal or kill my animals. Panic surged through me, but I knew I had to remain calm and think strategically. Going back to the house to call for help was the obvious first step, but as I turned to retreat, I heard a noise from the direction of my house, a clear sign the intruders had already made their way there too. I was effectively cut off, trapped outside with my only means of communication inside. Realizing I was on my own, I decided to make my way to the garage, a detached building that housed more tools and, importantly, my old rifle. I hadn't used it in years, but it was now my best chance at defending myself and my home. Moving stealthily, I circled wide around the barn, avoiding the flashlight beams of the poachers. Inside the garage, I fumbled in the dark until my hands found the rifle. I loaded it, my fingers clumsy and shaking. Just as I clicked the safety off, a crash came from the back of the house. The poachers were breaking in. Time was running out. I took a deep breath and peered out of the garage window. 2 men were heading back towards the barn, likely thinking they had scared off a curious animal or caught a trespasser unaware. I waited until they were out of sight, then made my way back to the house, using the darkness and my knowledge of the land to stay hidden. As I approached, I could see the door had been forced open. Anger mixed with fear as I stepped inside. The house was quiet, too quiet. I moved from room to room, rifle at the ready, heart pounding in my chest. When I was sure the house was clear, I grabbed the landline phone, thankfully still working, and dialed 911. The operator assured me help was on the way, but the nearest unit was at least 20 minutes out. I had to hold on until then. Returning to my vantage point by the window, I watched the poachers regroup. They seemed agitated, perhaps aware now that their presence was known. I could see them arguing, gesturing wildly. Then, suddenly they split up, some heading towards the barn, others coming towards the house. The next few minutes were a blur of adrenaline. I fired warning shots, not aiming to hit but to intimidate, to let them know I was armed. It worked, partly. The group split, some retreating into the woods, but others were undeterred, firing back. Bullets whizzed through the windows, glass shattering around me as I ducked for cover. I stayed low, moving from room to room to room, keeping them guessing. The farm was my territory, and I used that to my advantage, setting off my car alarm with the remote keys, creating diversions, and firing when they got too close. Finally, the distant sound of sirens pierced the night, growing louder. Realizing help was imminent, the remaining poachers retreated. By the time the police arrived, the intruders had fled into the dense woods, leaving behind a scene of chaos. The aftermath was a mess. My home was damaged, and some of my animals were injured, but we were alive. The police were sympathetic and promised a thorough investigation. In the days that followed, I repaired my home and tended to my farm, more vigilant than ever. The memory of that night a stark reminder of the vulnerability of my peaceful existence. Despite the ordeal, I remained on the farm. I installed security systems and made sure I was never unprepared again. The tranquility of rural life had been disrupted, but not destroyed. I was shaken, but not defeated. The farm was my home, and I would protect it, come what may. Story 41. The road had been empty for miles, a narrow ribbon of asphalt slicing through the desolate landscape. It was the kind of place where you could imagine the world had ended. No signs of life, just the occasional tumbleweed skittering across the road. My destination was still several hours away, and I was already regretting not stopping at the last gas station to stretch my legs. But there was something exciting about driving through such an isolated area, like being an explorer in an unknown land. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the road, my car gave a sudden, alarming shudder. I coaxed it to the side of the road, where it coughed and died completely. I tried to restart it, but the engine only groaned, a clear sign something was seriously wrong. Stranded, I pulled out my phone, only to find no signal. I was truly alone. As I stepped out of the car, the first chill of the evening hit me, and with it, the realization that I was not just stuck, I was stuck near an abandoned ghost town. The town, a mere shadow on the map, had been a gold rush settlement, long deserted and rumored to be haunted. With daylight fading and no hope of fixing the car without help, I decided to explore the town. Maybe, I thought, there would be a place to shelter for the night. I grabbed my flashlight and headed toward the skeletal remains of what once was a bustling community. The ghost town was eerie, a collection of dilapidated buildings along a single main street that looked like it had been plucked from an old western. The wood of the buildings was weathered and gray, windows boarded up or gaping open like dark, watching eyes. As I walked the dusty street, my footsteps kicked up little puffs of dirt, the only sound in the oppressive silence. I explored cautiously, peering into empty saloons and homes. Inside, the remnants of the town's past life lay scattered: a broken piano, faded photographs, dusty glasses still lined up on a counter. It was like the people had vanished, leaving everything behind. The longer I stayed, the more the silence seemed filled with whispers of the past. I felt the weight of unseen eyes upon me, making the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Night fell quickly, the last light of the sun disappearing behind distant mountains, and with it the temperature dropped. Deciding to return to my car, I turned back toward the road. That's when I heard a soft clattering noise coming from one of the buildings. I froze, heart pounding, listening. The sound came again, a definite movement, like someone or something rifling through the debris. Curiosity overcame fear, and I moved toward the noise, shining my flashlight into a small house off the main street. The beam caught the flutter of movement, a shadow against the far wall. My breath caught in my throat. Not alone. I wasn't alone. I entered the building slowly, flashlight held out like a weapon. The room was cramped, filled with old furniture covered in sheets of dust. Then I saw an old man, his clothes ragged, his eyes wild. He stared at me like a cornered animal. "I'm just passing through," I stammered, trying to keep my voice steady. My car broke down. The old man watched me, unblinking, then nodded slowly. "No one stops here no more," he rasped, his voice dry as the dust underfoot. "Not since the mine closed down. Everyone left." "Why are you here?" I asked. My curiosity piqued despite the situation. "Someone's got to watch over the place," he replied, as if it was the most natural answer in the world. "Keep the spirits company." His words sent a shiver down my spine, but as we talked, I realized he was just a hermit, a man who had found solitude in this forgotten place. He offered me shelter for the night, an offer I hesitantly accepted. That night, I slept in a dusty bed in the old hotel, the wind howling through the broken windows like the cries of ghosts. The old man disappeared before dawn, leaving me to face the morning cold alone. Eventually, a passing ranger found me and helped tow my car to the nearest town for repairs. As I left the ghost town behind, I looked back at the empty streets, the rising sun casting long shadows over the silent buildings. The town might have been abandoned, haunted by the past, but for one night, it had been a refuge, a place of human connection in the vast, empty wilderness. The experience stayed with me, a stark reminder of how thin the veil is between the past and present, and how, even in the most desolate places, life finds a way to endure. Story 42. The job offer had come at just the right time. An old mine, long thought inactive and mostly used for research and tours now, needed extra hands to help with a new section they were surveying. The pay was good, and I needed the money, so I didn't think twice before accepting. The first few days were uneventful. learning the ropes and getting used to the damp, cool air of the underground. It was a different world, the sun a distant memory once you were hundreds of feet below the surface. My co-workers were a hardy bunch, veterans of the mines who wore their experience on their faces and in their calloused hands. They shared jokes and stories, making the days pass quicker. But everything changed one afternoon halfway through my shift. We were deep in one of the older tunnels, checking structural integrity, when a deafening roar filled the air. Before we could react, the earth shook and the ceiling collapsed, sending rocks and debris crashing down around us. Dust filled the air, choking us, blinding us. When it finally settled, we found ourselves cut off from the main tunnel, the collapse blocking our only known exit. Panic set in quickly. There were 5 of us trapped, me, Tom, a veteran miner, Sarah, a geologist, and Mike and Chris, 2 brothers who had been working in mines since they were teenagers. The initial shock wore off, and reality set in. We were trapped, possibly hundreds of feet below the surface, with limited oxygen and no clear way out. Tom took charge, his voice cutting through the fear. "We need to stay calm," he said, examining the debris blocking our path. "First things first, we check for another way out. The old plan showed multiple tunnels. There's got to be another exit." The mine's layout was complex, a labyrinth of tunnels that snaked beneath the mountains. With the main path blocked, we had to rely on Tom's knowledge and the old, dusty maps Sarah had brought for her geological survey. Each of us grabbed a headlamp and a part of the necessary gear, and we started searching for any other tunnels that might lead to the surface. As we moved, the air grew noticeably thinner. Breathing became more difficult, each breath a labor. Mike, the younger of the brothers, was the first to feel the effects, his steps faltering. "I can't. It's hard to breathe," he gasped, leaning against the rocky wall. Sarah checked her watch, which had a built-in air quality sensor. "Oxygen levels are dropping. We have a few hours at best. We need to find a way out soon." It was a race against time. The tunnels were a maze, many ending in dead ends or collapsed sections. Hours passed, and with each dead end, hope faded a little more. Our lights pierced the darkness, the only sound our labor breathing in the distant, eerie creaks and groans of the earth around us. Finally, just as despair was about to take hold, Chris shouted from ahead, "Over here." I found something. We rushed to where he was standing, in front of a narrow opening partly obscured by fallen rocks. It was a tight squeeze, but one by one, we managed to get through. On the other side, the tunnel sloped upwards, a promising sign. We followed it, our pace quickening with renewed hope. After what felt like an eternity, a faint glow appeared in the distance. Daylight. It was the most beautiful sight I had ever seen. We emerged from the mine into the cool evening air, the sun just setting over the horizon. We were on the other side of the mountain, far from the main entrance but alive and free. We collapsed on the ground, breathing in the fresh air, overwhelmed with relief. The rescue teams arrived soon after, alerted by the seismic sensors that had detected the collapse. We were taken to the hospital for a checkup but were mostly unharmed, just shaken and grateful to be alive. The mine was closed for good after that, deemed too unstable and dangerous. I never went back underground, the memory of those hours trapped beneath the earth haunting me still. But the experience bonded us in a way few others could understand. We had faced death together and survived. The lessons of resilience, teamwork, and hope stayed with me long after the dust had settled. It was a reminder of the fragility of life and the strength of the human spirit to persevere in the face of overwhelming odds. Story 43. Caught in a crossfire. Traveling had always been my escape, a way to learn about the world beyond the familiar. I had been touring a foreign country, soaking in its rich culture and vibrant landscapes. On that fateful day, I decided to explore a part of the city that wasn't on the usual tourist path but was famed for its local markets and art. The morning was sunny and warm, and the streets bustled with life. I was captivated by the sights and sounds, losing track of time as I meandered through busy marketplaces, admiring handmade crafts and sampling street food. However, the atmosphere changed as I ventured deeper into a neighborhood less frequented by tourists. The streets became narrower, the buildings more worn, and the air buzzed with a tension I couldn't immediately place. As I turned a corner, the sound of shouting snapped me out of my reverie. Ahead, a crowd had gathered, their voices loud and angry. Signs were raised high, and chants filled the air. It was a protest. I had unwittingly walked into an area known for political unrest. Before I could retreat, the crowd swelled, and I found myself pushed along by the wave of bodies. Trying to keep my head down, I attempted to move away from the center of the agitation. That's when the first tear gas canister exploded. A sharp, acrid smell filled the air, and people screamed and ran in panic. The police had arrived, their riot gear stark against the backdrop of the chaotic street. They moved forward in a line, pushing the crowd back with shields and batons. Caught in the middle, I struggled to breathe, my eyes stinging from the tear gas. People surged past me in their haste to escape, and I was swept along helplessly. I heard the sound of breaking glass, shouts, and the distressing thud of rubber bullets being fired. Realizing the danger of staying within the crowd, I ducked into an alley, my heart pounding in my chest. I needed to find a safe way out of this area, back to the calm of the city center. The sounds of the conflict were still loud, but from the alley I saw a small cafe with its lights on. I made my way there, hoping to find refuge. Inside, the cafe was a stark contrast to the chaos outside. A few locals sat at the tables, calmly sipping their coffee, though their eyes kept darting to the window. The owner, a middle-aged woman, noticed my disheveled appearance and gestured for me to sit down. She brought over a glass of water, her expression one of sympathy. "It's dangerous outside," she said in halting English. "Stay here until it calms." Grateful for her kindness, I waited, watching through the window as smoke rose from burning barricades. The cafe became a temporary haven for a few others who had also been caught in the unrest. Among them was a local journalist, who explained the reasons behind the protests' deep-seated frustration with government policies and economic hardship. Hours passed, and the sounds of conflict eventually faded into a tense quiet. The journalist checked his phone for updates, and then spoke to the cafe owner in their native language. After a brief discussion, he turned to me. "It's safer now, but you should not go alone. I will walk with you back to the main area. It's on my way." We left the cafe together, the streets eerily quiet except for the occasional distant shout or the sound of a siren. Burnt debris and remnants of the clash littered the road. The journalist pointed out landmarks to help orient me and shared tips on avoiding such dangerous situations in the future. His company was reassuring, a guide through the still tense city. As we reached the more familiar, tourist-friendly part of the city, my anxiety eased. We parted ways at a main square, alive with the normalcy of city life, as if nothing had happened just a few blocks away. I thanked him profusely for his help, his presence a reminder of the kindness that persists even in times of turmoil. Back at my hotel, the adrenaline finally wore off, leaving me exhausted and reflective. The day's events had been a stark reminder of the complexities of the world beyond tourist spots and postcard-perfect views. It was a lesson in the realities that many people live with daily, their struggles for rights and recognition often hidden from the casual visitor's eye. The experience deepened my understanding of the country, not just its culture and beauty, but also its challenges and conflicts. It reminded me of the importance of staying aware and respectful as a traveler, mindful of the undercurrents that shape each unique destination. Story 44. Avalanche Survival. The mountain was a pristine playground for an avid skier like me, its untamed slopes promising the thrill of fresh, untouched powder. The allure of skiing off-piste was irresistible, despite the inherent risks. That morning the sky was a clear blue, and the recent snowfall had added a fresh layer of perfect white to the landscape. It was, I thought, a perfect day for an adventure. Re-equipped with my gear, including a beacon, probe, and shovel essentials for any backcountry excursion, I set off from the marked trails. The first few runs were exhilarating, the snow under my skis light and responsive. I was in my element, far from the crowded pistes, surrounded by the silent majesty of the mountains. It happened on my fourth run. I had just reached the crest of a particularly inviting slope and paused to take in the view. The stillness was absolute, a moment of peace high above the world. Then, without warning, the snow beneath me shifted. The sound was a low rumble at first, like distant thunder, growing louder and more ominous as the ground began to move. I had only seconds to react. Turning downhill, I tried to outrun the cascade, but the avalanche was too fast, too massive. The world turned white and violent as I was swept away, tumbling and spinning in a furious torrent of snow. The avalanche came to a rest with a deafening silence, burying me beneath the snow. My situation was dire. I was trapped, unable to move, the weight of the snow pressing down on me like concrete. Panic surged through me, my breath coming in sharp, rapid gasps, consuming the precious little air available. Fighting the instinct to thrash, I forced myself to stay calm. I knew from my training that creating an air pocket by moving my hand in front of my face could buy me some time. With great effort, I managed to clear a small space around my mouth and nose. The air was cold and stale, but it was breathable. In the darkness, buried under the snow, time lost meaning. Every second felt like an eternity. I focused on breathing slowly, conserving oxygen, and staying as still as possible to maintain my air pocket. My beacon, activated and strapped to my chest, was my only hope. It emitted a silent signal, invisible threads of hope stretching out beneath the snow. Thoughts of my family and friends filled my mind, fueling a burning desire to survive. I thought of the plans I had made, the promises I had yet to keep. The fear of dying alone on this beautiful mountain was overwhelming, but I clung to the hope that the beacon would bring rescuers. Above the surface, unbeknownst to me, the beacon's signal was picked up almost immediately by the ski patrol. Rescue teams were dispatched with trained avalanche dogs and receivers tuned to pick up the beacon's frequency. Time was of the essence in avalanche rescues, and they moved quickly. Beneath the snow, I lost track of how long I had been trapped. The cold seeped into my bones, and my limbs felt heavy, my mind starting to drift in a haze of hypothermia and carbon dioxide buildup. Just as I felt myself slipping away, I heard a distant, muffled sound. At first I thought it was the wind or a hallucination, but then it grew clearer voices, shouting. The first sign that rescuers were near was a slight change in the light penetrating my snowy prison, a dimming that suggested someone was above me. Then, a probe broke through the snow near my head, a thin metal pole that felt like a lifeline. I mustered the last of my strength to tap on it, signaling that I was alive. What followed was a flurry of activity more probing, then the sound of shovels digging furiously. The rescuers worked quickly, aware that every minute mattered. The hole above me grew larger, letting in the blinding light of day. My hands reached in, strong and sure, pulling me out of the snow. The fresh air was a shock to my system, both painful and indescribably sweet. I was lifted onto a stretcher, my rescuers covering me with blankets, their faces a blur of concern and relief. As I was carried down the mountain, the reality of my rescue sank in. I was alive, saved by the swift response of the ski patrol and my decision to carry a beacon. In the hospital, recovering from mild hypothermia and a few minor injuries, I reflected on the ordeal. It was a stark reminder of the power of nature and the thin line between adventure and catastrophe. The experience didn't diminish my love for skiing or the mountains, but it changed my approach to risk. I became an advocate for avalanche safety, sharing my story to emphasize the importance of proper equipment and training. The mountains are beautiful but unforgiving, and I learned that respecting their power is not just a choice, it's a necessity for survival. Story 45. The annual local food festival was a highlight of the year, a celebration of flavors, where the community gathered to enjoy dishes from the best local eateries and amateur chefs. The atmosphere was always festive, filled with music, laughter, and the irresistible aroma of cooking food. I had been looking forward to this day, planning to indulge in everything from smoky barbecue to exotic desserts. As I arrived, the festival grounds were buzzing with energy. Stalls lined up, each offering tantalizing options. I started my culinary adventure with some spicy tacos, followed by a serving of homemade pasta, and topped it off with a slice of freshly baked apple pie. Everything was delicious, and I felt satisfied with my choices, settling down on a picnic blanket to enjoy a live band performing nearby. However, about an hour after eating, I began to feel uneasy. A sharp pain developed in my stomach, followed by waves of nausea. Looking around, I noticed I wasn't alone. Others were clutching their stomachs, some rushing toward the restrooms. The joyous chatter soon turned into worried murmurs. It didn't take long for the situation to escalate. More and more people started showing signs of illness, vomiting, sweating, and groaning in discomfort. The festival organizers quickly took to the stage, advising everyone to seek medical attention and announcing that the event was being shut down due to health concerns. I realized the severity of the situation as I saw the overwhelmed paramedics tending to the sickest attendees. Local police were trying to maintain order, guiding people to emergency services and clearing the area. My own condition was deteriorating rapidly. The initial discomfort had turned into severe cramps and dizziness. With emergency responders clearly overwhelmed and unable to attend to everyone immediately, I knew I had to find help on my own. My first thought was to call a friend who lived nearby. Struggling to keep my composure, I dialed her number and explained my situation between bouts of nausea. She was quick to respond, promising to drive me to the hospital right away. As I waited for her, I tried to keep myself hydrated, sipping water slowly. It was crucial to replace fluids lost through vomiting, a tip I remembered from a basic health class. Around me, the festival had turned chaotic, with more emergency vehicles arriving and people crying or shouting for help. My friend arrived within a painfully long 20 minutes. She helped me to her car, and we drove to the local hospital, which was already dealing with the influx of patients from the festival. The emergency room was a scene of controlled pandemonium. Doctors and nurses rushed to attend to those in critical condition, moving efficiently despite the chaos. At the hospital, I was quickly checked by a nurse who took my vitals and symptoms. Given the mass outbreak, they were administering IV fluids to combat dehydration, along with medications to reduce nausea and manage pain. I was placed on a bed in a temporary treatment area, alongside others in similar conditions. We were monitored closely for signs of worsening symptoms or complications. Lying there, amidst other sufferers, I learned through snippets of conversation that health inspectors had already descended on the festival site, collecting food samples for testing to identify the source of the poisoning. The speculation was rampant, but the cause was still unclear. Everyone was anxious for answers, worried about the implications for those who had eaten the contaminated food. The hours in the hospital were long and uncomfortable, but as the treatment took effect, my symptoms gradually began to subside. By the early hours of the morning, I was feeling stable enough to be discharged with instructions on how to continue my recovery at home: hydration, rest, and a temporary diet of bland foods. In the days that followed, local news reported that the source of the food poisoning was traced back to improperly stored ingredients at one of the more popular stalls. The incident sparked a citywide discussion on food safety and prompted stricter regulations at public events, aiming to prevent such a disaster from happening again. Reflecting on the ordeal, I was reminded of the fragility of health and the rapid pace at which a festive gathering could turn into a crisis. It was a sobering experience, one that highlighted the importance of community and quick response in times of emergency. As the community healed, so did I, with a renewed appreciation for the resilience of those around me and a deeper understanding of the critical roles that preparedness and awareness play in our lives. Story 46. The day started as a perfect adventure, with the promise of conquering one of the more secluded trails in the national park. The trail was known for its dense woods and the serenity it offered, far removed from the usual tourist paths. As an avid hiker, I craved such escapes. They provided a chance to connect with nature and challenge my body in the tranquility of the wilderness. Equipped with my usual hiking gear, I set out early in the morning, the air fresh and filled with the earthy scent of the forest. The trail was as beautiful as I had imagined, with sunlight filtering through the canopy of leaves and the gentle sounds of a nearby creek accompanying me. A few miles into my hike, I veered off the main path to explore what looked like an ancient, overgrown part of the forest. It was an area less traveled, and the dense underbrush and thick foliage gave it a mysterious allure. In my excitement, I paid little attention to where I was stepping. Suddenly, there was a crack underfoot, and I realized too late that I had stepped on a wasp nest hidden among the leaves. The disturbance sent a swarm of wasps into a frenzied attack. Within seconds, I was enveloped in a cloud of angry insects, their painful stings quick and relentless. Panic set in as the initial stings turned into dozens. I swatted frantically, trying to fend off the swarm, but it was no use. I knew I had to escape, to get out of their territory, to stand any chance of them relenting. I turned and ran, the pain of each sting fueling my adrenaline. The wasps pursued relentlessly. I dashed through the woods, my only thought to put as much distance as possible between myself and the nest. The dense forest became a blur as I sprinted, branches scratching my face and arms. Every breath brought sharp pain, and I felt my body reacting to the venom, swelling at the sites of the stings, which made my movements sluggish and clumsy. Navigating through the underbrush was challenging, especially as my vision began to blur slightly from the pain and panic. I stumbled several times, each fall a burst of agony from the fresh stings I received as I hit the ground. Despite the overwhelming urge to stop and rest, the sound of the buzzing swarm close behind spurred me on. After what seemed like an eternity, I reached a clearing where I hoped the reduced foliage would mean fewer places for the wasps to hide, potentially lessening their aggression. I didn't stop to check. Instead, I continued to run, heading towards a part of the trail I remembered was closer to a ranger station. My body screamed in protest, the venom from multiple stings causing my limbs to swell and ache. My breathing was heavy, each inhalation mixed with pain and desperation. As I neared the ranger station, I began to shout for help, my voice hoarse but loud enough to carry. Hearing my cries, a ranger emerged from the station, quickly assessing the situation. He grabbed a fire extinguisher, a quick, makeshift solution, and sprayed the area around us, the CO2 helping to disperse the remaining wasps. He then guided me inside, where I collapsed from exhaustion and pain. The next few hours were a blur of medical intervention. The rangers administered first aid, treating the numerous stings and monitoring me for severe allergic reactions. They applied cold compresses to reduce the swelling and gave me antihistamines to manage the pain and inflammation. Thankfully, I wasn't allergic to wasp stings, but the sheer number of them posed a significant risk of shock. I was eventually transported to a nearby hospital for further treatment. The doctors were concerned about the potential for secondary infections and the impact of so much venom entering my system at once. I received a tetanus shot and stayed under hospital care for a couple of days to ensure that no complications arose. The recovery was slow and painful. The swelling and bruising from the stings lasted for weeks, and I had nightmares about the incident for months afterward. The physical scars eventually faded, but the psychological impact lingered. This harrowing experience taught me several critical lessons about hiking in remote areas. Most importantly, it underscored the importance of staying on marked trails and being aware of my surroundings. I also learned to never hike without a way to communicate emergencies, investing in a satellite phone for future trips. As I returned to hiking, I did so with a new respect for the environment and its inhabitants. The attack had been a brutal reminder of nature's unpredictability and power. Despite the trauma, I continued to hike, driven by a love for the outdoors and a desire to not let fear overcome my passion. However, I became more cautious and prepared, never again underestimating the potential dangers hidden in the beauty of the wild. Story 47. It was supposed to be a simple road trip, a journey through the countryside to explore and unwind, away from the hustle and bustle of city life. My route was planned with care, destinations pinned and playlists prepared, but as with any adventure, the unexpected was just around the corner. Driving through a particularly scenic part of the country, I decided to take a detour. The GPS showed a shortcut that would cut through to the main highway and shave an hour off my journey. The road started innocently enough, paved and promising, but it wasn't long before the asphalt gave way to gravel and then to something barely deserving of the name road: potholes, overgrown brush, and a lack of signage should have been warning enough. But my determination to explore had me pushing forward. As I ventured further, the terrain became increasingly challenging, and my car, not built for such rugged conditions, struggled. I was deep in thought, considering turning back, when the inevitable happened. A particularly vicious pothole claimed my right front tire, leaving me stranded. I stepped out to assess the damage, the silence of the remote area enveloping me like a thick blanket. There was no cell service here, a fact I realized as I frantically checked my phone for a signal. I was considering my options when I heard the crunch of gravel behind me. Turning, I saw a beat-up truck approaching, dust billowing behind it. Relief washed over me, followed swiftly by a prickling sense of unease. Something about the situation felt off. The truck stopped, and two burly men stepped out, eyeing me and my city car with undisguised suspicion. Their demeanor was not friendly. Their faces were set in hard lines, and their body language was closed off and intimidating. "You're trespassing," one of them growled, his voice carrying a threat that sent a shiver down my spine. I tried to explain, my voice calm and friendly. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize. I took a wrong turn and just need some help with my tire." Their response was curt and unwelcoming. "No one comes down this road by accident. What are you really doing here?" The accusatory tone made it clear they weren't just concerned about trespassing, they were deeply mistrustful of outsiders. Realizing that this situation could escalate quickly, I apologized again and mentioned that I would leave as soon as I fixed my tire. Their response was to laugh, a sound devoid of humor. "You're not going anywhere soon," the other man said, stepping closer. Panic set in as I backed towards my car, my mind racing for solutions. The men advanced, and I knew I had to defend myself. I remembered the tire iron in the trunk, not much, but it was something. As they came closer, I managed to retrieve it, holding it up defensively. "Stay back," I shouted, more bravely than I felt. To my surprise, they paused, perhaps reassessing their approach given my readiness to defend myself. "We don't like trouble here," the first man said after a moment, his eyes fixed on the tire iron. "But you best leave quick once you're done fixing your car." Nodding, I kept the tire iron in hand while I worked on the tire, my movements quick and shaky. They watched from their truck, a silent threat. With every second that passed, I expected them to change their minds and attack, but they remained in their vehicle watching. The tire replaced more through adrenaline-fueled fear than skill. I threw the damaged one into the back and jumped into the driver's seat, not even daring to put the tools away properly. I started the car and drove away, not stopping to look back, the tire iron still lying on the passenger seat beside me. As I finally reached the safety of the highway, my hands trembled on the wheel, and I took several deep breaths to calm my racing heart. The encounter was a stark reminder of how quickly an adventure could turn into a nightmare. The rest of the journey was uneventful, but the experience stayed with me, a lesson etched deeply into my mind. I learned the hard way about the importance of sticking to known routes, especially in unfamiliar areas, and the necessity of always being prepared for the worst. I shared my story with friends and family, and later online, as a cautionary tale for fellow travelers. The world is full of wonders, but it is also full of dangers, and sometimes the wrong turn can take you much farther from safety than you ever intended to go. Story 48. Survivor of a train crash. The journey had begun like any other train ride I had taken before, a routine trip through the countryside with passengers either napping, reading, or gazing out at the rolling landscapes. I had settled into my seat by the window, appreciating the solitude and the rhythmic clatter of the train on the tracks, but that tranquility was shattered in an instant. The crash was sudden and violent. One moment I was watching the trees flash by, the next I was thrown against the window as the car lurched and screeched terrifyingly. A deafening roar filled my ears as metal twisted and glass shattered around me. The car flipped, an unnatural, stomach-churning sensation, and then everything went black. When I came to, the scene was chaotic. The train car was on its side, the interior a mangled mess of broken seats and injured passengers. Moans and cries for help pierced the air, a stark contrast to the peaceful countryside outside the shattered windows. My head throbbed and pain shot through my arm, but I pushed through the disorientation and pain, driven by the immediate need to help others. I checked myself briefly. Aside from a few cuts and a possibly sprained arm, I was largely unharmed. Many weren't so lucky. I began to move toward the sounds of distress, finding an elderly man pinned under a fallen luggage rack. With effort and adrenaline fueling my actions, I managed to lift it enough for him to wriggle free. He was dazed but mobile, and together we turned to assist others. The reality of our situation soon became clear. We were in a remote area, far from immediate help. The front of the train was a twisted wreck, and I feared for those in the cars ahead. I made a decision then to lead those who could walk to the nearest sign of civilization, which according to a sign we'd passed was a small town some miles back along the tracks. Gathering a group of about a dozen survivors, I explained the plan. We had to move quickly before nightfall or before the injuries of some worsened. We'll go as slow as the slowest among us, I assured them, trying to sound more confident than I felt. With one last look at the wreckage promising those too injured to move that I would send help, I led the group away from the crash site. The walk was grueling. Every step was a reminder of the pain in my arm and head, and around me, the other survivors struggled with their own injuries. But there was a shared determination, a collective will to survive that kept us moving forward. Our progress was slow, punctuated by stops to rest or tend to someone's wounds. I kept an eye on the skies, noting with relief that the weather was holding, though the chill of the evening was beginning to set in. We shared water and snacks from our bags, the little food we had becoming a communal resource that bound us together. After what seemed like hours, lights appeared in the distance, a sign that our destination was near. It was the most welcome sight, the promise of safety after the ordeal. As we approached the town, a vehicle appeared, headlights cutting through the twilight. It was a police car, the first responder to reach us. They had been alerted by someone's emergency call, thankfully. One passenger had found a spot of reception and were shocked to see us walking towards them. The relief was palpable. As we were helped into various vehicles, local volunteers had rallied to assist, bringing cars and vans to transport us to safety. We were taken to a community center, where local doctors and nurses were waiting to give medical aid. As I sat on a cot, a blanket around my shoulders and a cup of hot tea in my hands, I watched as the community worked around us, tending to the injured, offering comfort, and organizing further help. It was a profound display of humanity, a silver lining in the dark cloud of the day's events. In the aftermath, the reality of what had happened, what we had survived, began to truly sink in. I was interviewed by authorities and the media, my story of leading the survivors to safety highlighted as a beacon of hope amid tragedy. But it was the faces of those I'd helped, their words of thanks, that stayed with me, far louder than any praise. Recovery was slow, both physically and emotionally. The crash left scars that were not easily healed, and I found solace in reaching out to others from the train, forming a network of support as we navigated the aftermath together. Surviving the train crash was a turning point in my life. It taught me about the resilience of the human spirit and the strength that comes from community. It was a harrowing experience, but also a testament to the power of collective action in the face of dire circumstances. Story 49. The outbreak of the virus had been sudden and devastating. Within weeks, what began as a few isolated cases had spiraled into a full-blown epidemic, and the city I called home was at the epicenter. Authorities, desperate to contain the spread, instituted a strict quarantine, sealing off the city from the outside world. The military patrolled the streets, and what once was a vibrant urban landscape transformed overnight into a desolate ghost town governed by fear and martial law. The first days of the quarantine were chaotic. People scrambled to stock up on supplies, leading to shortages and scuffles in grocery stores. Hospitals overflowed, and makeshift treatment centers sprang up in public spaces. The military enforced the lockdown with an iron fist, setting up checkpoints and using drones to monitor movements. I had been visiting a friend on the other side of the city when the lockdown was implemented. Cut off from my apartment and most of my resources, I was forced to stay put, watching the situation deteriorate through the window of a small, cramped apartment. As days turned into weeks, the initial shock gave way to a simmering desperation. Reports of the virus's lethality only heightened the fear. It wasn't long before public order began to fray, looting and riots broke out sporadically as people's desperation grew. Communication with the outside world was strictly controlled, but rumors leaked in, speaking of areas outside the quarantine zone that were managing to contain the spread and maintain some semblance of normalcy. I realized that if I stayed, my chances of survival would diminish with each passing day. I decided to escape, to try and reach a safer area where the virus was under control. Planning the escape was fraught with risks. Surveillance was everywhere, and the penalties for breaking quarantine were severe. I spent days observing the patterns of military patrols from the apartment, noting the less frequented routes and the timings of shifts at checkpoints. I gathered a modest supply of food, water, and basic medical supplies, all while keeping my activities as inconspicuous as possible. My chance came one evening when a severe storm hit the city. The harsh weather temporarily disrupted the drone surveillance and reduced the number of patrols on the streets. Dressed in dark, nondescript clothing, I slipped out of the apartment with a backpack, my heart pounding in my chest. Navigating through the city was harrowing. The streets, once familiar, now felt like a labyrinth of dangers. I avoided main roads, moving through alleys and across backyards, constantly on the lookout for patrols. The city under the cloak of the storm felt apocalyptic, with abandoned cars, shattered windows, and the constant, oppressive sound of rain. I reached the first checkpoint, a critical barrier in my path. Using a route through an old, run-down warehouse district, I managed to circumvent it, squeezing through a gap in the fencing that I had spotted during my observations. Every shadow and sound made me jump, the fear of getting caught a constant companion. After what felt like hours, I approached the edge of the city. The final obstacle was a large, well-guarded checkpoint. Realizing that direct stealth was no longer an option, I blended in with a group of medical workers who were being rotated out after their shift. I kept my head down, avoiding direct eye contact. The guards, weary from their own long shifts, didn't question my presence as I walked with purpose and confidence. Once past the checkpoint, the environment changed. The strict control relaxed slightly and I was able to move more freely. However, I was not out of danger yet. The area was still under quarantine measures and patrols were frequent. I continued to move cautiously, avoiding major roads and seeking cover whenever possible. After another tense hour, I reached a small, makeshift camp where people like me, escapees from the city, were gathered. Volunteers provided food, medical care, and information on how to proceed safely. From there, transportation was arranged to take us to a quarantine transition area, where we would be screened for the virus and provided with further assistance. The relief of having escaped the city was overwhelming, but the ordeal had taken its toll. I was exhausted both physically and mentally. The transition camp was well organized and humane, a stark contrast to the situation in the city. After several days of screening and waiting, I was cleared to move to a safer area where the outbreak was under control. The escape from the quarantine zone was the most harrowing experience of my life. It taught me about the resilience of the human spirit and the depths of desperation. It also showed me the importance of community and solidarity in times of crisis. Even in the darkest times, there were people willing to help, to risk their own safety for others. This ordeal, while traumatic, reaffirmed my faith in humanity. Story 50. As an experienced scuba diver, I had always relished the solitude and thrill of solo dives. The underwater world, with its serene silence and mysterious depths, had always felt like a sanctuary. Yet, I was acutely aware of the risks involved. On this particular trip, I ventured off the coast of a secluded island, the waters known for their vibrant coral reefs and diverse marine life. The dive started smoothly, with clear skies and calm seas setting a perfect backdrop. I descended into the cool, blue depths, my senses alert to the beauty and dangers of the underwater realm. My plan was to explore a well-documented reef system, which was supposed to be straightforward given my experience and preparation. However, as I reached a depth of about 80 feet, I noticed a sudden drop in the air pressure indicated on my gauge. A chill ran down my spine as I checked my equipment, only to find that my oxygen regulator was malfunctioning, causing the air supply to deplete at an alarmingly accelerated rate. Compounding the problem, my navigation device, which I relied on for guiding me back to my entry point, began to flicker and then went completely dark. I was deep underwater, with a failing air supply and no easy way to navigate back. Panic clawed at the edges of my mind, but years of training kicked in. I knew that panic was a diver's worst enemy. I took a moment to steady my breathing, conserving what little air I had left. Using natural navigation, I tried to recall the map of the reef I had studied before the dive. Remembering the layout, I estimated the direction back to the boat. I had to trust my instinct and memory, as there was no technology to rely on now. Knowing that every second mattered, I began to swim towards what I hoped was the direction of my boat. I swam steadily, avoiding rapid movements to conserve energy and oxygen. My lungs began to ache as the reduced airflow made breathing increasingly difficult. I periodically checked my watch and depth gauge, calculating my ascent to avoid decompression sickness. Safety stops were necessary but would further deplete my limited air. As I ascended slowly, keeping a keen eye on my surroundings, I focused on staying calm and efficient. The surface seemed agonizingly far away, each kick bringing a mix of hope and trepidation. At around 30 feet below the surface during a mandatory safety stop, my situation became dire. My air was running critically low. I had to make a decision: wait out the full safety stop and risk running out of air, or ascend more quickly and face the potential consequences of decompression sickness. I opted to wait, knowing the dangers of the bends were potentially more life-threatening than my immediate air shortage. Those minutes were the longest of my life, each second ticking by as I monitored the last wisps of air trickling through my regulator. Finally, I made the last ascent to the surface, emerging from the water with just a few breaths of air remaining. The relief of breaking through to the open air was overwhelming. However, I was still far from safe. I was alone, adrift, and the boat was nowhere in sight. I inflated my surface marker buoy for visibility and began to whistle with my emergency whistle. The minutes stretched into what seemed like hours. The sun began its descent towards the horizon, and with it, my hopes dimmed. Just as despair began to set in, I heard the distant hum of a boat engine. I waved my arms frantically, the bright orange of the buoy catching the light. The boat, which had been searching for me after I failed to return on time, spotted me. The crew pulled me aboard, their faces etched with concern. They administered first aid and monitored me for signs of decompression sickness during the rapid transport back to the mainland. I was taken directly to a hospital where I was placed in a decompression chamber as a precaution. The medical staff monitored me closely for any signs of the bends, and fortunately I had managed to avoid any serious complications. Recovering later, I reflected on the dive and the series of failures that had nearly cost me my life. I realized that no matter how experienced one might be, the ocean was always in charge, and respect for its power was paramount. The experience humbled me and reinforced the vital importance of diving with partners and ensuring all equipment was in impeccable condition before any dive. This harrowing experience didn't deter me from diving, but it profoundly changed my approach to diving safety. I became an advocate in the diving community for strict adherence to safety protocols, sharing my story as a sobering reminder of what could happen when even a single diver takes the ocean for granted. Story 51. The sun had set hours ago, and the historical museum, where I had been engrossed in research for an upcoming university paper, was supposed to be closed. It was only when I looked up from my notes, realizing the surrounding silence was deeper than usual, that I noticed I was utterly alone. The usual hum of visitors had ceased, the staff had departed, and somehow, during my absorbed state, I had missed any announcements about the museum closing. With a rising sense of unease, I packed up my things and headed for the exits, only to find the doors locked tight. I was trapped in the museum, enveloped in darkness, save for the scant moonlight filtering through high windows. The museum, a grand old building filled with artifacts from centuries past, suddenly felt less like a haven of history and more like a stage for a ghost story. Each exhibit, which during the day stood as a testament to human achievement and creativity, now took on a menacing air in the shadows. With no cell service inside the thick stone walls of the museum and my phone's battery perilously low, I realized I needed to find another way out, or at least a place with better reception to call for help. Deciding to keep calm, I used my phone's flashlight sparingly to conserve power, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness as I navigated the eerie halls. The first room I walked through was the Egyptian exhibit. In the beam of my flashlight, the painted eyes of towering sarcophagi seemed to follow me, and the whispers of the ancient dead seemed almost audible. The air felt heavy, as if the very weight of the millennia these artifacts represented bore down upon me. Next, I entered the medieval section, where suits of armor stood sentinel. Here, the shadows cast by my light made it seem as if the armors were moving subtly, ready to step off their stands and challenge me for intruding upon their eternal vigil. Every small noise made my heart jump, a testament to the growing fear that I was not as alone as I thought. My path took me through the Renaissance era, where portraits of long-dead nobles lined the walls. Their eyes, masterfully painted to appear lifelike, seemed to pierce through the darkness, scrutinizing my every move. A sudden draft made me shiver. Or was it the chill of unseen presences that walked the corridors of history alongside me? As I continued my unwilling tour, I stumbled upon the section devoted to indigenous arts. Masks and totems, imbued with cultural significance and spiritual importance, stared out from the darkness. Here, I paused, a profound sense of being watched creeping over me. It was as though the spirits the masks were meant to appease or embody were alert to my presence, displeased by the disturbance. Growing more anxious, I quickened my pace, eager to find any exit or a signal for my phone. The next turn brought me to the natural history section, where the reconstructed skeletons of dinosaurs loomed overhead. In the dim light, their monstrous forms seemed almost animate, the deep shadows throwing grotesque shapes across the floor. The silence was oppressive, punctuated only by the echo of my own footsteps. At last, I reached a part of the museum I recognized as near the administrative offices, a place more modern and less filled with the relics of the past. I tried the doors, but like the others, they were locked. However, the proximity to the outside world allowed faint signals to flicker on my phone. I hastily dialed emergency services, my voice a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the silence that had reasserted itself behind me. While waiting for help to arrive, I found myself in the contemporary arts section. The abstract and modern pieces here should have offered a respite from the intense history of the other sections, yet the strange shapes and shadows they cast in the flashlight's beam seemed to twist into sinister forms. My imagination, fueled by the night's adventures, conjured visions of the artwork coming to life, stepping out of their frames and plinths to join me in the dark. Finally, the sound of distant voices and the beam of powerful flashlights heralded the arrival of security officers, come to rescue me from my unintended confinement. As I walked out into the cool night air, the weight of countless eyes seemed to lift, and the museum returned to being just a building, its contents once again inert relics of the past. The experience, however, lingered long in my mind, transforming my perception of the museum from a simple repository of artifacts to a place where history lived, breathed, and during one unforgettable night, walked with me through the darkness. Story 52. It was my first long-haul flight, and my nerves were already frayed. I had never been comfortable with flying, and the idea of spending hours suspended over the ocean was unsettling. Despite the smooth start and the crew's reassuring demeanor, nothing could have prepared me for the sudden, severe turbulence that struck halfway through our journey. The initial jolt was shocking, a harsh reminder of the flight's altitude and speed. The plane shuddered violently, a sound like distant thunder rolling through the cabin as it dipped sharply. Overhead bins rattled, and a chorus of gasps and cries echoed from the terrified passengers. My heart pounded against my chest, each drop feeling like a free fall. The captain's voice crackled over the intercom, strained yet calm, urging everyone to stay seated and keep their seat belts fastened. But his words did little to soothe the growing panic as another wave of turbulence hit, more ferocious than the first. The aircraft groaned under the stress, and for a few harrowing moments it felt like the plane was being tossed like a toy in the hands of a capricious storm. Around me, people reacted in varying degrees of fear. A young woman across the aisle sobbed uncontrollably, clutching her seat as if it could anchor her. A family nearby tried to comfort their small children, who were crying and screaming in fear. An elderly man prayed quietly, his lips moving rapidly. The cabin was a tableau of terror, and I, a first-time flyer, felt a deep responsibility to do something, anything, to help. Drawing on a deep, almost unknown well of calm, I realized that panic would help no one. I remembered reading that understanding turbulence could help mitigate the fear, so I turned to the young woman across the aisle and offered her a reassuring smile. Turbulence is just the plane passing through different air currents. It's very normal, and planes are built to handle it, I explained, my voice surprisingly steady. She nodded, wiping away tears, and took a few deep breaths, visibly relaxing as I spoke. Encouraged by her response, I leaned over to speak to the family with the young children. Do you want to hear how pilots train for moments like this? They practice a lot in simulators to make sure they can handle anything, I said, crafting a narrative that highlighted the skill and preparedness of our pilots. The parents seemed grateful for the distraction, and the kids, intrigued by the mention of simulators, began asking questions about flying, momentarily forgetting their fear. I continued talking, my voice growing firmer with each word. We discussed how the plane's wings are designed to be flexible, and how the structure could withstand much more than what we were experiencing. Gradually, the worst of the turbulence subsided, the violent shakes reducing to mild jostles. The relief was palpable, but the atmosphere remained tense. I kept up my discussions, moving on to talk about travel stories and the places I hoped to visit. This not only distracted them, but also helped me manage my own fear. When the plane finally stabilized, and the captain announced that we had passed through the worst part, a collective sigh of relief swept through the cabin. Passengers began to relax, some closing their eyes to rest, others resuming their interrupted activities. The cabin crew moved through the aisles, checking on passengers and offering words of comfort. As we continued our journey, the young woman who had been so distressed earlier leaned across the aisle to thank me. I was really scared. Talking helped a lot, she admitted, offering a shaky smile. The rest of the flight passed without incident, and when we finally touched down, the sense of relief was overwhelming. Passengers disembarked with fervent thanks to the crew, and many shared glances that spoke of shared relief and camaraderie after the ordeal. Stepping off the plane, I felt a profound sense of gratitude and an unexpected surge of confidence. I had faced my fear of flying head-on, not just enduring it, but actively working to help others through their fear as well. It was a transformative experience, teaching me that sometimes the only way to conquer fear is to face it directly, and that calmness can be as contagious as panic. This flight, my first long-haul journey, would always be remembered not just for the fear and turbulence, but for the unexpected strength it revealed in me and the unity it fostered among strangers. It was a powerful reminder that even in moments of chaos and crisis, human connection and kindness can prevail. Story 53. The day had started ordinarily enough, with a simple stroll through my neighborhood to enjoy the pleasant early spring weather. The streets were lined with budding trees and the familiar sights of my daily routine. I was lost in thought, planning my weekend, when the earth beneath me gave a treacherous shudder. In an instant, the pavement fractured, a loud crack breaking the serenity of the morning. Before I could react, the ground opened up beneath me, swallowing me whole. I fell, a brief, terrifying drop that ended abruptly in pain and darkness. The shock of cold, damp earth against my skin was nothing compared to the sharp agony in my leg, which had twisted and snapped under the impact. Dazed and winded, I found myself in a narrow, cylindrical pit of sinkhole, hidden right within our urban landscape. The walls were a mix of soil and broken pipes, ominously creaking as if threatening to collapse further. Sunlight streamed in from a small opening far above, the gap through which I had fallen, now a distant circle of light. Realizing the severity of my situation, panic clawed at my chest. My leg was clearly broken, the angle unnatural, and the pain was blinding. I tried to shout for help, but my voice echoed back at me, muffled by the earthen walls. With no immediate response, the reality of my isolation sank in. I was trapped, possibly hidden from the view of any passerby, in a neighborhood not known for its foot traffic. Struggling against the pain, I managed to pull my phone from my pocket, but my heart sank as I saw the screen was shattered and unresponsive. Desperate, I searched my surroundings for anything that could be of use. My backpack had fallen with me, and by some miracle it was within arm's reach. Fumbling through it, I found my water bottle and a few granola bars, small comforts that became my lifelines. Hours passed, each minute stretching into eternity. I rationed the little water and food I had, painfully aware that they needed to last until rescue came if it came. I tried to keep my spirits up by shouting for help at intervals, hoping my voice would carry to the street above. Between cries for help, I listened intently for any signs of life, any indication that someone had noticed my absence or the sinister hole that had appeared in the neighborhood. The walls of the sinkhole occasionally dropped small showers of dirt, a reminder of how precarious my refuge was. I knew I had to keep calm to conserve my energy and maintain my focus on survival. I used meditation techniques, breathing in slowly and exhaling pain and panic, trying to stay as still as possible to avoid further destabilizing the ground beneath me. As the day wore on, the light from above began to fade, signaling the approach of evening. The temperature dropped, and the reality of spending a night in the sinkhole, injured and alone, tightened its grip on my chest. I wrapped myself with my jacket, trying to preserve my body heat as the chill of the earth seeped into my bones. Then, when hope seemed lowest, I heard voices. At first I thought I was imagining them, a trick of my desperate mind. But they grew louder, more distinct. I yelled with the last reserves of my strength, "Down here. Help, I'm down here." The voices stopped, and for a heart-stopping moment there was silence. Then, a voice called back, "Hold on, we're getting help." The relief was overwhelming, tears mixing with the dirt on my face. I heard the sounds of activity above, the calls of people mobilizing, contacting emergency services. The local fire department arrived, their voices a balm to my frayed nerves. A firefighter, secured with ropes, was carefully lowered into the sinkhole. His presence was a profound comfort. Finally, I was not alone. "Got you now," he reassured me as he assessed my condition and secured me to a stretcher. The rescue was cautious, the risk of further collapse looming over every movement. But these were professionals, their actions efficient and confident. As they hoisted me out of the pit, the sight of the night sky had never seemed so beautiful, nor the air so sweet. I was rushed to the hospital, where my leg was treated, and the long process of recovery began. The community rallied around me, their support a constant through my healing journey. The experience of falling into the sinkhole, of being so helplessly trapped, left deep mental scars that matched the physical ones. Yet, it also instilled a profound gratitude for the fragility of life and the strength of community. I knew I would never walk through my neighborhood with the same carefree steps, but I also knew I'd never take those steps for granted again. Story 54. The excitement of embarking on a tourist submarine tour was palpable among the passengers as we boarded the vessel that promised a unique view of the underwater world. As someone who had always been fascinated by the ocean, the prospect of seeing its wonders up close filled me with an exhilarating anticipation. The submarine, a sleek, modern vessel designed specifically for tourist ventures, was reputed to be as safe as it was comfortable. The tour began smoothly, with the submarine submerging and taking us past coral reefs teeming with colorful fish, eerie shipwrecks, and the occasional curious sea turtle. Our guide provided a running commentary, and we were all engrossed in the spectacle beyond the portholes. However, as we reached the deeper parts of the tour, a sudden, acrid smell of burning wiring filled the air, snapping everyone out of their reverie. Panic began to simmer among the passengers as smoke started seeping into the cabin. The captain quickly informed us that a fire had broken out in the engine room. In the confined space of the submarine, any fire was a critical emergency, but underwater, it was exponentially more dangerous. The submarine couldn't surface immediately due to the risk of decompression sickness, nor could we evacuate. The gravity of our situation was immediately clear. We were trapped underwater in a vessel with limited oxygen, now being further contaminated by smoke. The captain, maintaining a calm demeanor, instructed everyone to put on the emergency oxygen masks stored beneath our seats. He explained that the crew was attempting to extinguish the fire using the submarine's built-in suppression systems, but we needed to prepare for the possibility that these measures might not be sufficient. As the crew battled the fire, the cabin became tense and quiet, except for the muffled sound of our breathing through the masks. The captain organized some of the able-bodied passengers to assist in sealing off the engine room as much as possible to contain the smoke and fire. I found myself working alongside others, using wet towels and sheets to block the gaps under the door leading to the engine compartment. With each minute that ticked by, the smoke grew thicker, making it increasingly difficult to see. The air, despite our oxygen masks, felt heavy and hot. The captain then made the decision to surface slowly to minimize the health risks while also contacting surface rescue teams. Communication with the surface was strained due to our compromised equipment, but after what seemed like an eternity, the captain confirmed that rescue was on its way. He continuously monitored the cabin's oxygen levels, which were holding steady thanks to the submarine's emergency protocols, but the environment was becoming increasingly unbearable. Operation among the passengers was our only chance. People who had been strangers just hours before now worked together, sharing reassurances and taking turns to rest and exert effort in maintaining the integrity of our temporary barriers against the smoke. I was struck by the calm that eventually settled over us, a collective resolve to maintain hope and focus on the actions we could take to aid our survival. As we finally began our controlled descent, the tension was palpable. Everyone was silently praying, thoughts inevitably drifting to loved ones and the life outside that we all hoped to return to. After a slow, agonizing rise, the submarine breached the surface, greeted by the flashing lights of rescue boats and the sound of helicopters overhead. The hatch was opened, letting in the fresh, salty air of the sea. It was the sweetest, most life-affirming breath I had ever taken. We were quickly evacuated from the submarine and onto the rescue boats. Medical personnel on board immediately began checking everyone for signs of smoke inhalation and other injuries. Once on shore, the relief of being on solid ground was overwhelming. The local news had caught wind of our ordeal, and we were met with cameras and reporters eager to capture the end of our harrowing journey. It felt surreal, recounting our experience while standing safely on the dock, surrounded by the relieved and tearful embraces of families reuniting. The incident led to a thorough investigation into the cause of the fire and a reevaluation of safety protocols on tourist submarines. As for myself, the experience left a lasting impact. I developed a deeper appreciation for the fragility of life and the strength of human cooperation in the face of danger. Despite the terror and the peril we faced, the unity and resilience shown by everyone on board were profoundly inspiring. I returned to the ocean many times after, but never again did I take the safety of the surface for granted. Story 55. My fascination with history, particularly the darker chapters, had led me to many unique and sometimes eerie places, but none were quite as haunting as the old prison that had been converted into a tourist attraction. The sprawling complex had once housed some of the most notorious criminals, and now it stood as a monument to the past, its cells and corridors open to those curious enough to explore them. The day of my visit was overcast, the gray skies lending an additional gloom to the already foreboding structure. I arrived late in the afternoon, just a couple of hours before the closing time. The visitor count was low, probably due to the weather, which suited me just fine. I preferred exploring such places without the bustle of crowds, taking my time to really soak in the atmosphere and imagine life within those walls. Armed with an audio guide, I wandered through the cell blocks, listening to tales of infamous inmates and legendary escapes. The history was palpable, each cell telling a story of despair and longing for freedom. As I reached the end of one of the blocks, I noticed a cell that seemed particularly well preserved. Intrigued, I stepped inside to get a closer look at the artifacts and writings on the wall left by former occupants. Absorbed in my examination, I didn't notice the sound of the heavy cell door swinging shut. It was only when I turned to leave that I heard the ominous click of the latch falling into place. A quick push on the door confirmed my fears. It was locked, and I was trapped. Panic surged as I rattled the door vigorously, the sound echoing down the empty hallway. I called out, hoping that a guide or another visitor would hear me. But there was no response, just the echo of my own voice bouncing off the cold, hard walls. The reality set in that I was alone, locked in a cell in an old, abandoned prison. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared, the cell block was swallowed by darkness. The only light came from a small, high window, too far up to offer any real illumination. The darkness was oppressive, almost suffocating in its completeness. Every sound seemed amplified: the drip of water from a leaking pipe, the scuttle of a rat in the corner, and worse yet, the soft, inexplicable sounds that seemed to drift down the hallway, whispers of a past too grim to forget. The solitude and eerie noises began to play tricks on my mind. Shadows seemed to move just at the edge of my vision, and the faint sounds morphed into voices, murmurs of unseen ghosts reliving their tormented lives. The chilling sensation of not being alone crept over me, raising goosebumps on my arms. Every rational thought told me it was just my imagination, fueled by the stories I had heard through the audio guide, but the fear was real and palpable. I wrapped my arms around my knees, trying to keep calm. To distract myself, I started recounting facts about the prison that I had learned from the tour, focusing on the architecture and history, rather than the tales of the inmates. I reminded myself that I was just experiencing a very vivid, very unsettling history lesson. Hours seemed to pass like days. The temperature in the cell dropped, and I huddled in my jacket, trying to stay warm. The isolation weighed heavily on me, each minute stretching out endlessly. I tried shouting for help at intervals, but my voice soon grew hoarse, and the silence that followed each cry was harder to bear. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, I heard the sound of footsteps and voices. Light spilled into the hallway as a security guard, flashlight in hand, came into view. Relief flooded through me, tears welling up from the intensity of my emotions. I was found by a night shift guard who had noticed a discrepancy in the cell door locks during his rounds. The guard unlocked the door, and I practically leaped out of the cell, eager to be out of the confining space and darkness. He apologized profusely, explaining that it was a rare mistake and that they would review their closing procedures to ensure it never happened again. Walking out of the prison, the fresh air felt like a balm to my soul. The night sky was clear, and stars twinkled above, a stark contrast to the darkness I had endured. The experience had been terrifying, yet it left me with a profound sense of gratitude for my freedom, a luxury the former occupants of that cell had not enjoyed. I drove home with a new appreciation for the comforts and freedoms of my everyday life, aware that the echoes of the past would linger in my mind for a long time. My accidental imprisonment was not just a story to recount, it was a reminder of the fragility of freedom and the enduring spirits of those who had lived without it. Story 56. The conference had drawn experts from around the world to the high rise in the city center, a gleaming tower of glass and steel. I was there to present my research on urban sustainability, a subject I was deeply passionate about. The irony of my situation wouldn't escape me later, as I found myself struggling for survival in the very type of structure I often cited as a marvel of modern engineering. The day had started like any other conference day: lectures, networking, coffee breaks. The keynote speech had just concluded, and the applause was still ringing in the air as I made my way to the next seminar. Suddenly, a deafening explosion tore through the building, a catastrophic roar that seemed to come from the lower floors. The floor shook violently under my feet, the walls around me cracking as the world turned into a blur of motion and noise. Before I could react, the ceiling caved in. I was thrown to the ground, debris raining down around me. Darkness enveloped me as I felt immense pressure pinning me down. Pain shot through my body, a stark, biting line between consciousness and oblivion. When I regained awareness, I was trapped under what felt like tons of rubble. My pocket of survival was barely a few feet in any direction, formed by the twisted remains of what I assumed were parts of the conference room. The air was thick with dust and smoke, making each breath a painful effort. The initial shock slowly gave way to a creeping realization of my predicament. I was alone, buried within a collapsed building, unsure if anyone else had survived. My phone, my lifeline, was in my pocket, miraculously uncrushed. With trembling hands, I managed to retrieve it, though with every movement, I felt the precariousness of the debris around me. I dialed 911, the phone's light a small beacon in the oppressive darkness. The operator's voice, calm and clear, was the most welcome sound I had ever heard. I explained my situation as best as I could, my voice echoing strangely in the small space. They assured me that help was on the way, that I needed to stay on the line, keep talking, keep awake. But as minutes turned into hours, the battery life dwindling, so too did the light from my phone. In the darkness, isolated from the world above, despair began to set in. I thought of my family, my friends, the life I had led, and the plans I had made. The weight of the concrete and steel that held me felt like the weight of a mountain, unmovable, indifferent to the human life it trapped. To keep panic at bay, I started recounting stories from my life aloud, recalling every detail to the unseen operator still on the line. Each memory was a reminder of why I needed to survive, why I had to hold on. I talked about my childhood, my first day at university, the joy of getting my first research paper published. Each word was a fight against the encroaching silence that threatened to consume me. As the hours passed, the noise of rescue operations began to filter through the rubble. The distant sound of sirens, the rumble of machinery, voices calling out. Hope rekindled in my chest with each sound, each indication that I was not forgotten. The rescue came agonizingly slowly. Every shift in the debris brought a fresh wave of fear that the fragile sanctuary around me would collapse. When the first ray of light broke through a small opening above me, it was like a physical force, a wave of relief so intense it was almost painful. The rescue team worked meticulously, removing pieces of rubble with careful precision. When they finally reached me, the sight of their dust-covered faces was like looking upon angels. They administered first aid right there, checking for injuries, reassuring me with their calm professionalism. Extrication was delicate work. As they lifted me out of the wreckage, strapped securely on a stretcher, I saw the sky for the first time in what felt like a lifetime. The open air had never felt so sweet, so incredibly life-affirming. I was taken to a hospital, where I learned the extent of my injuries: broken bones, contusions, but nothing life-threatening. The recovery was both physical and mental. The trauma of the experience lingered long after my physical wounds had healed, but with the support of my family and professional help, I began to rebuild my life. The building collapse was a tragic event, one that claimed lives and altered many more. It taught me about the fragility of life, the importance of resilience, and the incredible strength of the human spirit in the face of overwhelming odds. My survival was not just a tale of personal endurance, but a testament to the bravery of the rescuers and the bonds of community that emerge in times of crisis. Story 57. It was supposed to be the highlight of our vacation, a hot air balloon ride over the picturesque landscape of the valley, dotted with vineyards and fields that stretched to the horizon. The early morning sun painted everything in a soft, golden light, and the gentle breeze seemed perfect for a peaceful flight. As we climbed into the basket, the pilot, a seasoned flyer with years of experience, briefed us on safety and what to expect. We ascended smoothly, and the ground slowly fell away. The vista was breathtaking, a patchwork of colors and textures far below, with distant mountains framing the scene. It was exhilarating and serene, all at once. However, about 20 minutes into our flight, the unexpected happened. Our pilot, who had been pointing out landmarks and explaining wind currents, suddenly grew quiet. I turned to see him slump against the side of the basket, unconscious. Panic surged as we called out to him, but he didn't respond. Quickly, I searched for the pilot's cell phone or radio to call for help, but found nothing immediately accessible. Realizing I needed to act, I tried to rouse him while asking my fellow passengers if anyone had emergency medical training or knew how to operate the balloon. No one did. The balloon continued to drift, carried by the wind, and now without anyone in control, it began to ascend higher. I remembered basic instructions from the pilot about using the burner and vents. The burner controlled the ascent, and opening the vent at the top would allow hot air to escape, making the balloon descend. Carefully, I pulled the cord to avoid rising further. Managing our altitude became my first priority, as the landscape below grew more unfamiliar and the wind started picking up. Weather conditions were rapidly changing. Clouds were rolling in, bringing stronger winds that buffeted the balloon. Each gust made the basket sway, intensifying our fear. I had to keep calm, for my sake and for the others who were looking to me for guidance. I located the pilot's radio tucked away in a compartment after some frantic searching. With trembling hands, I turned it on and sent out a distress call, stating our situation and approximate location as best as I could describe. Then, I secured it to my waist, keeping communication open and hands free to manage the balloon. While waiting for a response, I realized we needed to prepare for landing, which would be inevitable whether controlled or not. I instructed everyone to tighten their safety harnesses and hold onto the ropes that lined the basket. I practiced pulling the vent cord in short bursts, making minor adjustments to get a feel for how it influenced our descent. Navigating the balloon toward a safer landing spot was challenging with limited control and growing wind. My heart raced as I scanned the ground for open fields away from power lines and water bodies. The radio crackled to life with a response from air traffic control, confirming they had received our distress signal and were coordinating with local emergency services to assist us. They provided instructions to help guide the balloon toward an accessible area for rescue. I relayed this information to the passengers, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Following their guidance, I managed the burner and vent to adjust our path. The wind was relentless, but gradually, we began to make our way toward the designated area. As we approached what looked like a large, empty field, the reality of landing the balloon set in. The ground crew, visible now as tiny figures below, was preparing to assist. On instructions from air traffic control, I used the vent to control our descent gradually. Every pull of the cord was met with anxious anticipation as the ground loomed closer. The landing was rough. The basket tipped as we hit the ground, dragged a few feet before coming to a stop. But we were down, and we were safe. Cheers and sighs of relief filled the air, mixed with the adrenaline of the ordeal. Emergency services reached us quickly, attending to the pilot first and confirming he had a medical emergency that caused him to faint. Thankfully, he would recover. The rest of us were shaken but unharmed. Reflecting on the incident, I realized how quickly a serene experience could turn into a life-threatening situation. My rudimentary control of the balloon, guided by emergency responders, was crucial. The experience taught me about the importance of remaining calm under pressure and the incredible value of clear, supportive communication in a crisis. Though it was a harrowing experience, it didn't deter my love for adventure. Instead, it reinforced a deep appreciation for the presence of mind and the quick actions of both the ground crew and the emergency services that helped bring us to safety. Story 58. The early morning mist clung to the ground as I made my way through the dense forest. This was my first solo hunting trip, a test of the skills I'd learned from years of accompanying more experienced hunters. My rifle, a trusted tool, was slung over my shoulder, and the quiet rustle of leaves underfoot seemed to echo the heightened beat of my heart. The solitude was exhilarating, but as the forest swallowed me, a primitive alertness took hold. The first few hours passed without incident. I moved stealthily, searching for signs of deer, my intended quarry. However, as the day wore on, a disturbing sensation crept over me, an unmistakable feeling of being watched. At first, I dismissed it as nerves, the product of an overactive imagination. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger with every step. Pausing, I surveyed my surroundings. Nothing seemed amiss, yet the forest felt different now, charged with a tension that pricked at my skin. It was then I noticed the tracks large, fresh, and unmistakably predatory. They weren't there earlier. A cold realization washed over me. I was no longer the hunter, but the hunted. My mind raced as I considered my options. The nearest ranger station was miles away, too far to reach by nightfall. My truck was parked at the edge of the forest, but it was in the opposite direction of the tracks. The predator, likely a mountain lion or possibly a bear, was between me and my only escape route. Adrenaline surged as I decided on a plan. I would circle back, keeping downwind to avoid alerting the animal to my presence. I needed to be quiet, cautious, and most importantly, keep my rifle ready. Each step was measured, my senses dialed to their fullest, scanning for any movement, any sign of the beast. As I maneuvered through the underbrush, the forest seemed to come alive with every conceivable threat. Shadows morphed into potential dangers, and every snapped twig sounded like a charge. Hours slipped by, the sun's position a reminder of the dwindling daylight. Suddenly, there was a rustle to my left, a glimpse of movement. I froze, heart pounding, as a large mountain lion emerged from behind a thicket. Its eyes locked onto mine, a chilling recognition passing between predator and prey. It was a beautiful creature, powerful and sleek, but the danger it posed was immediate and terrifying. Our standoff lasted only seconds, though it felt much longer. I slowly raised my rifle, praying it wouldn't charge. The mountain lion crouched slightly, muscles tensed. I knew I had one shot, if it came to that. My finger hovered over the trigger, every ounce of my being focused on the animal before me. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the lion turned and vanished into the forest. I didn't lower my rifle until it was well out of sight, and even then, I backed away slowly, not turning my back to where it had been. The encounter left me shaken, the realization that I could have been killed or severely injured settling in like a heavy stone in my stomach. With the sky beginning to darken, I quickened my pace, using the last light to guide me out of the forest. Every noise made me jumpy, every shadow a hiding place for death. It wasn't until I saw the outline of my truck through the trees that I allowed myself to truly breathe. Reaching the truck felt like a rebirth. I threw my gear into the back and drove out of the forest without looking back. The drive home was a blur, my mind replaying the day's events over and over. I had ventured into the forest as a hunter, confident and in control, and left it humbled, reminded of my place in nature's hierarchy. This experience profoundly changed my approach to hunting and my respect for the wilderness. It taught me about the fine line between being the hunter and the hunted, and the importance of respecting the creatures that share the natural world with us. My future trips were more cautious, more respectful, and I never again underestimated the wilderness and its inhabitants. The forest, I realized, was not just a venue for human sport, but a domain where the wild ruled, and survival was a gift, not a guarantee. Story 59. It was another late-night research session in the university's chemistry laboratory, a routine that had become my norm over the past few months. My Ph.D. project on new synthetic pathways for pharmaceuticals demanded long hours of meticulous work, and tonight was no different. The lab was quiet, save for the gentle hum of the fume hoods and the occasional beep of instruments maintaining their vigil over ongoing experiments. The work was delicate, involving highly reactive compounds that needed to be handled with precision and care. My focus was absolute as I carefully measured and transferred a particularly volatile reagent. It was a process I had performed countless times before. But fatigue was a tricky adversary, and in a brief lapse of concentration, I knocked over a beaker with my elbow. The crash of glass hitting the floor seemed to echo through the lab as the chemicals spilled across the workbench, mixing with other substances I had laid out for analysis. The reaction was immediate and violent. A plume of smoke began to rise, and within seconds it turned into a thick, choking fog of hazardous fumes. Alarms blared overhead, a cacophony of warnings that added to the sudden chaos. The lab's emergency protocols kicked in, and the doors automatically locked down a measure meant to contain any potential contamination. I was trapped inside with a growing chemical hazard that I had inadvertently created. Coughing violently from the initial inhalation of fumes, I scrambled toward the emergency cabinet. Inside, I found the respirator masks designed to provide short-term protection against chemical exposure. Slipping one on, I bought myself some crucial time to think and act. My eyes watered as I surveyed the spreading mess I needed to neutralize the reaction before the entire lab, and potentially the building, was compromised. My mind raced through potential neutralizers that could counteract the spill. I remembered the standard protocol for such chemical accidents. Baking soda was a common neutralizing agent that we kept in large supply. It wasn't perfect, but it would have to suffice in the absence of more specific counter reagents. Grabbing a large container of baking soda, I approached the source of the fumes as close as I dared. With a deep breath held in my lungs, I began spreading the powder over the spill. The reaction was immediate, fizzing upon contact as the baking soda began to neutralize the acidic components of the mixture. However, the volume of the spill was significant, and the fumes were still emanating strongly. I needed to ventilate the area, but the lockdown had sealed all exits. My only option was the manual override for the emergency vents, a feature installed for just such a scenario but never intended for use without professional supervision. Navigating through the smoke-filled room, I made my way to the laboratory's control panel. Hands shaking, I entered the override code, praying that I remembered it correctly. The vents groaned to life, and fresh air began to replace the toxic atmosphere I had been breathing. As the air cleared, I continued to apply baking soda to any remaining reactive patches, methodically working through the lab to ensure no source of reaction was left unchecked. The alarms still sounded, their shrill tone a constant reminder of the danger that lingered. Finally, with the immediate chemical threat neutralized and the fumes dissipating, I approached the lab's main door. The lockdown was still in effect, and I had to manually disengage it. Using the lab's security system, I bypassed the lockdown, a procedure that required authorization under normal circumstances but was permissible during an emergency through a secure code. The door unlocked with a loud click, and I stumbled out into the hallway, greeted by the flashing lights of the emergency response team arriving on the scene. They rushed in, equipped with hazmat suits and breathing apparatus, ready to tackle a disaster that I had fortunately managed to contain. In the aftermath, as I sat wrapped in a blanket with a medic checking my vitals, the gravity of the incident settled in. I had faced a potentially life-threatening situation and had managed to avert a disaster through quick thinking and a bit of luck. The investigation that followed was thorough, examining every detail of my procedure and the safety protocols in place. It was determined that while my initial mistake had triggered the accident, my actions to contain it were correct and potentially saved lives and valuable research. This harrowing experience taught me the critical importance of safety in a chemical laboratory, no matter the familiarity or routine. It also instilled in me a deeper respect for the emergency protocols that I had once viewed as merely procedural. From then on, I approached my research with a renewed focus on safety, mindful that the line between discovery and disaster could be as thin as a beaker's edge. Story 60. The night shift at the hospital was always a test of endurance and skill, with the dimmed lights in quiet halls contrasting sharply with the day's bustling activity. As a nurse with several years of experience, I had grown accustomed to the unique challenges that the night brought. However, nothing could have prepared me for the night when a massive blackout plunged the hospital into complete darkness, the emergency generators failing just as the city was enveloped in a power outage. It began as a routine shift. I checked on my patients, administered medications, and updated charts. The hospital hummed with the quiet activity typical of the late hours until suddenly everything stopped. The lights flickered out, monitors beeped their last, and the familiar background noise of the hospital ceased. Darkness enveloped us as the emergency generators, expected to kick in at any moment, remained silent. A surge of adrenaline shot through me as the gravity of our situation sank in. In the total darkness, the initial panic was palpable. Calls for help and the sound of alarms operated by backup batteries filled the air. As a nurse, my first instinct was to ensure the safety of my patients, many of whom were on life support machines that required electricity to function. Using the flashlight on my phone, I navigated the pitch-dark corridors toward the nurse's station to grab the emergency supply kit. It contained several flashlights and batteries, which were crucial in this unprecedented situation. Gathering my colleagues, we quickly devised a plan to check on every patient and use the manual resuscitation bags on those who were critically dependent on electronic life support systems. Our team split up, each of us taking a section of the ward. I moved swiftly from room to room, checking on patients and providing assistance where needed. In one room, an elderly man reliant on a ventilator was struggling to breathe. I immediately began manual ventilation, using a handheld ambu bag to stabilize his breathing. The fear in his eyes slowly receded as he realized help was at hand. Communication with the rest of the hospital was limited. The internal phones were down and cell service was spotty at best. My colleagues and I shouted updates down the hallways to each other, a primitive but effective method under the circumstances. We kept a log at the nurse's station, marking off which patients had been attended to and which equipment was functioning on backup power. As hours passed without any sign of the power returning, the reality of our situation became more daunting. The backup supplies were dwindling, and our ability to provide care was becoming more strained. Yet, in the face of these challenges, the resolve of the hospital staff never wavered. Doctors, nurses, and support staff worked tirelessly, moving through the darkened building with purpose and urgency. Outside, the efforts to restore power were ongoing, but the extent of the blackout was significant. A major power grid failure was reported, with repairs complicated by the late hour and unexpected nature of the outage. Inside, we prepared for the possibility of a prolonged period without power. Throughout the night, we managed emergencies as they arose, administering CPR, delivering medication by the light of flashlights, and comforting scared patients. Despite the fear and fatigue that hung heavy over us, there was a shared sense of duty that drove us forward. Eventually, as the first hints of dawn colored the sky, the lights flickered back to life, one section of the hospital at a time. The relief was overwhelming, both for the staff and the patients who had endured hours of uncertainty. The power was fully restored, and the hospital slowly returned to its normal rhythm. In the aftermath of the blackout, a thorough review of the hospital's emergency response protocols was conducted. The failure of the generators was identified as a critical fault, and measures were taken to ensure that such a failure would not occur again. Additional training sessions in emergency preparedness were scheduled for all hospital staff, reinforcing the lessons learned during those harrowing hours. The experience of navigating the hospital during the blackout had a profound impact on me. It underscored the importance of emergency preparedness and the incredible resilience of those committed to caring for the most vulnerable. It also highlighted the deep interdependence among hospital staff, a bond that was strengthened in the face of adversity. Though I hope never to experience another night like that, I am grateful for the strength and teamwork displayed by everyone involved. It was a stark reminder of why I chose the nursing profession to make a difference, even in the darkest of times. Story 61. The job advertisement was straightforward: help needed for decommissioning an old oil rig in the North Sea. High pay, short-term contract, high risk. I was looking for something out of the ordinary, something to push the boundaries of my usual routine. Working on an abandoned oil rig seemed to fit the bill perfectly. It was only when I arrived that I realized just how isolated it would be. The mainland was a distant blur on the horizon, only visible on the clearest days. The rig, a colossal structure of metal rising out of the sea, had a ghostly presence. It was supposed to be empty, abandoned after the well ran dry. My job, along with a small crew, was to prepare it for dismantling. Most of the equipment was still intact, which meant our first days were spent cataloging and securing any hazardous materials. But it wasn't long before strange things began to happen. Tools went missing only to reappear in different parts of the rig. Doors slammed shut without any discernible wind. The radio equipment started to malfunction, emitting eerie static bursts that interrupted communication with the mainland. At first, we joked about the rig being haunted, but as the days passed, the laughter died down. The atmosphere grew tense, the crew uneasy. One night, as a storm brewed on the horizon, I was making rounds on the lower decks when I stumbled upon a door that hadn't been there before. At least I hadn't noticed it in the initial sweep. It was slightly ajar, creaking softly. Curiosity overcame me, and I pushed it open. Inside, I found a room that looked like it had been hastily abandoned, papers scattered, a coffee mug overturned, a thick layer of dust covering everything except for a set of fresh footprints that disappeared into a dark corner. The discovery sent chills down my spine. I reported it to the crew, but no one could explain it. The sense of being watched, of not being alone, grew overwhelming. That night, the storm hit with full force. Lightning illuminated the rig in flashes of stark white, thunder mingled with the sounds of groaning metal, and then the power went out, and panic set in as the backup generators failed to kick on. I found myself clutching a flashlight, the beam flickering uncertainly as I tried to make my way to the control room. The rig swayed violently with the wind, waves crashing over the deck, spray stinging my face. I heard shouts, the crew trying to secure what they could, their voices barely audible over the roar of the storm. It was then, in the chaos, that I saw something or someone move in the shadows. A figure, barely discernible, flitted between the beams of our flashlights and disappeared into the bowels of the rig. I followed, driven by a mix of fear and the need to know. My heart pounded in my chest as I descended deeper into the rig, the salt air replaced by the smell of oil and rust. The flashlight flickered again, and I found myself standing before another door, this one secured with a new padlock. I heard noises inside, scraping, thumping, a muffled cry. Adrenaline surging, I broke the padlock with a wrench and pushed the door open. Inside, I found one of our crew, bound and gagged, eyes wide with terror. Freeing him quickly, he gasped out a story of being taken by someone who wasn't supposed to be on the rig, someone he couldn't clearly describe, more a shadow than a man. We rushed back to the main deck, where the rest of the crew had managed to restore partial power. Together, we made the decision to evacuate. The storm made the operation dangerous, but staying was unthinkable. We radioed for help, and a rescue helicopter battled through the winds to reach us. As we were lifted off the rig, I looked back at the towering metal giant shrouded in darkness and storm. Relief mixed with an unresolved dread. No one else was found on the rig, and no further signs of the mysterious figure emerged. The company decided to halt the decommissioning indefinitely. Back on the mainland, I often thought about the rig. The terror of that night haunted me, the unanswered questions gnawing at my peace. Who had been out there with us? What had been planned for that forsaken place? The memories faded over time, but the feelings of dread, of eyes watching from the shadows, never entirely left me. Sometimes in the dark of night I would find myself listening intently, half expecting to hear the faint creak of that hidden door swinging open once again. Story 62. The first night alone in any job can be unnerving, but when that job involves working as a mortuary attendant, the atmosphere takes on an entirely different level of eerie. That night, as I locked myself into the mortuary, the reality of my responsibilities settled heavily on my shoulders. I was surrounded by the silent witnesses of my solitary vigil, the departed, whose presence was marked by the cold, metallic drawers of the storage units. I had always been fascinated by the biological sciences, and my interest in human anatomy had led me to this role. I believed in handling it with a mix of scientific detachment and a deep respect for the deceased and their families. However, being alone with the dead, particularly at night, tested my professional composure in ways I hadn't anticipated. The night began routinely. I reviewed the paperwork for the bodies I needed to prepare for the next day's funerals. My tasks were clear, and the methodical nature of the work helped to keep my mind from wandering into the shadows of fear. I was to embalm a middle-aged man who had recently passed away, and the process required focus and precision. As I gathered my tools and set to work, the mortuary was utterly silent, except for the occasional hum of the cooling systems that kept the storage area at the proper temperature. This silence was a canvas for the smallest of sounds to become amplified. Each time I moved, my tools clinked softly, echoing off the sterile, tiled walls. Several hours into my shift, as I was engrossed in the embalming process, a sudden noise from the storage area made me pause. It was a soft thud, as if something or someone had bumped against one of the storage unit doors. My heart raced. I reminded myself that shifts in the cooling system could cause noises as the metal expanded or contracted. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves, and continued my work. But then it happened again. This time the sound was unmistakable. It was not the benign creaking of metal or the settling of the building. It was a distinct, deliberate tap. My hands shook slightly, and I put down my tools. The rational part of my mind listed logical explanations, but fear had a paralyzing effect, chilling my spine. With a heavy dose of trepidation, I walked towards the storage area. The air grew colder as I approached, and the minimal lighting seemed to dim. I reached out and flicked on the additional overhead lights, which flickered hesitantly before bathing the corridor in a stark, unwelcoming glow. Standing before the row of body storage units, I listened intently. Silence. I waited, my breath held tight in my chest. Then, a soft scraping sound came from one of the units at the far end of the row. It was the kind of sound that could not be easily explained away by mechanical means. Gathering all the courage I could muster, I moved toward the noise, my footsteps echoing too loudly in my ears. Reaching the unit from where the sound had emanated, I hesitated. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to leave the mystery unsolved, but my duty and my need to know pushed me forward. Slowly, with shaking hands, I pulled open the drawer. Inside, the body of an elderly woman lay still and undisturbed. As I stood there, staring, trying to steady my breathing, the silence enveloped me again. There was no explanation for the noises, no disturbance in the serene yet somber scene before me. Confused and unsettled, I carefully pushed the drawer back. Perhaps it had been my imagination, fueled by the solitary environment and the night's shadows. I decided to check the security footage before drawing any conclusions. Returning to the office, I rewound the digital recording, my eyes glued to the screen, searching for any anomaly. The footage revealed nothing unusual, but as I watched, the door to the mortuary storage area slowly began to open on its own on the screen. My gaze snapped up to the real-time view of the door, which was firmly shut. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the discrepancy between what was occurring on the screen and in reality. At that moment, the realization dawned on me that perhaps the mortuary housed more than just the bodies of the departed. The stories I had dismissed as superstitious folklore whispered by older attendants began to creep into my thoughts. I spent the rest of the night with every light blazing, jumping at every sound. When my shift finally ended and the morning light crept timidly into the sky, I felt a profound relief. The other staff arrived, and the normalcy of their presence was a balm to my frazzled nerves. That night changed my perspective on the job. I could no longer walk the halls of the mortuary with scientific detachment alone. The experience had instilled in me a deeper respect for the mysteries of death that science couldn't explain. I continued to work there, but with a new awareness, and never again did I volunteer for the night shift alone. Story 63. The day began with a surge of excitement, the kind that only comes from the prospect of exploring uncharted territory. The volcanic cave, recently uncovered by a minor seismic event, promised a glimpse into the Earth's fiery heart. As an amateur spelunker and geology enthusiast, the opportunity to explore such a place was irresistible. Equipped with my gear helmet, headlamp, gloves, and a sturdy rope ladder, I approached the cave early in the morning. The entrance was a jagged maw in the side of a small, dormant volcano, its edges blackened and cooled lava forming bizarre, twisted sculptures that bore witness to its violent past. The descent began smoothly. The rope ladder, which I had anchored myself, seemed secure as I made my way down into the gaping darkness below. The air grew warmer as I descended, the walls of the tunnel radiating a heat that spoke of the Earth's inner fire. My headlamp pierced the darkness, revealing the rugged beauty of the cave. Stalactites and stalagmites adorned the cave like the organs of some great beast, and the ground was littered with volcanic stones and debris. However, as I reached a narrow ledge to survey my surroundings, disaster struck. With a sudden snap, the rope ladder above me gave way, crashing down into the abyss below. My heart raced as I clung to the rocky wall, the realization setting in I was trapped deep within the earth, with no obvious way back to the surface. A panic rose in my chest, but I fought to keep it at bay. I knew that survival depended on staying calm and rational. Assessing my situation, I found that my headlamp and most of my gear were still intact. My immediate concern was the limited light. My headlamp had enough battery life for a few hours, and I had a backup flashlight, but both were finite. I began to explore the cave, moving carefully along the narrow ledge. The environment was treacherous, the air thick with a faint smell of sulfur, hinting at volcanic gases. Every step required caution to avoid dislodging the loose rocks that littered the path. As I progressed, the cave opened into a larger chamber. Here, the walls glowed faintly with a natural phosphorescence, providing a dim, eerie light. The sight was both beautiful and unnerving. It was in this chamber that I discovered a faint draft, a sign that there might be another exit. Following the draft led me deeper into the cave system. The terrain became increasingly difficult, with sharp rocks and sudden drops. At times I had to crawl on my hands and knees to squeeze through narrow passages. The air grew hotter, and I realized I was moving toward a more active part of the volcano. This realization was both terrifying and encouraging. It meant there might be a way out, but also that the risk of encountering toxic gases or even lava flows was increasing. After several hours of painstaking progress, I reached a steep incline. The heat was almost unbearable, and the glow from the rock intensified, casting a hellish light over everything. Climbing this slope required every ounce of my strength and determination. As I neared the top, the sound of dripping water echoed through the air, a hopeful sign that I was approaching the surface. The climb ended at a small opening, barely wide enough for me to pass through. With effort, I squeezed through and found myself in a different part of the forest surrounding the volcano. The fresh air was a balm to my lungs, and the coolness of the evening was a stark contrast to the stifling heat of the cave. Exhausted but elated, I made my way back to my campsite as the last light of day faded. The journey back to civilization was long, and I moved slowly, my body aching from the ordeal. When I finally reached safety, I reported my findings and the dangerous conditions within the cave to the local authorities. The cave was subsequently closed off to prevent further incidents. Reflecting on my experience, I was struck by the thin line between adventure and calamity. My survival had depended on a combination of preparation, presence of mind, and sheer luck. The experience had been the most challenging of my life, but it also reaffirmed my respect for nature's power and my own limits. I continued to explore and study geological phenomena, but with a new level of caution and respect for the unpredictable forces that shape our planet. Story 64. The old asylum stood on the outskirts of town, its imposing structure overshadowed by decades of stories and rumors. As a volunteer assigned to help document belongings left in the long-closed West Wing, I felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The building had been abandoned for years, the community reluctant to deal with its dilapidated presence and the dark history it contained. Upon arrival, the head of the local historical society briefed me on the day's task. My job was straightforward: enter the West Wing, list any items found, and photograph them for the archives. The wing had been sealed since the facility's sudden closure in the late 1970s and was rumored to be exactly as it had been left, a time capsule of sorts. The heavy doors groaned as I pushed them open, the air inside stale and cool. As I entered, the light from the entrance quickly faded, swallowed by the long, dark hallway lined with closed doors. Each step echoed off the empty walls, the sound bouncing back at me as if following me down the corridor. I began my work, moving from room to room. Each space was a snapshot of the past, untouched yet disturbed by time's relentless march. Personal effects lay scattered, a hairbrush here, a stack of faded letters there, shelves of medical records yellowed and brittle with age. My flashlight and camera were my only companions in the oppressive silence. In one of the rooms, I found a stack of patient files on a desk, covered in dust. Curiosity piqued. I wiped the cover of the top file and read the name. As I flipped through, a document caught my eye. It was a transfer order, but curiously, the accompanying discharge paperwork was missing. Intrigued, I checked the adjacent files and discovered a disturbing pattern. Several patients scheduled for transfer to other facilities when the asylum closed had no final records of their relocation or discharge. A chill ran down my spine as I considered the implications. Had someone been left behind? The thought was ludicrous, yet as I stood in the silent, forgotten wing, it seemed chillingly plausible. My contemplations were abruptly interrupted by the sound of the security system beeping loudly, a warning before the doors automatically locked for the night. Panicked, I rushed back towards the entrance, my footsteps quick and loud against the tiled floor. But I was too late. The door clicked shut just as I reached it, the solid sound of the lock engaging echoing mockingly in the empty hallway. I was trapped, the weight of what I had just discovered pressing down on me. Desperate, I tried to open the door, but it was secured by an electronic keypad, a modern addition to a very old door. I pulled out my phone to call for help, but there was no signal, the thick walls blocking all reception. Fighting rising panic, I realized I needed to find another way out. Returning to the room with the files, I searched for a map or any documentation that might show another exit. As I shuffled through the papers, the air around me grew inexplicably cold, and the faint sound of footsteps echoed through the halls. I froze, listening, but the sound faded as quickly as it had appeared. Heart pounding, I found a map showing a service exit at the end of a series of maintenance tunnels. It was a slim chance, but it was the only option. Grabbing my flashlight, I headed towards what I hoped would be my way out. As I navigated the tunnels, the air grew colder, and the oppressive silence of the asylum seemed to deepen. I heard the footsteps again, this time closer, more distinct. I called out, my voice shaking slightly. "Hello? Is someone there?" There was no reply, only the echo of my own voice, and then silence. Eventually, I reached the service exit. Relief washed over me as the door gave way with a heavy creak, and I stepped out into the cool night air. I looked back at the building, its windows dark and empty, yet somehow watching. The next day, I reported my findings to the Historical Society. A police investigation confirmed the records were accurate, and it seemed likely that some patients had indeed been forgotten during the rushed closure of the asylum. The West Wing was sealed off permanently, and a memorial was placed in the garden for those who had been left behind. As for me, the experience left a deep mark. I continued my work with historical documentation, driven by a newfound resolve to uncover and rectify the oversights of the past. But I never returned to the asylum, the memories of that night lingering like the cold shadows in its abandoned halls. Story 65. The stark beauty of the Arctic had always fascinated me, a pristine wilderness where few humans dared to tread. When I was assigned to a winter research mission at a remote station, I jumped at the chance, eager to contribute to our understanding of climate change. The mission was planned for 6 months, and while the thought of enduring the harsh conditions was daunting, the excitement of groundbreaking research was compelling. The first few weeks passed smoothly. Our small team adapted well to the harsh environment, our days filled with collecting samples and data, our nights spent huddled around monitors, analyzing our findings. However, the tranquility of our routine was shattered when one of our team members fell gravely ill, a sudden medical emergency that our limited facilities couldn't handle. The storm was approaching, and the last window for a safe evacuation was rapidly closing. With heavy hearts, we decided that the entire team except for me would accompany our ailing colleague back to the mainland to ensure his safety. I volunteered to stay behind, to maintain the station and continue the research until they could return. We expected the separation to last only a few weeks. As their figures disappeared into the snowstorm, the reality of my solitude set in. The silence of the station was profound, a stark contrast to the constant activity and companionship of the past weeks. I focused on my tasks, maintaining the equipment, collecting daily data, and keeping the station operational. But just when I had settled into a routine, the communications array failed. I was suddenly cut off from the world, unable to send updates or receive messages. I attempted repairs, braving the biting cold and howling wind, but the damage was beyond my ability to fix with the tools and parts available. Isolated, with only the howling wind and cracking ice as company, the weight of my solitude grew each day. The endless expanse of white, the sun barely scraping the horizon before sinking again, this was a loneliness of a kind I had never known. Then, the noises began. At first, I thought the wind was playing tricks on my ears, but as the days passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone else was at the station. I heard faint whispers, soft footsteps outside the living quarters, a shadow passing by a window that shouldn't have been there. Rational thought told me it was the isolation affecting my mind, but as the occurrences grew more frequent, panic took root. I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows each night, a meager reassurance against the growing fear. One night, a loud crash jolted me from sleep. Heart pounding, I grabbed a flashlight and searched the station. In the main hallway, a picture that had been securely fastened to the wall lay shattered on the ground. It was then I noticed the outside door was ajar, though I was certain I had locked it. I ventured outside, flashlight piercing the darkness, only to see footsteps in the snow leading away from the station. They were too large to be mine and too fresh to have been left by my team before they departed. I followed them out of a desperate need for answers, but they vanished into the darkness, leaving me more unnerved than ever. Sleep became elusive, every noise a signal of unseen threats. I spent my days trying to repair the communications array, desperate to re-establish contact with the outside world. My scientific training clashed with the terror that crept into my thoughts, battling for dominance. Then, one morning, as the first light of dawn crept across the ice, the radio crackled to life. Frantically, I adjusted the dials, my breath visible in the air as I whispered pleas into the void. Finally, a voice broke through, clear and unmistakably human. It was the rescue team. They were coming back for me, the weather finally granting a narrow passage for return. The relief was overwhelming, tears freezing on my cheeks as I responded. I was not alone anymore. Help was on its way. The hours until their arrival were the longest of my life, every shadow a specter of doubt, every gust of wind a ghostly assailant. When the team finally arrived, the joy of human contact was indescribable. I shared my experiences, and while logical explanations were offered, hallucinations brought on by isolation, stress, and perhaps some unknown natural phenomena, the certainty of what I had felt and heard remained with me. I left the Arctic with more questions than answers, the research overshadowed by the mysteries of my experience. The desolate beauty of the Arctic had shown me not only the resilience of nature, but also the resilience of the human spirit, tested by solitude and the vast, unforgiving cold. Story 66. The excitement was palpable as I joined the group of eager participants gathered at the edge of the dense, sprawling forest. We were here for a live-stream treasure hunt, an event billed as a thrilling mix of adventure and mystery, designed to engage viewers around the world in real time. The host, a charismatic and somewhat enigmatic figure known for organizing elaborate outdoor challenges, had promised an experience like no other, with significant prizes for those skillful and lucky enough to uncover the hidden treasures. As the event kicked off, cameras rolled, capturing every moment for the live audience. The host gave us a brief rundown. Clues scattered throughout the forest would lead to the final prize, a buried chest containing a substantial cash reward. He flashed a charming grin, wished us luck, and set us off with the first clue in hand. Then, as we delved into the forest, he stayed behind, his parting words a mix of encouragement and a cryptic warning to watch where we step. The first clue led us to a small clearing where we found a riddle etched into a stone. Solving it pointed us northwest, deeper into the forest. The terrain grew rougher, and the initial camaraderie among participants began to strain as the competition intensified. Shadows lengthened, and the forest's ambient noises grew louder, more invasive. That's when we noticed that the host had not been seen since the start. A quick check with the event coordinators via our walkie-talkies confirmed they hadn't seen him either, but they seemed unconcerned, assuming he was managing the event from a remote location. As we pressed on, the second clue led us to a dilapidated cabin hidden by overgrown brush. Inside, we found a map with specific coordinates marked, guiding us further east, toward what appeared to be the heart of the forest. The clue here was accompanied by a warning as night falls, so too may your hopes. It was unsettling, and although some took it as part of the game's attempt to be theatrically ominous, a sense of unease began to settle over the group. Nightfall came quickly, the dense canopy blotting out the last rays of sunlight. It was then that participants began to vanish. One moment someone was beside us, the next they were gone without a scream, without a trace. Panic surged as the reality of our isolation became undeniable. We were deep in the forest, darkness enveloping us, with our numbers dwindling and no sign of the host. The few of us who remained gathered together for safety. We decided to turn back, but the forest seemed different in the dark, more menacing. Paths that we had followed into the forest seemed altered. Every rustle of leaves had us jumping. Every snap of a twig had us turning in terror. The live stream, it seemed, was capturing more than just a treasure hunt. It was broadcasting our growing despair, our realization that the hunt was a facade for something far more sinister. Amid our fear, the cameras captured shadowy figures flitting between the trees, just beyond the reach of our flashlights. Were they other participants or something else? We pressed the event coordinators for answers over the walkie-talkies, but received only static and fragmented responses urging us to continue with the game. With no other choice, we used the map from the cabin to navigate our way toward what we hoped would be the way out. The treasure, the money, it no longer mattered. Survival was the only prize we sought. Finally, after what seemed like hours, we stumbled upon a large, ancient oak tree, the final landmark according to our map. There, we found the treasure chest, but it was not buried. It sat at the base of the tree, as though waiting for us. Hesitantly, we opened it, half expecting some sort of trap. Inside, instead of treasure, there was a note: the real treasure is the wisdom to know when to walk away. It was a game, a twisted game, but the message was clear. This was the end of the hunt. As we collected ourselves, ready to find our way out with the dawning realization of the night's true horror, lights and cameras emerged from the shadows. The host, looking sheepish and somewhat ashamed, appeared with a crew, revealing the night's events as part of an elaborate and controversial social experiment meant to test the limits of human psychology and group dynamics. The backlash was immediate once the live stream concluded. Participants were outraged, viewers horrified at what had transpired. The event was supposed to push boundaries, but not like this. Legal and ethical debates raged as we, The participants were escorted out of the forest and back to civilization, while the host and organizers faced repercussions for their actions. Those of us who participated left the forest changed. We had faced our deepest fears not for a treasure, but for a reminder of our own fragility, our instinctual will to survive, and the profound relief that comes with stepping back into the light after a night of unimaginable darkness. Story 67. The retreat was supposed to be a sanctuary, a place to disconnect from the world and reconnect with inner peace. Nestled deep in the mountains, surrounded by dense forest, the remote center offered tranquility and a break from the hectic pace of everyday life. As one of the guests, I looked forward to a week of meditation, nature walks, and healthful living. Upon arrival, the charm of the retreat was undeniable. Rustic cabins scattered across a lush meadow, a small lake shimmering under the afternoon sun, and trails winding through the woods invited exploration and relaxation. The other guests were a diverse group, all drawn by the promise of rest and rejuvenation. Our first meal was a communal affair in the large dining hall, where we were served an assortment of organic dishes made from locally sourced ingredients. The mood was light, the air filled with the sounds of laughter and the clinking of glasses as we toasted to a week of wellness. However, the idyllic setting soon turned nightmarish. By evening, several guests complained of feeling unwell. What started as mild discomfort escalated rapidly into severe symptoms: vomiting, dizziness, and acute abdominal pain. As one of the few who had yet to develop any symptoms, I felt a growing sense of dread. It became clear that we were dealing with a case of poisoning, and the isolation of our location added an immediate urgency to the situation. With no cell service in the nearest medical facility hours away, it fell upon us to manage the crisis. I rallied the guests, prioritizing those who were most severely affected. A couple of guests were retired nurses who took the lead in administering first aid. We needed to identify the source of the poisoning to prevent further exposure and to understand what we were dealing with. Recalling the day's meals, I questioned the kitchen staff about every ingredient that had been used. The head cook was cooperative but visibly shaken, insisting everything was fresh and properly prepared. Despite this, I asked to inspect the kitchen and storage areas. There, hidden behind large sacks of grains, I found several cans of vegetables that were not only past their expiry date but also showed signs of botulism, a serious bacterial infection that could cause the symptoms we were seeing. Armed with this knowledge, I returned to the dining hall, where makeshift beds had been arranged for the sick. I explained the likely cause of the illness, which helped calm the growing panic. Knowing the toxin involved allowed the nurses to tailor their care approach, focusing on keeping the guests hydrated and as comfortable as possible under the circumstances. The next step was to secure help. I remembered seeing an old radio in the main office used by the retreat staff to communicate with the nearest ranger station in emergencies. With another guest, I made my way to the office and managed to send a distress call, explaining our situation and the urgent need for medical assistance. As we waited for help, the hours passed slowly. I sat with the sick, offering words of comfort, trying to keep their spirits up despite the grim situation. We were a group brought together by circumstance, united in our vulnerability and our fight to survive. It was early morning when the sound of helicopter blades chopping through the air brought everyone to a cautious optimism. The relief on everyone's faces was palpable as medical personnel arrived, equipped to deal with the emergency. They administered antitoxins and began evacuating the most critical patients. Once the immediate danger had passed and I could finally allow the tension to drain from my body, I reflected on the ordeal. It was a harsh reminder of how quickly a haven could turn into a hazard, and how the most ordinary decisions like the oversight of a food expiration date could have far-reaching consequences. In the aftermath, the retreat center was temporarily closed for a thorough investigation and review of its safety protocols. I stayed on to assist with the inquiry, driven by a need to understand fully how such a failure could have occurred and to ensure that it would never happen again. The experience left me with a deep sense of gratitude for the resilience of the human spirit and the importance of community in times of crisis. I also gained a newfound respect for the wilderness around us, both for its beauty and its indomitable power. While the retreat was meant to be a journey towards inner peace, it instead taught me about the strength and courage that often lie hidden, waiting to be revealed in the face of true adversity. Story 68. The zoo at midnight is a world transformed. The noises of the day, children's laughter, parents' calls, the chatter of excited crowds are replaced by a quieter, more primal chorus, the distant roar of a lion, the rustling of leaves as nocturnal creatures stir, and the occasional haunting call of an owl. As a seasoned zookeeper, I had grown to love this nocturnal symphony, finding peace in my routine checks of the animals' well-being. Tonight, however, the routine was dramatically disrupted. It began as a normal night. I had my flashlight, keys, and a tranquilizer gun, a standard precaution. As I approached the primate house, a sense of unease gripped me. The door, usually secured with a heavy padlock, was ajar. Heart racing, I pushed it open, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness within. To my shock, the enclosure was empty. The orangutans, which should have been asleep, were gone. Panic set in as I hurriedly checked the nearby enclosures. The realization hit like a punch to the gut. Several dangerous animals were missing, including a young but already formidable tiger and a pair of hyenas known for their cunning and aggression. The enclosures were not damaged. It appeared as though they had been opened deliberately. The implications were alarming and raised immediate questions about who or what could have orchestrated such a breach. With no time to waste, I reported the situation via my walkie-talkie. The security team responded with equal parts disbelief and urgency, but their help would take time to mobilize. Knowing every moment counted, I decided to take immediate action. Equipped only with my tranquilizer gun, loaded with darts powerful enough to sedate the missing animals without causing harm, I set out into the zoo's network of paths. The flashlight illuminated snapshots of chaos, a scattering of feed, overturned bins, and deep, unsettling silence where there should have been the sounds of animals settling for the night. My first encounter was with the hyenas. They had made their way to the aviary, a potentially disastrous situation given the fragile nature of its inhabitants. I could see their shadowy forms circling the enclosure, their eyes reflecting in the light of my flashlight like ghostly orbs. Taking careful aim, I managed to sedate them both without incident. One by one, I dragged them back to their enclosure, securing the door behind them. Next was the tiger, a more formidable challenge. Tigers are not only dangerous and powerful, but also incredibly stealthy. Every leaf rustle made me jump, every shadow a potential threat. After a tense hour of searching, I found her near the elephant enclosure, thankfully more interested in a leftover pumpkin than in causing harm. Despite the fear gripping me, I managed to stay calm, took aim, and delivered a dart that would keep her subdued until the team could help me move her back. As I navigated the dark zoo, securing each animal, the question of how this had happened gnawed at me. The enclosures had been unlocked, not broken into. It suggested an inside job or a severe security flaw. I couldn't let it go. This breach endangered not only the animals but all the humans in and around the zoo. Finally, all the animals were secured, and I returned to the primate house to investigate further. It was there I noticed something I had missed in my initial panic, a set of keys lying on the ground near the back door. They were a spare set that only senior staff knew about, kept in a secure office. Someone with access and knowledge of the zoo had done this, but why? The security team arrived shortly after, followed by the police. We reviewed the security footage, which shockingly revealed one of our own, a trusted colleague, opening the enclosures. He was apprehended later that night at his home, where he confessed to freeing the animals as a misguided protest against what he perceived as their unfair captivity. His actions, meant to make a statement, had instead put lives at risk. In the aftermath, the zoo reviewed and significantly tightened its security measures. Access to keys in sensitive areas was restricted further, and surveillance was increased. As for me, the incident left a deep imprint. The zoo at midnight was no longer just a peaceful escape, but a reminder of the fragility of the balance we maintain in caring for wild animals in a human-made environment. The breach was a harsh lesson in vigilance, one that I and the entire zoo staff would not soon forget. Story 69. The concept of being locked in a mega mall overnight might sound like a dream to some, but for me, it quickly turned into a nightmare. It began as a simple late-night shopping trip to pick up a few essentials. The mall, one of the largest in the region, was a sprawling complex of shops, entertainment zones, and eateries, easy to get lost in during regular hours, let alone after closing. As I hurried through one of the quieter sections of the mall, the overhead lights flickered and dimmed, signaling the end of the day. I quickened my pace toward the exit, my footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. But I was too late. By the time I reached the doors, I could hear the distant thud of the main entrances locking down for the night. I tugged at the doors, but they were firmly sealed. Pulling out my phone to call for help, I found no signal, a common issue within the thick walls of the complex. Determined not to panic, I decided to search for another way out, or at least a place to wait for the morning when the doors would open again. That's when the mall's security system came to life. The first few drones appeared almost benign, simple orbs of light floating down from their charging stations near the ceiling. They followed at a distance, their cameras fixating on me with an eerie, unblinking gaze. Assuming they were part of a routine surveillance program to activate after hours, I waved casually, trying to find humor in the situation. Just browsing, I called out to the drones, receiving no response but their continued, silent vigilance. As I explored further, looking for an office, or perhaps an overnight security staff who could let me out, the drones began to change their behavior. They grew more numerous and their movements more coordinated, like pack hunters closing in on their prey. The atmosphere shifted from an annoying inconvenience to a palpable threat. I took a turn into a large department store, hoping to lose my trackers among the racks of clothes and mannequins. For a moment I thought I had escaped as the drones hovered at the entrance, seemingly unwilling to follow me inside. My relief was short-lived. They weren't giving up but recalibrating their approach. Trying to remain calm, I assessed my options. I needed to deactivate or avoid the drones long enough to find an exit. My eyes caught a glimpse of the store's electronics section. An idea sparked. If I could create enough interference or block their sensors, perhaps I could evade them. Using a combination of aluminum foil and electronic gadgets I found on the shelves, I fashioned a rudimentary jammer. It wasn't perfect, but it might just scramble their systems long enough for me to slip away. I powered it on, and the immediate effect was a chaotic whirl of lights and erratic movements from the drones. Seizing the moment, I dashed out of the store, heading towards the food court, an area with multiple exits and potentially weaker security measures. The mall, however, seemed to have a mind of its own. Screens along the walls flickered to life, displaying warnings and flashing my face as an intruder. Speakers blared, urging me to remain where I was and wait for assistance. The drones, recovering from my makeshift jammer, began to converge on my location with renewed intensity. I dove into a movie theater, using the curtains and dark corners to hide. My breath was heavy, my mind racing for solutions. Hours passed as I moved from hiding spot to hiding spot, each step taking me in what I hoped was the direction of the service exits, often used by staff and overlooked in security plans. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of cat and mouse, I found a door marked employees only. It led to a narrow corridor, cluttered with boxes and janitorial supplies, but importantly, it was free of drones. The corridor ended at a service exit, opening into the cool night air. Stepping outside, the relief was overwhelming. I had escaped the digital labyrinth, outsmarting a high-tech security system that had turned against me. The night was quiet, the ordeal behind me leaving a mix of adrenaline and exhaustion. The next day, I contacted the mall management to report the incident. They were apologetic, explaining a recent update to their security software had introduced unexpected bugs, causing the drones to act aggressively. They assured me it would be addressed and invited me back to the mall as a VIP guest, an offer I accepted reluctantly, more out of curiosity to see the place that had been my unintended prison. From then on, my trips to the mega mall were during peak hours, with plenty of people around. The night alone in the mall had taught me not just about survival, but also about the unexpected ways technology can shape our experiences, sometimes turning even a simple shopping trip into an adventure of a lifetime.
Story 70.
The day started like any other, with the bustling sounds of the city setting the backdrop as I made my way down to the subway. As a daily commuter, I was accustomed to the rhythms of the train, the screech of the brakes, the murmur of conversations, and the periodic announcements over the loudspeakers. Nothing seemed amiss as I found a seat among the other passengers, each of us absorbed in our morning routines. As the train pulled away from the station, I settled in, headphones in, and prepared for the brief disconnect from the world above. But minutes into the ride, a sudden, violent jolt threw everyone forward. The lights flickered, went out, and then the sounds of twisting metal and shattering glass filled the air as our car derailed. When the train finally came to a halt, it was pitch black and eerily silent, except for the sounds of coughing and low moans. The air was thick with dust and confusion. I pulled out my phone, its light a feeble beam in the overwhelming darkness. Around me, people were trying to make sense of what had happened, their voices tinged with panic and fear. Realizing the severity of our situation, I tried to calm those around me, calling out for anyone with injuries. A few passengers had been hurt by flying debris or had fallen during the derailment. Using basic first aid knowledge, I did what I could to help, using clothing to bandage wounds and talking to the injured to keep them conscious and engaged. As the initial shock wore off, it became clear that waiting for rescue might not be an option. The tunnel could be unstable, and with no way to communicate with the surface, my phone showed no signal. We needed to find our way out. The decision was made to move towards the direction we had come from, back towards the last station. With one of the emergency lights found in the train's safety kit leading the way, I took the lead. The tunnel ahead was daunting, lined with debris and twisted metal. Every step was precarious, the darkness a tangible barrier that seemed to press against us as we moved. The group was a mix of determined and terrified, but all followed, knowing our best chance was to stay together. The air was stifling, filled with dust and the acrid smell of electrical fires. We covered our mouths and noses with whatever we could: scarves, sleeves, handkerchiefs. As we navigated the broken rails and rubble, small talk kept some of the anxiety at bay. We shared names, stories about where we were headed before the collapse, anything to distract from the pressing danger. But every sound from behind, every small tremor, reminded us of the precariousness of our situation. After what felt like hours, a faint sound drifted towards us. Voices? Machinery? It was hard to tell. Energized by the possibility of rescue, we quickened our pace towards the sounds. The closer we got, the clearer it became: voices calling out, searching. 2 teams had made it into the tunnel. The moment we saw the lights of the rescue team was indescribable. Relief washed over us in waves, tears mixed with laughter, and the weight of what we had endured began to lift. We were led out of the tunnel, each step towards the surface a step back towards normalcy. Emerging into the daylight was surreal. The chaos of emergency vehicles, media, and onlookers blurred into a cacophony of noise. We were examined by medical teams, given water, and wrapped in blankets. The reality of our escape seemed to impress upon us slowly, each recounting of our story bringing with it a renewed realization of our survival. The aftermath of the incident was a whirlwind of interviews, investigations, and reunions with loved ones. The collapse was attributed to a structural failure, one that had not been anticipated despite regular checks. The city vowed to increase its scrutiny of the subway's infrastructure, determined to prevent a similar disaster. For me, the experience was transformative. The bond formed with my fellow passengers endured, a group of strangers who had come together in a moment of crisis to support one another. I returned to the subway eventually, the familiarity of the route both haunting and healing. Each ride was a reminder of the fragility of life and the strength of human connection. This escape from a collapsed subway was more than a physical journey, it was a profound life lesson. It taught me about leadership, the importance of community, and the deep reserves of strength we can tap into when faced with the unthinkable. Story 71. Eager for a break from the bustling city life, I rented a remote cabin in the mountains for a winter getaway. The cabin, nestled deep in the forest and accessible only by a winding mountain road, promised solitude and a pristine snow-covered landscape, a perfect retreat to unwind and enjoy the tranquility of nature. The journey to the cabin was serene, with the landscape gradually shifting from urban sprawl to dense, snow-laden forests. Upon arrival, the cabin was as picturesque as the brochure had promised, a quaint log structure with a smoking chimney and windows aglow with warm light. The first day was spent settling in, reading by the fireplace, and taking short walks around the property, admiring the quiet beauty of the snow-covered pines. However, the weather took a turn overnight. I awoke to howling winds and a relentless snowfall that blurred the line between the sky and the land. The weather forecast on the radio warned of a severe blizzard, advising everyone in the area to stay indoors and prepare for possible power outages. By midday, the snow was so deep that it reached the lower edges of the cabin windows, and all roads to civilization were declared impassable. With enough supplies, a hearty firewood stock, and the cabin's snug insulation, I felt reasonably prepared to wait out the storm. Yet, as the daylight faded and the glow of the fire cast flickering shadows across the room, a creeping unease took hold. The wind seemed to carry more than just snow-faint noises, like whispers and soft thuds, echoed around the cabin. At first, I dismissed them as the sounds of the old cabin settling under the weight of the new snow. But as the night deepened, so did the intensity and frequency of the noises. They seemed to encircle the cabin, from the scratching I attributed to branches against the siding to thumps too heavy and deliberate to be the work of the wind. I tried to distract myself with books and hot drinks, but the isolation I had sought for peace now felt oppressive, a barrier trapping me in with increasing fear. Deciding to investigate, I wrapped up in my thickest clothing and ventured to the window, peering out into the blizzard. My flashlight beam was quickly swallowed by the snow, but not before catching sight of what appeared to be footprints in the fresh snow, leading to and from the cabin. Heart racing, I checked all the locks on the doors and windows, barricading the front door with a heavy dresser. The rational part of my mind scolded me for overreacting. After all, they could be tracks left by any forest creature. But the size and stride length looked undeniably human. Who else could be out here in such a storm, and why? I retreated to the bedroom, seeking the dubious safety of blankets and walls. The noises continued, now clearly distinguishable against the storm's cacophony. I could hear what sounded like soft tapping on the windows and scraping against the walls. Sleep was impossible, every sound amplified by the silence that followed. The power flickered, then went out, plunging the cabin into darkness save for the fire's glow. I lit a few candles, the flames casting an eerie dance of shadows across the room. The tapping grew more insistent, evolving into a rhythm that seemed almost like a coded message. Gathering my courage, I shouted into the wind, demanding to know who was there, but only the howl of the blizzard answered. By dawn, the storm had begun to abate. The morning light revealed a world transformed into an alien landscape of undulating white drifts. Donning my snowshoes, I decided to investigate the tracks I had seen. The snow was so deep it came up to my thighs, making each step a laborious effort. Following the tracks led me around the cabin and into the nearby woods where they disappeared under a collapsed pile of snow. No further signs of their maker, no indication of where they had gone. Returning to the cabin, I noticed several patches near the base where the snow looked disturbed, perhaps the source of the scraping sounds. Later that day, a snowplow managed to clear the road leading back to civilization. I reported my experiences to the local authorities, but they could offer no explanation other than suggesting a stranded hiker might have sought temporary shelter by the cabin. No one had been reported missing, and no further signs were found. I left the cabin as soon as I could, the relief of reaching the plowed roads indescribable. The experience left me with more questions than answers, the mystery of the nocturnal visitor unsolved. The serene solitude I had once sought in the snowy embrace of the mountains now felt menacing, a reminder of how quickly beauty can turn to isolation and fear. My winter retreat had ended, but the shadows of those nights lingered, a chilling memory of when I thought I was alone, surrounded only by snow and silence. Story 72. My fascination with historical military sites had led me to numerous abandoned structures, but none were as captivating or foreboding as the decommissioned military bunker hidden within the dense forests of the northern mountains. The bunker, a relic of a bygone era, was known only to a few locals and less frequented by explorers due to its remote location and the rumors that shrouded its past. Equipped with a backpack full of essentials, flashlight, batteries, water, and some food, I ventured into the forest. The hike was long and the path overgrown, barely discernible. When the massive, rusted doors of the bunker finally came into view, veiled by the overgrowth of decades, a chill of excitement ran through me. I was about to step back in time, to walk through corridors that had once been alive with the echoes of soldiers and secrets. I entered the bunker, the air cool and stale, the silence a stark contrast to the rustling leaves outside. As I ventured deeper, the beam of my flashlight illuminated the remnants of its military past, rows of empty ammunition crates, faded maps still pinned to the walls, and desks littered with the debris of hurried abandonment. In my exploration, I stumbled upon a room filled with old radios and communication equipment. Fascinated, I lingered, examining the dusty dials and frayed wires, imagining the urgent messages that might once have crackled through the air. It was during this moment of distraction that I heard a sudden, deafening crash, the sound of the entrance tunnel collapsing. Rushing back to the entrance, my worst fears were confirmed. The tunnel had caved in, massive blocks of concrete and earth blocking the way I had come. Panic surged, my breaths becoming shallow as the gravity of my situation settled in. I was trapped, with limited light and dwindling air. With no choice but to find another way out, I forced myself to focus, my training in urban exploration more vital than ever. I knew that bunkers of this kind often had multiple exits, though finding them in the vast underground complex would be a daunting task. I retraced my steps to the central command room, a hub from which most of the bunker's tunnels and rooms branched. Here I found a wall covered in faded, peeling schematics of the bunker's layout. By the light of my flashlight, I studied the diagrams, noting potential exit routes. The most promising one led to a series of supply tunnels that, according to the map, surfaced at a secondary exit on the opposite side of the hill. With a plan in mind, I began my journey through the bunker's labyrinthine passageways. The air grew heavier with each step, the oppressive weight of the earth above me ever present. My flashlight flickered ominously as I navigated through rooms that seemed frozen in time, past medical bays with rusting beds and operating theaters with instruments still laid out in order. The bunker was not just a path through history, but a gallery of haunting memories. Personal items, photographs, letters, a child's drawing given as a keepsake were scattered among the official documents and military paraphernalia. Each room told a story of lives interrupted by war, of waiting and not knowing. As I moved deeper into the bunker, the signs of its past use grew more disturbing. In one sealed room, I found old uniforms still hanging on their hooks, the fabric disintegrating with age. In another, long-abandoned surveillance equipment buzzed and hummed as if trying to come back to life. The atmosphere was eerie, as if the very walls whispered secrets meant to be forgotten. Hours passed, marked only by the gradual weakening of my flashlight. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of walking and moments of despair, I reached the supply tunnels. They were narrower, the air cooler, hinting at proximity to the surface. My pace quickened with renewed hope, each step bringing me closer to freedom. The final barrier was a rusted iron door, locked and immovable. Desperation took hold as I searched for anything to pry it open. I found a piece of rebar, and using the last reserves of my energy, managed to wedge it between the door and its frame. With a groan of protesting metal, the door gave way, opening to reveal the forest outside, bathed in the light of early dawn. Emerging from the bunker, the fresh air was exhilarating, filled with the sense of pine and earth. I collapsed on the ground, overwhelmed with relief and the beauty of the world I had almost forgotten. The experience had changed me, leaving a profound respect for the past and its lingering shadows in places forgotten by time. I reported the bunker's hazards and my findings to the authorities, ensuring that no other explorers would face the dangers I had encountered. My escape was a tale of survival, a reminder of the resilience and determination the human spirit is capable of when tested by the echoes of history and the weight of the earth itself. Story 73. The plan was simple: a solo rafting trip down one of the more secluded rivers in the Pacific Northwest, a chance to disconnect from the digital world and reconnect with nature. The river, known for its challenging rapids and breathtaking scenery, was a popular destination for adventurers seeking solitude and thrill. Equipped with my raft, camping gear, and a few days' worth of supplies, I set off early in the morning, the river misty and calm, promising a day of serene isolation. The journey began smoothly. The river's currents were strong but manageable, and the lush, green forests that lined the banks were alive with the sounds of wildlife. I navigated the rapids with practiced ease, exhilarated by the challenge and the beauty of the untamed landscape. However, as the afternoon waned, so did my fortune. As I rounded a particularly sharp bend, I failed to see a partially submerged log until it was too late. The raft snagged violently, the current pushing against it with relentless force. Within seconds, a loud tearing sound filled the air as the bottom of the raft was punctured and began to deflate rapidly. Struggling against the swift water, I managed to drag the limp raft to the nearest riverbank before it could entirely collapse. Stranded on a remote part of the river surrounded by dense forest, the situation was dire. My raft was beyond repair, and the nearest sign of civilization was miles upstream. Moreover, the area was known for its population of bears and other wildlife, making the prospect of an unplanned overnight stay dangerous. The first order of business was to secure a shelter before nightfall. Using the remains of the raft and some branches, I constructed a makeshift lean-to against a large rock. It wasn't much, but it would have to suffice. As darkness fell, the forest transformed. The sounds of the daytime were replaced by the rustling of nocturnal creatures and the occasional distant howl, reminders of the predators lurking in the shadows. I had a fire starter in my waterproof bag, one of the few pieces of gear that had survived the incident. I gathered dry wood and tinder, lighting a small fire for warmth and protection. The fire also served as a signal, its smoke rising high into the sky, though I harbored no illusions about being spotted from afar. That night was long and fraught with tension. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves sent a surge of adrenaline through me. Sleep was fleeting and light, my hand never straying far from the knife I had wisely attached to my belt. Come morning, I assessed my food supplies. I had enough for a couple of days, but it was clear that I would need to find food and clean water soon. The river water needed to be boiled before it could be safe to drink, and my provisions were limited to high-energy bars and a few packets of dried fruit. My survival training kicked in. I set small snares along a nearby trail that animals seemed to use, hoping to catch something nutritious. Berries and edible plants were abundant in the area, and I collected what I could identify safely. Each small success brought a renewed surge of hope. Days blurred into one another, each marked by the relentless pursuit of sustenance and the continuous effort to maintain a safe camp. I explored the riverbank in both directions, searching for any sign of other people or a quicker way back to civilization. It was on the fourth day, weak and weary from my exertions, that I finally heard the distant sound of a motor. Frantically, I added green leaves to my fire, sending a thick plume of smoke into the air. The sound grew louder, and through the trees, I glimpsed the rescue helicopter, its presence both surreal and overwhelmingly welcome. The rescue team lowered a harness, and as I was lifted above the canopy, the river shrinking beneath me, relief washed over me in waves. Back on solid ground, after medical checks and endless questions, I was free to go home. The experience had changed me, taught me about the raw power of nature and the strength of human resilience. In the aftermath, I often revisited the lessons learned on that riverbank. Preparedness, respect for the wild, and the importance of never underestimating the unpredictability of nature were indelibly etched into my mind. While I returned to the wilderness many times after, I never again did so without the profound respect for its might and the awareness of how quickly adventure can turn into a fight for survival. Story 74. The office was quiet. The usual hustle of the workday long since settled, as most of my colleagues had already left for the evening. I often stayed late, enjoying the peace that allowed me to focus and finish tasks without interruption. The skyscraper that housed our offices stood like a sentinel over the city, its many floors a vertical maze of glass and steel. That evening, as I was deep in concentration, the sudden blare of the fire alarm shattered the silence. Startled, I stood up, my heart racing as the initial shock gave way to confusion. Fire drills were routine, but something felt different this time. Almost immediately, the smell of smoke confirmed my fears. This was no drill. Grabbing my laptop and a few important documents, I headed for the nearest stairwell, the alarm's relentless sound urging quick action. But as I opened the door, a rush of smoke billowed out, thick and choking. Coughing, I slammed the door shut. The other main stairwell was similarly compromised, a quick check confirming my worst fears. The elevators had automatically shut down with the fire alarm, a necessary safety measure, but one that now left me trapped high in the building with no obvious way down. Panic began to set in as the reality of the situation became clear. I was alone, trapped on an upper floor of a skyscraper, with a fire somewhere below. Returning to my office, I closed the door to keep out the smoke and went to the window, hoping for some sign of help. Below, the flashing lights of fire trucks and ambulances confirmed that help was on the way, but they seemed impossibly far away. I knew I had to remain calm and think clearly. Remembering the fire safety training we had undergone, I soaked a small towel in water from my office's small kitchenette and pressed it to my face to filter out the smoke. I then began to search for any other possible escape routes. The building plans came to mind, a copy of which was kept in the break room for emergency situations. Navigating the smoky hallways was terrifying, each breath a struggle, even through the damp towel. I reached the break room and quickly found the building plans. There was mention of a secondary emergency exit, not commonly used, that accessed a separate, fire-resistant stairwell designed for just such an emergency. It was located in a less frequented part of the building, through several turns in a series of offices not typically accessed by most staff. With a plan now in mind, I made my way toward the secondary exit. The smoke grew thicker, and I could hear the distant sounds of sirens and shouted commands from below. The building seemed to groan and creak around me, the fire undoubtedly spreading and causing unseen damage. Finding the door to the emergency exit was a relief, but as I pushed it open, my heart sank. It was blocked by debris from a partial ceiling collapse. The route was impassable, my last hope seemingly crushed. Exhausted, scared, and fighting back despair, I retreated back to the window of my office. Breaking the window for fresh air was risky. It could draw more smoke into the office, but it was a risk I had to take. Using a chair, I shattered the glass, and immediately fresh, cool air rushed in. Leaning out, I shouted for help, waving my jacket to draw the attention of the firefighters below. To my relief, a firefighter soon spotted me. Through a loudspeaker, they instructed me to stay put and informed me that a rescue was being organized. The minutes stretched into what seemed like hours as I waited, watching the efforts to control the fire and rescue those trapped inside. Finally, a high-rise rescue unit set up a controlled descent apparatus on the roof, and a firefighter rappelled to my window. With professional calm, he fitted me with a harness attached to the line. Following his instructions, I climbed onto the window ledge, the ground far below a dizzying sight. The descent was terrifying, but the firefighter's reassuring presence kept me focused and calm. Once safely on the ground, I was checked over by paramedics and given oxygen to help clear my lungs of smoke. As I sat on the back of the ambulance, wrapped in a blanket, watching the firefighters battle the blaze, the adrenaline began to wear off and the gravity of the situation set in. I had survived, but it had been a close call, one that would leave me with a deep-seated fear of fire for years to come. In the aftermath, the building was repaired and stricter safety measures were implemented. I returned to work, but the trauma of that night lingered. I became an advocate for fire safety in the workplace, determined to ensure that no one else would have to experience the terror of being trapped by fire in a high-rise building. Story 75. It was supposed to be a routine procedure, something I'd been assured required only an overnight stay for observation. But as I awoke in the depths of the night, something felt profoundly wrong. The hospital, usually bustling with the subdued activity of nurses, doctors, and patients, was unnervingly silent. No hum of machinery, no distant conversations, or the sound of footsteps in the hallway, just an oppressive stillness that seemed to hang in the air like a dense fog. Initially, I assumed it was simply an odd hour of the night, perhaps a shift change where the staff were momentarily preoccupied. But as minutes ticked by and the silence stretched on, a gnawing unease took root. I reached for the nurse call button beside my bed, pressing it repeatedly, yet no sound came from the device, nor was there any response. With a growing sense of trepidation, I decided to get out of bed and investigate. The floor was cold under my feet, and the usual glow of the night lights that lined the hallway was absent. The only illumination came from the emergency light panels, casting long, ghostly shadows across the floor. Shuffling out into the hallway, I called out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" My voice seemed to be swallowed up by the darkness, unanswered except by the echo of my own footsteps. I walked towards the nurse's station, usually a hub of activity, finding it deserted. Papers were strewn about. A coffee cup lay spilled over, its contents dried long ago, and the monitors were dark. Panic began to claw at the edges of my calm. I checked room after room, finding them all empty, beds unmade, some with personal items left as if their owners had vanished in a hurry. The deeper I ventured into the hospital, the more the sense of disaster became palpable. Equipment was left abandoned in the corridors. A wheelchair was knocked over, its wheels still slightly turning as if recently disturbed. I found my way to the main lobby, the automatic doors sealed shut, the security system unresponsive. The outside world seemed just beyond reach, visible yet inaccessible through the glass doors. It was then I heard a distant, almost inaudible sound that seemed like a moan or cry. Heart racing, I followed the sound down another corridor and into the emergency wing. The emergency room was in chaos, gurneys overturned, supplies scattered, and the smell of antiseptic strong in the air. The moaning had stopped, and now there was a new sound, soft, almost whimpering. My search led me to a small, concealed room, typically used for private consultations. Inside, I found a young woman, a patient huddled in the corner. Her relief at seeing another human was palpable. Her story shed some light on the mystery. She had awoken to alarm sounds of an evacuation due to a chemical spill in a nearby laboratory, something potentially dangerous and airborne. In the panic that ensued, she had hidden, afraid of the chaos outside. But then everything went silent, and she had been too scared to leave her hiding spot until I found her. Together, we decided to find a way out. Our first attempt was the main doors, but after failing to open them, we headed towards the basement, thinking the service exits might still be operational. The basement was dark, colder than the rest of the hospital, and as we descended the stairs, the eerie silence of the hospital was replaced by the soft drip of leaking pipes. The service exit was blocked by debris, remnants of a hasty evacuation attempt. But through a maintenance tunnel, we found a secondary route that led to the outside. The door was heavy, sealed shut, but together we managed to force it open, emerging into the chilly night air. The world outside was quiet, too quiet, and it was clear that the evacuation had been widespread. Emergency vehicles, abandoned and silent, lined the street outside the hospital. We were alone, the city around us seemingly deserted. We walked together, the young woman and I, through the empty streets, until we found a police station. Inside, officers, who had been managing the crisis from a safer distance, were shocked to see us. They told us the spill had been contained just hours ago, and they were about to begin the process of checking buildings for anyone left behind. That night in the hospital changed me. It was a stark reminder of how quickly everyday life could turn to chaos, how fragile our sense of security truly is. The city eventually returned to normal, but for those like me who walked the silent halls of that dark, deserted hospital, the memory of that night lingered, a haunting reminder of our ordeal. Story 76. The day started like any other travel day, with the usual bustle of the airport and the familiar drone of the airplane engines as we took off. I was heading to a small, remote island for a vacation, a trip I had been planning for months. Little did I know, it would turn into a struggle for survival. About 2 hours into the flight, a sudden and severe storm hit. The plane shook violently, the sound of the engines drowned out by the roaring wind and rain. Panic filled the cabin as the pilot's voice came over the intercom, trying to reassure us, but the fear was palpable. Then, With a terrifying series of jolts and a deafening crash, the plane made an emergency landing not at an airport, but on an uninhabited, unknown island. The crash was catastrophic, the plane torn apart upon impact. By some miracle, I survived, though with a few injuries. Dazed and in shock, I managed to pull myself out of the wreckage. Around me, the remnants of the plane were scattered across a sandy beach, smoldering and eerily quiet. It quickly became clear that I was the only survivor. The first few hours were a blur of panic and adrenaline. As reality set in, I realized I needed to focus on survival. My priorities were clear: find fresh water, food, and shelter. The island seemed lush with vegetation, which gave me hope for finding resources. My immediate concern was water. I remembered from survival shows that finding a source of fresh water was critical. Exploring the nearby area, I found a small stream flowing from the island's interior. Testing the water was risky without any way to properly boil it, but dehydration was a more immediate threat. Fortunately, the water proved to be fresh and clean, likely filtered through the island's natural volcanic rock. Next was shelter. The island was dense with trees, providing ample material. Using branches, vines, and broad leaves, I constructed a rudimentary lean-to against a large rock face, which offered some protection from the elements and any wildlife. It was crude, but would keep me dry and relatively safe. Food was a more complex problem. The island had coconut trees, and after some effort I managed to gather several coconuts. Their milk provided hydration, and the meat was a good source of calories. As days passed, I fashioned a spear from a sturdy branch, using shards of metal from the plane's wreckage. With this, I was able to catch fish from the shallows of the island's lagoon, providing crucial protein. Each day I followed the same routine: check the makeshift fish traps in the morning, gather fruits and nuts, maintain the shelter, and signal for help. I created a large SO sign on the beach with rocks and debris from the plane, hoping that any passing plane or ship might see it. Every day ended with me lighting a small fire, using a piece of broken eyeglasses to ignite the dry tinder, and watching the horizon for any sign of rescue. Living in the open and dealing with the elements took a toll. Storms were frequent and fierce, testing the strength of my shelter and my spirits. The nights were long and filled with the sounds of the island's wildlife, which was both unnerving and a stark reminder of my isolation. The isolation was perhaps the hardest part. Loneliness crept in like a thick fog, heavy and suffocating. I kept a journal using paper from the wreckage and a pen I had in my pocket, documenting my thoughts, fears, and daily activities. This small act of writing became my therapy, my connection to sanity. After what seemed an eternity, my rescue came unexpectedly. A passing research vessel, diverted from its original course by the same type of storm that had downed my plane, spotted the sign on the beach. The sight of the rescue boat was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. The recovery was long and psychological scars remained, but I was alive. I returned to civilization profoundly changed. The ordeal had taught me about the strength of human will, the raw power of nature, and the deep well of resilience we all carry within us. The island had been both a prison and a crucible, reshaping me in ways I could never have imagined. I shared my story to inspire others, to convey the lessons learned not just about survival, but about the essence of what it means to be profoundly, viscerally alive. Story 77. The remote environmental research station had always been a place of solace and scientific discovery for me. Nestled in the vast wilderness, it offered a unique opportunity to study the area's unique flora and fauna without the interruptions of the outside world. The isolation required a certain type of resilience and dedication, traits I had honed over my years of fieldwork. However, nothing could have prepared me for the events that would unfold, transforming the sanctuary of science into a scene of mystery and survival. It started as an ordinary morning. The sun had just begun to peek over the horizon, casting a golden glow across the dew-covered landscape. I was in the lab analyzing data from our latest soil samples when I realized that our usually reliable internet connection was down. Initially, I didn't think much of it. Connectivity issues were not uncommon in such a remote location. But as hours turned into a full day without service, a nagging feeling of unease began to grow within me. Deciding to investigate, I left the lab to check on the satellite equipment, only to stop dead in my tracks. The main research building, which housed our communications hub, lay in ruins. Windows were shattered, equipment was strewn about, and there was a chilling silence that one would never expect in such a busy communal space. More alarmingly, there was no sign of my colleagues. Panic set in as I hurriedly searched the area, calling out for anyone, but received no response. The station was deserted, or so it seemed. With communication lines cut and the nearest town miles away, I realized I was entirely on my own. The gravity of the situation hit me hard. Not only did I need to survive, but I also had to evade whoever or whatever had caused this destruction. The station had limited supplies, and with the building compromised, I needed to find shelter and food in the wilderness. Using what I had learned over my years at the station, I set up a makeshift camp in a concealed area near a stream. Water wasn't an issue, but food was. I set traps and fished in the stream, grateful for the skills I had previously seen as just hobbies or part of my research tasks. Nightfall brought new terrors. The sounds of the wilderness, usually so comforting, now hinted at potential dangers. Every rustle in the bushes, every snap of a twig, set me on edge. I kept a fire burning when possible, both for warmth and protection, as the light seemed to be the only thing that kept my unseen assailant at bay. Days turned into a week, and with each passing moment I grew more desperate to escape and find help. My daily routine included scouting trips to gather food and attempts to reach higher ground where I hoped to catch a signal on the satellite phone I had salvaged from the wreckage. On one of these trips, while navigating a rugged ridge that overlooked the valley, I finally caught a faint signal. With trembling hands, I dialed the emergency satellite number we were given for extreme situations. The call was brief, connection was intermittent, but it was enough. I managed to report my location and the situation before the line went dead. Now knowing that rescue might be imminent, I returned to my camp with a lighter heart. However, the relief was short-lived. That night I awoke to the sight of a figure looming over my camp. I scrambled to my feet, grabbing a branch to use as a weapon. The figure, cloaked in darkness, didn't move to attack, but instead retreated into the shadows of the trees. I spent the rest of the night awake, watching and waiting. Rescue came at dawn, in the form of a helicopter that landed in the clearing beside the stream. The rescue team was cautious, having been informed of the potential danger. As they escorted me to the helicopter, I looked back at the wilderness that had been both my home and my prison. It was a bittersweet farewell. The investigation that followed revealed that the attack was the result of an environmental protest gone wrong. A radical group had targeted the station, mistakenly believing that our research was harming the environment. The destruction was meant to be a statement, not a deadly assault. My colleagues had been at a conference in the city, which had probably saved their lives. The ordeal left me with a profound appreciation for the resilience required not just in field work, but in facing unexpected challenges. I returned to the research field, driven by a renewed sense of purpose and a deeper understanding of the risks involved. The wilderness had taught me the hard lessons of survival, but it had also reinforced my commitment to the environment and the importance of clear, compassionate communication about our role in it. Story 78. The drive home was supposed to be routine. I'd done it countless times, the same stretch of highway winding through quiet countryside, usually devoid of heavy traffic, especially late at night. The monotony was soothing in its own way. a time to unwind with my thoughts and the hum of the road under the tires. But that night, something felt off. Perhaps it was the way the darkness seemed denser, or the unnatural silence that filled the car when the last song on my playlist faded away. I was miles from the nearest town when it happened. Without warning, the dashboard flickered and went dark. The headlights dimmed and then snuffed out like candles in the wind, and the engine sputtered to a haunting, abrupt stop. I coasted to the side of the road, the car coming to rest with a soft crunch of gravel under tires. I turned the key in the ignition again and again, but there was only silence. Stranded, I reached for my cell phone, only to find no signal, a rare inconvenience in an area usually well covered by my network. It seemed every modern convenience had chosen this moment to abandon me. I was alone, the only sounds the whisper of the wind through the fields and my own breathing. With the car clearly going nowhere, I decided my best option was to walk to the nearest town. I estimated it to be a few miles back the way I had come, a long walk, but not impossible. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment, locked the car, and started down the highway. The beam of the flashlight cut a small swath of visibility in the inky darkness, the edges seeming to swirl and dance as my mind played tricks on me. It wasn't long before I sensed I wasn't alone. At first, I chalked it up to nerves, the natural reaction of a solitary traveler stranded at night. But then I saw them figures appearing at the edge of the light, only to vanish when I tried to focus on them. The first few times I stopped, blinked, and looked again, finding nothing but the empty night. However, as I continued walking, the figures became more persistent, more tangible. They were shadowy silhouettes, human in shape, but unnaturally still and silent. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but where could I go? The empty highway offered no refuge, the surrounding fields even less so. My pace quickened, the figures seeming to keep pace effortlessly. They flitted at the edges of my flashlight's beam, never quite solid, yet undeniably there. Panic set in, a visceral, clawing thing that threatened to overwhelm my senses. Then up ahead, a faint glimmer of hope, the distant lights of a gas station, a beacon in the consuming darkness. I broke into a run, the figures seeming to hesitate as the light grew stronger. The gas station was closed, but the exterior lights were on, casting a warm, welcoming glow across the tarmac. Reaching the station, I leaned against the door, catching my breath, watching the highway I had just fled. The figures had stopped at the edge of the darkness, just beyond the reach of the station's lights. They stood motionless, watching. Then one by one, they faded away as if they had never been there. Inside the safety of the light, I allowed myself a moment to collect my thoughts. The situation was surreal, a nightmarish encounter that defied logical explanation. With no phone signal still, I was far from safe, but I was out of immediate danger. The night passed slowly, every rustle and shift of wind making me jump. As dawn broke, the world transformed back into the familiar. The highway was just a highway, the night's terror seemed like a distant dream. A truck driver pulled into the station early in the morning, and I flagged him down. He was surprised to find someone else there, but listened to my story with a kind of resigned acceptance that suggested he'd heard similar tales. He gave me a lift to the next town, where I was able to call for help and arrange for my car to be towed. The mechanic later told me that my car's electrical system had shorted out completely, a rare malfunction that he couldn't fully explain. As for the figures on the road, no one had an explanation. The locals spoke of the highway with a kind of wary respect, hinting at legends and ghost stories I hadn't known. Maybe I had walked through a haunted stretch that night, or maybe the darkness and isolation had played tricks on my mind. Either way, I never drove that highway at night again, unwilling to meet those shadowy figures who might still wander, waiting for the next lone traveler to stray into their domain. Story 79. Life aboard the space station had settled into a comfortable routine of maintenance, research, and the occasional thrill of gazing down at the Earth from orbit. As one of the astronauts selected for a year-long mission, I was accustomed to the isolation and the unique challenges posed by living in space. However, nothing could have prepared me for the series of events that would not only threaten our mission but our very lives. It began subtly. Minor glitches in the station's life support systems were initially dismissed as routine malfunctions common enough in the harsh environment of space, where even the most robust systems could falter under the constant strain. However, when a critical air filtration unit shut down unexpectedly, I sensed that these were not random failures. The crew gathered in the main module, the tension palpable. Air quality was degrading, and we had limited time to act. I proposed a full diagnostic of all critical systems, hoping to isolate the problem. The team split up, each member tasked with inspecting different components. My gut feeling was that this was no accident. The timing and specific targets of the failure suggested sabotage. As I delved into the station's central processing unit, I found unauthorized code embedded deep within the system malware designed to slowly cripple the station. The discovery was alarming. Only someone with extensive knowledge of our systems could have engineered such a disruption. The implications were grave. Not only were we in immediate physical danger, but there was also a saboteur among us. The atmosphere among the crew shifted dramatically. Trust, the cornerstone of our teamwork and survival, began to erode. I needed to keep the team focused and united, so I decided to keep my suspicions discreet while continuing to investigate. I worked to manually override the corrupted systems, a temporary fix to buy us time. Each line of code had to be checked and rechecked and rechecked, a tedious process under the best conditions, and even more challenging given the growing lack of oxygen. Meanwhile, I discreetly observed my crewmates, searching for any sign of unusual behavior. In a quiet moment in the lab module, I confided in Elena, a fellow astronaut whom I'd worked with for years and trusted implicitly. Together, we reviewed the security logs, looking for unauthorized access to the systems. The logs revealed that the sabotage was carried out during times when we were all accounted for, making it clear that the saboteur was not only skilled but also highly strategic. As we pieced together the timeline, an emergency alert sounded. The station's orientation thrusters had failed, sending us slowly spinning off course. The stakes were higher now. Without stabilization, we would begin to drift out of orbit, with potentially catastrophic consequences. The crew rallied, their training overriding the growing mistrust. Under my direction, we executed a manual reorientation procedure, a high-risk maneuver that required precise coordination and nerve. The procedure was a success, stabilizing the station's orbit temporarily. It was a sobering reminder of our vulnerability and the immediate need to resolve the crisis. With limited options and time running out, I set a trap, using the station's internal messaging system to send out false information about a planned system shutdown. I monitored the access logs, and sure enough, the saboteur took the bait, attempting to use the opportunity to implement another wave of disruptive code. Caught in the act, the saboteur was one of the newer engineers, someone who had seemed as dedicated as the rest of us. When confronted, he confessed that his actions were driven by a misguided attempt to end the mission, believing it to be unethical based on misconstrued data and personal convictions. His plan had been to force an evacuation, not considering the deadly ramifications of his actions on the crew. With the saboteur contained and the immediate danger averted, we set about fully restoring the systems. The work was slow and arduous, requiring all our collective skills and resolve. In time, we repaired the damage, and the mission could continue, though the sense of betrayal lingered. In the aftermath, The incident sparked a reevaluation of the psychological screening and monitoring for long-duration missions. For those of us aboard the station, it was a profound lesson in the resilience of trust and teamwork, even when faced with the deepest deceptions. The mission eventually concluded successfully, but the echoes of that sabotage lingered in our minds. Back on Earth, the experience remained a stark reminder of the fragility of human relationships, even as we reached for the stars. Story 80. The storm had come out of nowhere. One moment the sea was as placid as a pond, the next it was a churning vortex of waves and wind. I had taken the ferry many times before, a routine passage from one coastal town to another. The journey was supposed to be a short one, barely enough time to warrant settling in, but as fate would have it, this trip would be unlike any other. As the storm intensified, the ferry began to sway violently, each wave a hammer blow against the hull. Passengers' nervous chatter turned to alarmed cries as the situation deteriorated rapidly. It wasn't long before a loud, rending sound echoed through the vessel, the unmistakable noise of the hull breaching. Water began to flood into the lower decks at an alarming rate. Panic ensued as everyone realized the gravity of our situation. The ferry was sinking. I rushed to the main deck, where chaos reigned. The crew was nowhere to be found, presumably trying to manage the disaster from the bridge or already overcome by the flood. Seeing the rising tide of panic was nearly as dangerous as the water itself, I knew I had to act. Pulling from every emergency procedure I'd ever learned, I began to organize the frightened passengers. "We need to stay calm and work together," I shouted over the roar of the storm, my voice barely carrying. Some people listened, gathering closer, while others continued to scream or pray loudly. The main exits were submerged, a terrifying realization. The lower and main decks were rapidly filling with water, leaving us with one viable option: the upper emergency exits, which led to the lifeboats. I had a rudimentary knowledge of this ship's layout, enough to recall that there should be access routes leading up from the main deck. Gathering a group of passengers, including some elderly individuals and a family with small children, I led the way. We moved quickly, supporting each other through the tilting, slippery corridors. The power had gone out by this time, plunging the interior of the ferry into darkness, lit only by the emergency lighting that flickered ominously. As we navigated through the labyrinthine passageways of the ferry, the sound of the water surging through the lower decks was a constant, terrifying background noise. We had to climb over debris and under damaged sections of the ceiling. Each step took us further from the submerged death trap below, but brought new dangers of its own. Halfway to the upper deck, we encountered a blocked passage. The door, meant to be a routine fire exit, was jammed. Desperation surged through me. Time was running out, and the angle of the sinking ferry grew steeper by the minute. Using a fire extinguisher taken from the wall, I, with the help of a burly passenger, managed to force the door open. Finally reaching the upper deck, we were battered by the full force of the storm. Rain slashed at us horizontally, and the wind threatened to sweep us off our feet. The lifeboats were just ahead, swaying madly with the movement of the ship. Launching them would be perilous, but staying on the ferry was certain death. Organizing the group, I assigned the strongest passengers to help lower the lifeboats. It was a frantic, harrowing endeavor. We managed to launch the first boat amidst screams and shouts, carefully loading each passenger while fighting against the wind and waves. Just as we were lowering the second lifeboat, a massive wave hit, tilting the ferry dangerously. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought we would be thrown into the freezing water, but the boat held. People clung to whatever they could, eyes wide with terror. With the lifeboats finally away from the sinking ferry, we watched as the vessel was swallowed by the raging sea. Relief mixed with sorrow overwhelmed me. We had escaped, but the memory of those terrifying moments would haunt us forever. Our rescue came hours later, after enduring the storm in the lifeboats, each wave a mountain that threatened to overturn us. When the rescue team finally pulled us aboard their vessel, the feeling of solid ground beneath my feet was surreal. The aftermath of the disaster was a blur of activity, medical checks, questions from authorities, and reunions with tearful families on the shore. The investigation that followed revealed that the ferry had not been adequately maintained, a negligence that cost dearly. My role in leading the passengers to safety became a focal point of the media coverage that followed. I was hailed as a hero, but the title felt hollow. I had acted out of necessity, driven by the instinct to survive and help others do the same. In the wake of the incident, my life changed. I became an advocate for stringent safety regulations in maritime travel, determined to prevent such a needless tragedy from happening again. The sinking of the ferry remained a defining moment in my life, a testament to the fragility of life and the strength we can muster in the face of death.